हेलो 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 हेलो, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम बॉयज। क्या हाल चाल है आप लोगों के? आपकी स्ट्रीम ढूंढ रहा था। स्ट्रीम क्यों ढूंढ रहा था? सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया हुआ है क्या मेरी जान? सब्सक्राइब करो। सब्सक्राइब करके नहीं रखा है क्या? स्ट्रीम क्यों ढूंढना पड़ रहा है तुम लोगों को? मेरे को ये समझ में नहीं आ रहा। सब्सक्राइब करके रखा करो ना। स्ट्रीम ढूंढना ना पड़े भाई, सब्सक्राइब करो भाई। व्हाट आर यू डूइंग दिस एंड दैट? डीसी आ, रुक जा। जिसी जिसी गैंग से पबजी मोबाइल, पबजी मोबाइल, पबजी मोबाइल, पबजी मोबाइल। अब क्या पबजी की अरे पबजी की स्ट्रीम।
Glitter explosion, getting all those updates, running around to every single stage, and just keeping us updated with what's going
आ रहा हूँ मैं, एक सेकंड डीसी रुक जा। पबजी की स्ट्रीम ढूंढने में थोड़ा सा टाइम लग गया मेरे को। एस्किंग की स्ट्रीम कौन ढूंढते हैं? ओए तू बेड पे बैठ जा। ये या चारी पे समझ नहीं आ रहा। चेयर पे बैठा हूँ मैं। चारी चेयर पे बैठा हूँ दल्ले। चेयर पे बैठा हूँ मैं, ठीक है। वो मैंने कैमरा रिटर्न किया ना, उसकी वजह से थोड़ा ज्यादा बड़ा स्क्रीन दिख रहा है। अब नहीं दिखेगा, बकचोदी मत कर मेरे आगे।
That might be a good thing because they might be able to just reverse that curse, and it could be a blessing here for Porto.
किया है सब्सक्राइब, पर अपने चालू नहीं किया था स्ट्रीम में। ढूंढ रहा था कि कब चालू। अरे मैं 10-15 मिनट पहले चालू करता हूँ ना। अरे भाई जूस, जाके इंटीग्रिटी वाले से उसको क्या बोलते हैं, शेयर कर जाके गल्ला। शेयर कर, शेयर। गुड मॉर्निंग। तेरा चाचा ने गुड मॉर्निंग बनाई थी अभी। अब नेक्स्ट 100 में गेमिंग चेयर। हाँ चेयर लेनी है यार, एक अच्छी सी। एक चेयर लेनी है, एक बढ़िया टेबल लेना है। मेरे पास है ना एक एलसीडी पड़ी है, तो उस मेरे पास एक पुराना मेरा पीसी है, मतलब बहुत ज़्यादा पुराना है। कम से कम वो ओबीएस का बाहर तो झेल ही सकता है। स्ट्रीम वगैरह लाइक शाइक क्यों नहीं कर रहे? अरे जूस रीशेयर कर जाके स्टोरी। ओहो, फाइनल्स की भारी पैसा वेस्ट किया है इन लोगों ने। आवाज वगैरह सब परफेक्ट है क्या? आवाज वगैरह सब परफेक्ट है? चैट
Journey has been relentless and the finish line is in sight. Just 6 maps sit between your team and the PMWC title.
मेरे पे एक्सेस नहीं है, बहुत बढ़िया। तो किसके पास एक्सेस?
22 points can snatch the victory with one last chicken dinners and become our champion.
There's something brutally honest about the final day. Don't give me excuses, just give me results. My name is Barney Banks and I'm your host alongside the awesome Luti. And welcome to Smash Sunday!
I hope you're ready, Atom, because we are ready. So it's time to welcome one last time our finalists on stage, starting with Al-Hula Club Esports!
Al-Hula, बेवड़ा टोनी। जोस तो मैनेजर है ना? अरे
Esports.
Team Vitality.
Godlike Esports.
Hora Esports.
ओजी का भी था, अब चला गया।
Team Flash.
फ्लैश पता नहीं क्या था अभी।
Tianba.
हाँ तो भैंसो टटिया निकल गई उनकी, अब क्या फायदा।
Four Thrives Esports.
Wolf Esports.
भैंसो मैंने कैमरा रिटर्न कर दिया पर मेरे पास मैसेज नहीं आया कि रिटर्न हो गया अभी तक। सुबह अमेज़न वाले इतना टाइम तो नहीं लेते। टोनी को बोल कर देंगे, कर दिया उसने, कर दिया। अरे पैसे आ जाए तो नया कैमरा मंगवाऊं भाई मैं।
Non-Team Red Force.
And finally, leading the charge, we have the Arena.
ओए बोलना, बोल जूस बोल। पाक कब से खेलने लगे पबजी, अब घोड़े भी रेस में गधे भी दौड़ेंगे। अरे वो लोग कब से खेल रहे हैं भाई, इंडिया में बैन होने से पहले से खेल रहे हैं। तो साला अच्छा नहीं खेलेंगे तो क्या हम अच्छा खेलेंगे? हम तो अच्छा खेल ही रहे हैं। एक ग्लोबल टूर्नामेंट जीता जिसके अंदर साला सिर्फ जापान और वहाँ की टीम थी, फुदू फुदू टीम है। EWC में जीत के दिखा ना, जहाँ टॉप की टीमें आती है। बोलना जूस क्या कह रहा है। स्मैश कितना पॉइंटर है? स्मैश पॉइंट कितना है? 128। पैचो ये का तो इजी हो जाएगा फिर।
The dawn of the final is here. This is PMWC 2026.
हाँ पता है मेरे को।
PMWC.
तेरा इतना टाइम में तो नैतिक का तो एंड तो नैतिक का तो कितने टाइम हो गए ना भाई। 6:30 बजे भूखा हूँ मैं, क्या करूँ? उसके $122 हुए क्या? अच्छी बात तो है। लोग टारगेट पे बैठ जाए। अच्छा 122 है क्या? 122 है भाई। तो मतलब स्मैश रोल में 122। अगर यहाँ से EA अरीना 10-12 पॉइंट निकाल के जाती है और नेक्स्ट मैच में फिर वो चिकन निकाल लिया तो जीत जाएगी। स्ट्रीम के अलावा क्यों कर ले, इतना टाइम है तेरे पे। क्या बोल रहा है तू? मुझे चिप्स के पैसे भेज दे, जहर खाने के पैसे नहीं है मेरे पास।
प्रेशर तो है, हम इसके लिए तैयार भी हैं और बाकी हम यहाँ पे compete करने आए हुए हैं।
My opinion on Four Thrives is that they're actually a very talented team. I think they've got a lot of firepower.
अरे ये नहीं, $1300 हुआ ना तो नैतिक के तो कितनी बार $100 हो गए होंगे ना। हाँ उसके तो भाई कम से कम 2-3 बार तो हो ही गए होंगे, 3-4 बार भी हो सकते हो, पता नहीं। नैतिक के मेरे को भी भेजना चिप्स, साले मेरे पास खुद के पास नहीं है। CR भाई थैंक यू फॉर योर ज्वेल्स। हैं? हाँ पैसा मिलता है ना। शायद एक ज्वेल का 1 रुपया या कुछ ऐसा होता है। जहर खाने के पैसे मैं भेज देता हूँ तो चिप्स के भेज दे, नहीं तो जहर खाने के भेज दे।
Might be a bit of a dark horse right now, but I think they've been looking consistent and can actually get in there to take it. And my pick would be Nonshin Red Force. They've had great communication, great structural plays in how they're advancing into the zone, but the firepowers all come alive just when it needed to, and that aggression could win it for them.
अरे जल्दी स्टार्ट करो, लेट स्टार्ट क्यों कर रहे हैं? 4:30 हो गए, स्टार्ट करो भाई। All is well भाई, स्कोर भाई।
했을 때 긴장하셔야 될 겁니다.
My dream scenario is if we see 6 matches with like 6, 7
13-14 पे थे हम।
just battling.
नहीं, 12-14।
Who's gonna take the whole thing?
मेरे मैसेज क्यों इग्नोर करता है? X है क्या मेरा? हाँ, जैसे वो इग्नोर करती है तेरा मैसेज, मैं से वैसे इग्नोर करता हूँ। डिस्कॉर्ड भाई, थैंक यू फॉर योर ज्वेल्स मेरे भाई। कर दिया शेयर, ऑब्वियसली बात है, मैंने बोला उसको करने के लिए।
The stage is set. Our team's in position. And like he said,
अबे कब तक मैसेज आएगा भाई मेल मेरे को कि वो हो गया? पैसा कब आएगा मेरा? एसिंग भैया, आपके घर और मेरे घर के सीलिंग सेम है। सोलो मेरा वाला मिस्त्री तेरे घर पे तो नहीं गया था ठीक लगाने के लिए सीलिंग? भाई ये स्टिकर तो स्कैम है। 50 रुपए में 95 जो लाते हैं, इससे अच्छा पैसे ही भेज दो तेरे को। भेज दे फिर, भेजना रोहन, तूने आज तक तो कुछ भेजा नहीं है। अक्षम तू भेज रहा है क्या? भेज भाई, सारे भेज दे मेरे को। एक मैं भी घोस्ट करने लगता तू जब कर दे।
During that first game here, very possible to do here on Rondo. We've got the fans in the crowd all supporting their teams, family, friends.
हाँ वो शाइन वाला रोंडो आने वाला है भाई, रुको फोटो भेजता। हाँ तो इसलिए तो कह रहा भेज मेरे को सारे के सारे। तेरे को तो फ्री में मिले ना। हाँ तो भेज दे।
The day goes on, that is for certain. Right now, a lot of trepidation in the arena as we head into.
भाई स्नैक्स भाई, लास्ट में रेड मार दो तो मजा आ गया। अभी गाली देता मैं, पर 2 बार गूगल पे किया है तेरे को। और सुन, CS2 का वॉच पार्टी करने वाला है? नहीं, मेरे पास परमिशन नहीं है। नो परमिशन मेरी जान। भाई 112 प्लस 10 122 पॉइंट का वो है स्मैश पॉइंट, तो प्लेऑफ्स के करना है एटलीस्ट। अरे परमिशन नहीं है भाई, नहीं कर सकता। गोल्ड लाइक कितने पे है? 57। बहुत चाहिए भाई, अपने को छोड़ो मैच।
But it can't just be an acceptable game.
30 पॉइंट रहने का। स्नैक्स के एटलीस्ट 1% भी आ जाए तो सही है, हाँ ना। CS2 की वॉच पार्टी होता है। अरे तो दल्ले, मेरे पास परमिशन नहीं है। चैनल उड़वाएगा क्या? अभी 500 और 200 भेजा तेरे को। हाँ हाँ, अभी जॉब लगने के बाद कब भेज रहा है तू ये बता। तेरा वो कब आ रहा है सर्वर पे? लोल भाई, सही कह रहा है। कौन कौन आतंकी गया? इनका तो साथ में ही तो होता है। आरो भाई, नहीं आतंकी मरा था, आतंकी मरा था। अरे आज क्लैरिटी इतनी चूती क्यों आ रही है? तभी बोलो क्लैरिटी इतनी चूतिया क्यों आ रही है?
subverts expectations.
अभी नहीं आया अपॉइंटमेंट। माइनक्राफ्ट खेलना मेरे को खेलना नहीं आता माइनक्राफ्ट भाई, मैं मर्दों वाले गेम खेलता हूँ। लियो कब आएगा तेरा अपॉइंटमेंट? गोल्ड लाइक भी फाइट ले रही है। वाइटलिटी के 2 डाउन 3 डाउन, वाइटलिटी के 3 डाउन हो गए। आतंकी सिर्फ नॉक हुआ है। हाँ नॉक हुआ है। अरे और के साथ है, अरोरा के साथ फाइट है अपनी।
We saw it down in the bottom left. Now we get it full screen. This is Aurora. They've had some good moves. Got to keep it consistent. That's the name of the game. Don't let things poison the well the longer today goes on. Furia showing up in the Elim feed in a fight versus Ida as well.
हाँ 5वें नंबर पे है शायद से।
overwhelmed after getting
नहीं पागल है क्या?
That's the flick back over. Schweppes goes in.
वही मैं कह रहा हूँ। हाँ तो ऐशोस पे मर्द नहीं है क्या? वो तो भाई वो अंग्रेज है ना, वो कुछ भी कर सकते हैं। विजगोड ने एक को निकाला। अरे 3 किल निकाले हैं। अरे आ गए ओरा। अरे बहुत बढ़िया। हाँ मेरे जान पकड़े ओरा के दोनों, और ओरा के दोनों पकड़े गए। बदमाश पकड़े गए अरोरा वाले। लगता है सेम मिस्त्री लगा के गया था। हाँ ना एक और नॉक। M24 का जलवा भाई, फटका पड़ रहा है। ओह विजगोड ने फोड़ा फ्यूरिया वाले को। अरे मारे बैंड 40 वालों को, दल्लो को।
Tizzy just playing on the lip of the window here.
अरे उसको मारना, वो जो चूतिया रहा है।
Bait around here just towards the other side. He's got back up in Falak. Oh, good pre-fire. Expected to peek. That one's going to do a little bit of chip damage, but he wants the whole hog. Charges back in.
बहुत बढ़िया।
Upsets Falak on the peak, but the response comes back over from IQ, charging him down with the SMG.
आईकू लगा ले अपना आईकू।
Tizzy there, he's working no vest, no helmet, playing like he has got all the armor in the world. That's 12K 6. Can't quite handle the jump out there. Tried to go for the drop shot on that one. So easy. It's good to go though. Gets the players back up.
स्टोजी ने स्मैश रो लेट करेगा नेक्स्ट मैच।
Round the north side of the map, so a bit of a journey to go.
OG छोड़, OG के 4 किल है ना, 6 किल हो गए। ईडा को निकाला और गोड लाइक के एक आधा 2। हमारे साथ के जिनका हेल्थ सर्टिफिकेट चेक हुआ था, टाइम लग रहा है। अच्छा भाई ये को कितना चाहिए? 5 5 6 7 8। अरे यार ये फिर अपने साथ ही लड़ेंगे बेंचो।
Teams can't quite make it to get into that region of smash point on the second match. They got to be
40 की गान मारो बेंचो कोई पकड़ के।
Join the 2026 PMWC Lucky Spin to draw for the exclusive set only available here for PMWC.
And it may be lucky for those of you at home, but it's been good decision making and some great gunplay for OG that's made the difference coming into the fight here versus Alula and Ida, farming themselves up to 6 elims.
हाँ 7 नहीं 5 5 10।
You've got to have a big performance here.
8 पॉइंट चाहिए ये को। ये को 8 पॉइंट चाहिए स्मैश रोल हिट करने के लिए। 2-4 के लिए यहाँ से निकाल लिया, प्लेसमेंट के लिए खेल गए। नेक्स्ट मैच चिकन तो ये जीत जाएंगे। रिकॉल है। अच्छा नहीं, अरे पता है रिकॉल है मेरी जान। I know इसमें। नहीं किसी का नहीं गया उनका, मरे थोड़ी ना। अरे स्पावर ने आतंकी को डाला। अरे आतंकी रिवाइव हुआ है अभी, मरा नहीं था। नहीं AK को भी निकाला, विजगोड को भी निकाला। 3 निकाल गए एडमिनों ने विजगोड। भाई अपने वाले आपस में ही लड़ रहे हैं। चलो फर्स्ट हाथ में क्लब पॉइंट्स मिल जाएंगे। क्लब पॉइंट्स नहीं मिलेगा। 10 टोटल पॉइंट का स्मैश रूल होता है। अरे पता है 122 पॉइंट का स्मैश रूल है। ये का 115 हो गए। 8 पॉइंट चाहिए बस और स्मैश रूल हिट है।
bounced round. Not going to deal any damage though onto the Furious squad. They know how to play in these sort of lobbies with this much pressure.
खुद के मार रहे हैं यार.
Looming over them.
कल तो कोई चूतिया का मैंने क्लिप देखा था, बोलता है एस पावर ने ओजी को मारा, नेट से नॉक किया और उसने देखा ओजी वाले छोड़ के चला गया. मैं बोला अच्छा बुफड़ी के. हाँ हाँ, मतलब मैं बोला इतना चूतिया तो होगा नहीं ना कि वो लोग रेफरी देख नहीं रहा होगा. अरे 7 चाहिए, 7 नहीं चाहिए, 8 पॉइंट चाहिए. 122 का है ना. हाँ 7 चाहिए.
Over towards Testract and Neox, very dangerous area to be in. So again for
EA, NS, Aurora, इन तीनों में से तीनों टीम में से कोई चिकन मार गया ना, चारों टीम में से टॉप 4 में से कोई भी जीत सकता है. स्नैक बोल रहे हमारे पीछे.
Sick play, sick couple of plays from Tony K and Joker to get this working.
चीफ के पास एंगल है, बट चीफ को भी गोल्ड लाइक वाला पकड़ सकता है. मेरे को क्यों लग रहा है ऐसा? अरे 40 को पकड़ो रे. नहीं चलेगा, नहीं चलेगा, नहीं चलेगा. अरे मारा 100 मैंने, मारा 40 वाले नबड़े को. हाँ बेटी चोद. मार मार, नेड मार, नेड मार, नेड मार. ओ प्यारा नेड है.
It was a good primer, but no direct connection. He's going to be baited down as well. Could be stung from the back here.
Oh!
This is big. Turn around as well. So close back, but couldn't hit it.
ये गई.
So close. You can feel it in that moment. There was almost a clutch potential.
S power. Low है.
Back over towards stadium, move back into the circle. But what a long journey it's going to be to get over towards low.
S power में वो देख अपने एडमिन ने वो कर रहा है. नेड वेड कुक करके. थर्ड पार्टी. स्मैश के बाद चिकन मैच खत्म. हाँ भाई, स्मैश पॉइंट हिट और नेक्स्ट मैच चिकन खत्म.
Lurking around the outside edges a little bit too much when they have the gumption. They have the
ये का चांस जाने वाला है. नो रिकॉल ये के बाद. अरे ये का रिकॉल है भाई. कौन बोला रिकॉल नहीं हुई? ये का आपसे सीलिंग मिल गई और एक दोस्त से वॉल. और एस पावर एडमिन ऑफ फ्यूरिया डाउन. डाइव गॉड लाइक ने 7 पॉइंट निकाले. एडमिनो ने मारा फ्यूरिया को और खत्म फ्यूरिया. खत्म है भाई फ्यूरिया बाहर. नॉक फिनिश. 10 फिनिश हो गए. ओह गॉड लाइक 10 फिनिश. मजा आ जाएगा भाई. मजाक से हट के. सबसे पहले ओजी ने मारा ईए को.
It's almost poetic. It's been twice inside of this game. We've seen STG and Ulf going.
भाई अपने यहाँ से 20 पॉइंट भी निकाल लेना. 20 पॉइंटर भी बहुत प्यारा मैच जाएगा ये अपना.
They were in 8th place. I believe 61 eliminations over the course of the finals. Up to that point, they were in a pretty good form when it came to fighting. They just got to maintain that.
Lord, like चिल्ला पैन.
We've got the rotate coming over from Aurora.
आज मेरे कैमरे की क्वालिटी खराब दिख रही है ना.
And that's not what we expected to see.
चांदा गोल्ड का टॉप 3 में आने का नहीं. टॉप 3 बहुत मुश्किल है भाई. मारा पैर 4th राइज को. गोल्ड लाइक टॉप 8 नहीं.
67 points. They can earn those big rankings today. Grab some on board.
10 kill, yes.
The country as well. Overall, really big step up.
और I guess God like का सारा रिकॉइल बचा हुआ है अभी.
Give these boys time.
रिकॉइल बचा हुआ है अपने.
International here at PMWC, so realistically they just need.
तो स्टेज 4 अरे फिर ओजी के साथ जा रहे हैं.
And once that was done,
चार चोर कहाँ पे है रे? चार चोर कहाँ पे?
Yesterday and already starting out strong here on the first
चार चोर
of the day. Circle continues to center up around Miramar. S2G
नीचे रहेंगे वो.
Very, very good spot. It has been good control over the center for STG.
Chinese rotation.
Throughout the majority of games.
मान्या और ईटा का पास में.
A long time at this point. And that veteran mindset is really coming into play here, where he's seen a lot of these circles before.
अरे recall tower भी पास में ही है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं.
They can really lead the team to victory. Yeah, some of the gun skill maybe isn't there for this guy, but he's still giving it gas when needs be. I think Swagat's had a great step up, considering the amount of time he's been in this esport.
हाँ स्टेज 3 खत्म होने वाला है ना, स्टेज 4 के बाद तो स्टेज 4 लास्ट होता है ना रिकॉल का. अरे वाइटलिटी गई.
Getting line of sight over onto the vitality migration as they wanted to make a move straight past. Few shots.
बता बहन जो टॉप 8 ये मैच तो हो जाएगा. नहीं भाई अभी तो बस 10 पॉइंट फिनिशेस के मिले, प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट भी इंपॉर्टेंट है मेरी जान. गोल्ड लाइक का सबसे कम प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट था कल बिना वो चिकन आने से पहले.
I was saying the consistency of this team looked good, but it's the fact they've turned on this aggression. They're willing to fight for a good position now, Blank.
I mean, playing towards the northeast side of Miramar, I mean, it's a bold maneuver, right? You don't try and play to...
अलविदा की चैट कुछ समझ में नहीं आता क्या बोलते
हैं. They have accessibility to the rest of the zone. But this is a livable position.
मराठी है मराठी.
Dastardly circle.
और विज़गोड.
We saw them coming in very late.
अरे सो में गया.
Stadium for a long time. Go for the recoup.
गया हो गया फिनिश हो
Two
गया.
players in Tony K, as well as Joker went down to the field.
मान्य ने रीटा को मारा.
Just on the heels though of OG.
मान्य भी गया. अरे अपने पास अरे पाइप दिखाओ ना. अरे एडमिन ने मारा. अरे इतना भाई रिकॉल देंगे ना अभी. ईडा बाहर भाई फेल डाला. कौन है मराठी अलविदा जिसको लिखना नहीं आता भाई. रिकॉल करो रिकॉल.
Cool here.
नहीं पीछे ही है, ज्यादा दूर नहीं है.
Smash ruling always changes how these teams plays. So crazy as well. Godlike's just hit the 14th elimination.
Let's go. टीम को बाहर कर दिया. ईडा को पहला भाई. अरे यार Godlike किधर है?
Yeah, for E Arena, I do think you're getting ahead sometimes. Where for this game, for them, doesn't matter so much about getting ginormous points, but what does matter is just getting enough so you open up the capability
तो जाना तो पड़ेगा ना.
to hit that smash.
पर ज़्यादा दूर नहीं है, वो इधर ही आसपास में ही.
Absolutely can. Soka moves over towards the western side. Nongshim is extremely pleased with this shift as they were already in May.
अरे हरोरा का गया.
E Arena was a little bit slow.
भाई मैं सोचता था कि नेपाल वाले अच्छे बंदे पर बेंचो दिए इतने टॉक्सिक है नेपाल वाले. मैंने एक आधी को स्ट्रीम देखी, गोडलाइक मरती है तो खुश होते हैं बड़वे. अरे 40 वालों की फाइट हो गई टीएनबा से. पूरी टीएनबा वार.
Get top back on his feet, recover from this. They saw the rotation from Hora, hard committing to get past them now, trying to get into the zone themselves. Meanwhile, Nonshin, Red Force, actually getting vision of their entry point, and they've instantly dispatched 2 of the players.
सोमे का recall.
On the other side.
हो गया recall हो गया.
For Nonshin and some extra points.
Oh, क्या निकाला है डॉक ने भाई.
Double spray down on the roll up is crazy even before they get anywhere close to the compound itself. And not a single
recall, yes.
sent back his way. Very nice initial game here from Aurora, but they have a long way to go. Nick the Galaxy currently holding the backside on that southern edge. S2G blasting bullets in as Alula holds back Flash over towards the water side. Aaron out in the open.
Godlike के 14 पॉइंट है यहाँ से.
And then makes the cross. Good timing on that one.
These two sides hounding each other the entire time on Rondo. Feels like they're mirroring each other. Ooh, Orangutan from the side getting a look in as well. Selke feels that one. God, a drop
Chitty banks.
The team with a whole load of elims and Godlike wrapping down potentially to get a bit of a scout over towards the setup from Earring.
ओए ऐड कम कर दे भाई, बिल्कुल मिनिमल लगा रखी है ऐड मैंने, बिल्कुल मिनिमल. साला 1 रुपया नहीं कमाने देते तुम लोग, क्या इंसान हो भाई. अरे गया 100 में. लॉन्ग रेंज फाइट हुआ क्या?
For E Arena, they want to live this game out. They are really giving a lot of teams
ये चार चोरों को बेंचोट कहाँ से जोन मिल जाता है इनको? लॉन्ग रेंज फाइट है, लॉन्ग रेंज था।
No, it's not, but it is a little bit of a crowbar.
अरे लॉन्ग रेंज है।
Slowing them down on their potential aggressive play. That was from 4-5s as well.
वो तो करेंगे ना रिवाइव करने के बाद। फैजान वाले नेपाल को उनके देश का एक्सटेंशन समझते हैं। हाँ ना बेंचोट, सही बात है।
Hey, maybe 4-5s are coming alive early.
What's great for 4-5s, right? In PMGO Season 1, they were sort of the back seat because they came in with Smash.
और डॉग को निपटाया। और डॉग गया फिनिश।
And I think that pressure got them a little bit. It went all the way to Max.
नहीं है रिको। और सोमे ने ये वाले को निकाला, सोमे भी गया, एडमिनो भी गया।
To make it through the arena though, sending over.
गया।
Does need to reinforce those backlines. Good shots from Schwartz.
कवर दिया। और अब चार चोर ने कवर दिया।
Distance, Manya up to the rock, but realizes he's got to push back off this one. Tony K, full broadside here. Manya should be able to pick up this flush. Good.
अरे यार।
Now just S power. A lot to do, but this is the man to do it.
He's the clutch factor.
Uta.
Saved by the bell on the nade, so low. Able to keep his
गया
for a few more seconds.
Good bounce back.
Squad
Oh my God.
bounces over, shuts down S-Power.
एडमिनो अकेला बचा है।
Adamino, the only one left now. That deployable cover barely keeping him alive.
Three players
आतंकी भी गया।
E arena looking to get further into this game. Admino might be able to go for the res if he goes for it now. I think they're going to sweep round in the vehicle, try and figure out what's going on back there. S-Power still down, knocked.
नहीं बात।
The drive-by has the information, and that he's got.
साला जोन ही नहीं बनता है बेंचोट। 14 पॉइंट ही मिले यहाँ से, 15 पॉइंट मिले। यार जोन का इतना लफड़ा है ना भाई।
Away from Mayran. E arena getting thrown a bone here, but still they have 3 players. They are not at full force. Let's see how they play this out.
Asian Vitality Club Championship potential. AG जीत जाएगी भाई।
Elongated battle that's gone on the whole map here between S2G and Olf continues. Edge guarding them coming out of the blue and keeping shots on target.
भाई इतनी गंदी किस्मत है ना, जोन ही नहीं आता है बेंचोट अपने पास।
Down to a duo, but we do say goodbye to Soul K on S2G.
गोल्ड टॉप 10 में तो आ गई।
There was some fighting over from Nonshin onto OG inside Mayran as well. They were taking pot shots at them, so a 3-man squad living on amongst that. And 4-5s consistently keeping their head on a swivel.
अरे बैंड से चार चोरों के पास जोन पता नहीं कहाँ से आ जाता है।
Yes, they got some knocks, but none of those converted into points.
S2G desperately trying to make the cross right now.
जोन का बीटी है बहुत गंदा। अबे मिड जोन घुसेड़ रहे हैं क्या ये लोग? S2G ULF के बाद
same can't be said for Ulf there, but Alula's going to continue to put the hurt on. Enigma Galaxy wanted to move.
अच्छा मैच गया था यार। जोन मिल जाता ना बस।
Still a 5-pointer on the game with the 3 players. Enigma Galaxy hold. They're on the other side to E Arena. I like this though. Actually, they've got Joker as well as Schweppes playing the northwest edge whilst
साला चार चोरों का चिकन मिल जाएगा ये।
They're looking for exit frags here, Jackie.
अगर 100 में नहीं मरता तो अपने पास एनफ टाइम होता अंदर जाने के लिए। मर गया ना वो रोटेशन में।
Clear the bag instantly off the back of a game 1 like that.
उसको मारना पड़ता है, ईए को मारना पड़ता तब जाके जोन में रोटे वो मिलती है एंट्री।
Scouting play to keep themselves at least aware of what's occurring up between the setup of 4-5s and OG. There's been a lot of noise, a lot of free info from that.
एवेंज माइनक्राफ्ट खेल रहा है ये।
Don't mind this too much. Just trying to create a little bit of a dip to play around as players will attempt to leave from Mayran. That's
ये एनएस हिट करने वाले स्मैश रो होने वाले 3 पॉइंट तो दिए उनको। ये और एनएस कर ओ भाई।
As soon as they start getting into those placement points, they get a couple more eliminations. They're set.
भाई बीच में बन जाए, भाई बीच में बन जाए, सबको जोन में आना पड़े, मजा आ जाए। अरे भैंचो भाई पूरा मुंह पे जोन है उसके। ओजी को 40 से फाइट लेना पड़ेगा। एनएस भी कुछ कर सकती है वैसे तो। ये रोटेशन दे रही है।
Enigma Galaxy might want
भाई कह रहा हूँ मैं। ओजी का विज गोड गया ले।
Loses one on a knock, not flush though. 4-5 is looking fantastic right now this game. 11 eliminations. holding a strong 2-2 split inside of Meirang, controlling both the run out from OG and scouting towards Nongshim.
FL तो मरने वाली है.
Enigma turning their attention onto Flash. You can see Swebs had already identified their setup far over.
एक ने कुछ तो किया है. उठाया क्या? अपने बंदे को उठा दिया.
That was the call for it. No raw connection from this. Spots the town on the rotate with the vehicle.
बेचारा मार रहा है, डैमेज ही मिल दे पा रहा है. जो किल नहीं आ रहे.
Trusting in his source from distance. And this is also amongst the Lula that are pushing up onto 4-5s. They knew they were fighting OG. They took a few pot shots, but now quick.
छोरा का चिकन और छोरा कौन आ गया? साले छोरा कौन सी टीम है? चोरों का चिकन आ, चोरों का बोलना. चोरों के पास बढ़िया कंपाउंड है भाई. चोरों को है ना, क्या बोलते हैं? वहाँ से OG और NS अगर वो करे ना, तभी कुछ हो सकता है.
Like you said, Schweppes identified their position very early. The shots are coming through. They don't want these points to be stolen from the players.
फंस गए.
Schweppes opens up, but
मर गए.
looks like those points might be going another way. Nongshim getting some
मर गए.
damage, just playing into that engagement between Alula as well as Flash there.
इतनी दूर नेट जाएगा भाई.
On this one though, Jackie.
अब गया. गया. बच गया.
No conversion. Ooh, bursting just in front of Satan. They've got one smoke to try and pop. Hey, this is dark.
उठा देगा ये.
Trapped in a hellish position whilst the other squads are scrapping through each other, so the lobby's starting to fill here.
नहीं, गड्ढा बन रहा है.
It's tempting for E-Arenas just to push this.
हाँ, ये मस्त बोल रहा है. मुझे लगता है मुझे हर बार. अरे नहीं भाई. पहुंच गया कर्नाटका. कुछ भी मत बोलो भाई. ये जूस चूतिया, इसको कुछ ऐसे क्या बोलते हैं, रोहन चूतिया, इसको कुछ मालूम है. अबे तू कर्नाटक क्या करने गया है? नहीं, ये रैक्विंस. अच्छा, कॉलेज वहाँ पे मिला है क्या कर्नाटक में?
Yasa will take
FL
down OG, and that's the end of Flash. I mean, Nongshim Red Force has been consistently peppering that engagement.
भाई चार चोरों का चिकन है ये.
Who's got away with the majority of the points on that one with 11.
ये चार चोरों का चिकन है भाई.
All of these squads from Nongshim and 4-5s consistently taking pot shots out, making the fights more.
कम से कम 2 बार देख चुका हूँ.
For E-Arena, if Nongshim actually keep this up in terms of a safe placement in the zone, some big plays.
भाई 4T के मुंह पे बना है.
Slightly away from their setup though, centering up around the 4-5s crew of E-Arena.
भाई उनका मुंह पे बना है.
A little bit on this.
Yeah, it's a big opportunity now for 4.
NIT सूरत कला कर्नाटक में. अच्छा.
Get a chicken dinner here. You set yourself
चल बढ़िया. मौज मार. तो बेंगलोर क्या जक मराने गया था? सीधा ही चला जाता ना.
Very cool to see both E-Arena and Nongshim Red Force.
पहले बेंगलोर गया, फिर वहाँ से तू कर्नाटक.
At the start of the day.
ट्रेन पकड़ के गया. इससे अच्छा सीधा ही सूरत कला चला जाता. सीधा ट्रेन नहीं जाती क्या? ये गया. ओ भाई क्या निकाला है भाई.
Going to match 2. Putting the worry on, requiring teams to keep tabs on them, potentially even hunt them down to keep their.
बेंगलोर इतना दूर रुका क्यों था फिर?
Because as soon as they smash, the game's finished. There's no longer any more opportunity to rectify those mistakes from previous days. You locked in where you currently stand, which is why it's such great news that are having such a big pop-off here on game 1.
OG के तो वैसे ही आधे बंदों की HP देख.
Showing that they're handy with the steal.
अब मैंगलोर से 10 किलोमीटर दूर है. आरो ने फिनिश ले लिया. आरो एक पे कैसे डाउन हो जाता है हर बार. एक भाई ऐसा मत करो मेरी जान. ओ भाई NS.
Basically a
legendary
close quarters, so in an urban finish. Disastrous result here. Hyunbin though will find R3B. So send a nade over the top immediately.
मार नेड है जो.
I was going to say that is.
अरे यार ये वाले भी.
By this time it's a bit more difficult to hit that one. But OG lose Wizgod.
बैंगलोर में एक और अरे चुप हो जा, मेरे को तेरा सुनना नहीं है.
Moves in, but it's joke from the side.
Aru
Actually finding Aru. They're consistently harassing from this outside edge. Played
Aru
down towards the south side, then just playing
around
the road, but ooh, it is time to leave now.
ये हम पे पुश आएगा. अरे एनएस 4 पे पुश करो.
For OG, it's so uncomfortable because you are just being completely cut off from all angles. The backline's covered by Eerie.
अरे OG सैंडविच है.
From 4-5s, they cannot peek in any regard.
ओए ईवन 40 पे स्मैश किया.
Okay, into the building.
अरे चुतिया भाई, क्या किया ये इसने?
Strikes first. Sweep, sweeps under the rug. Goodbye, good night. T24 with a nade from the top. He sees Joker, but it's Lord that steals it from Nigma Galaxy. Nade over onto Wizgod in the meantime, as well as Yasha falls to Hyunbin. It's all turning into carnage.
ये क्या बकचोदी करी है ये ने? भाई 2 पॉइंट चाहिए ये को स्मैश हिट करने के लिए. हो गया OG ये ने स्मैश कर दिया.
One more elimination would also do the trick. They want to get themselves up towards 5th place.
अरे एनएस के ऊपर है भाई अब जो है ना.
So awful to go into match 2 1 point away from Smash ruling.
खोद दे बेंचो.
Everyone's completely looking his way. Might have been better to hedge his bets down towards Nigma Galaxy and just try and take a one-on-one trade.
ये 4 चोर तो कंपाउंड में बैठे ही हैं बस.
Garnered on this game and how close it gets them, you'd expect them to, right?
एनएस के ऊपर है भाई. एनएस का वो मेरे को लग रहा है एनएस का खेल अलूला बिगाड़ेगी.
So it was 6 places fine. We're good.
हो गया 122.
Safe for now. That's what they needed.
अरे एनएस 40 के ऊपर जाना चूतिए.
Compound, he gave them some extra ammunition. They were having to make concessions, blank. You can see about 80 rounds of
Oh bhai.
They've been able to restock up. Non-Shin though still making plays and they got loads of ammo to spray with.
उठा सकता है, उठा देगा.
Hits onto another man. OG, you have just been trapped, taking punch after
बाहर जा.
They're punch drunk in the back line.
For non-Shin Red Force is where all the storylines converge.
अरे 40 को मारो चूतियो, हमें क्यों पकड़ रहे हो? ये का स्मैश रोल एक्टिवेट. हाँ एनएस का भी हो जाएगा अगर चिकन निकाल गई तो. एनएस घुस गई. ओ 40 का हो गए. ओ एक के ऊपर प्यारा भाई. मारो बेंचो, पकड़ के.
Leaning onto this one. AKOP's down, leaving just Wizgod. Goodness me, Nigma Galaxy still going. It's Lord of all people.
40 के 2 बंदे बचे हैं.
Top 3 now. Non-Shin Red Force ever closer.
Wizgod भी गया.
Dinner and set themselves up alongside with E-Arena at the top.
NS versus 40.
Savagery was nice to watch, but now it all goes down to the two
NS versus 40.
prime position on Rondo for so long. The duo of 4 Fribes versus the full force of Non-Shin. They charge up onto the compound. T24 top side. Zypher rearming himself. Shotgun to play with if they come charging through the door. So easy. Dashes the nade onto the lower levels. Wants to ascend up. Nade in. Masking some of the sound. So easy to peek this. Looking for the third angle. Just through the window. Catches a glimpse, but they read it right. They try and keep him pinned back. He's got to heal.
Mar.
Except why got to be a good nade through the window. Good damage off the back of that one. The burst is low.
गया. अभी बुल्ला गया. अरे 40 का चिकन नहीं आया. NS का भी भाई एक्टिवेट हो गया. NS का भी एक्टिवेट. NS और ये दोनों का एक्टिवेट हो गया स्मैश.
Non-Shin have seen red, and the aggression has come out when it's needed. Fighting harder. Pulling out huge eliminations on Rondo and still playing so consistent with their setups.
I mean, a technical back-to-back as well from yesterday. Last Miramar into first Rondo. Non-Shin is just a different beast coming into these last 2 days of finals. Especially coming off some
चिकन तो आया नहीं चुती होगा. साला एक कंपाउंड होल्ड करके बैठे बस पूरा मैच में. स्मैश रूल क्या है? कुछ नहीं है, छोड़ दे. मैं नहीं समझा रहा कुछ तेरे को।
They don't look rattled. They don't look bothered whatsoever by the sheer pressure that's on their shoulders. We know there's going to be a new champion, and Nonshin are eyeing up that trophy. They want it branded with their organization, their legacy. And if they keep this up, Lang, there is a decent chance they damn well do it.
Just fantastic stuff. Good to see Nick McGuice as well. Lord stepping up right at the
भाई एनएस और ईए का दोनों का स्मैश रूल एक्टिवेट हो चुका है। नेक्स्ट मैच ईए और एनएस में से किसी ने चिकन निकाला वो जीत जाएगा। भाई इनके सामने में जो कैमरा है वो ले ले, घर जाएगा मेरा। स्मैश रूल में अगर कोई टीम 122 क्रॉस कर दे उसने चिकन निकाला तो डायरेक्ट विनर विदाउट प्लेइंग ऑल मैचेस। यस, स्मैश रूल का मतलब ये होता है डे 2 पे जो भी टॉप की टीम रहती है उसके जो पॉइंट है। फॉर एग्जांपल कल के दिन पे टॉप की टीम थी ईए, उनके पॉइंट थे 111 112 पॉइंट थे, तो उनको प्लस 10 पॉइंट का देते हैं नेक्स्ट दिन के लिए। तो 111 प्लस 10 122 पॉइंट को स्मैश रूल का बैरियर मानते हैं। जिस टीम ने पहले 122 पॉइंट को क्रॉस किया और नेक्स्ट मैच उसमें चिकन निकाल लिया वो टीम जीत जाएगी विदाउट प्लेइंग ऑल मैचेस। दिस इज कॉल्ड स्मैश रूल। ओबीएस बोट करके घर जाएगा मेरा। किस्मत ही खराब है अपने, कम से कम 30 पॉइंटर गेम होता अगर जोन। अबे भाई अपना जोन होता ना तो अपना इजीली 30 पॉइंटर था ये। 40 पॉइंट भी जा सकता है भाई, 40 पॉइंट भी हो सकता था अगर सेकंड भी आते तो भी। ये 4 चोर जहाँ बैठे थे ना वहाँ पे अपन बैठे रहते ना, वो जो गोड लाइक वाले, इजी था, सबकी पेलते फिर। ओजी के साथ 7-8। क्या जोन रिग हो सकता है? चूतिया है क्या? ये OBS बोट करके कितने का कैमरा आता है बे?
Some players want the full PUBG Mobile experience with the richest content, all sorts of highest quality gameplays, and everything the game has to offer. For those players, PUBG Mobile will continue to be the best choice. But some players want to jump into battle faster, save more storage, and reduce the burden on their devices. That is why we are creating PUBG Mobile Lite. PUBG Mobile Lite is a lighter version of PUBG Mobile, built for players who want a faster and more flexible way to enter the battleground. The initial download is only around 1 GB on Android and under 2 GB on iOS. There is no extra mandatory package before your first match. Once the download is complete, you can load in.
अब नेक्स्ट मैच में इन दोनों में से जो चिकन निकाला ना बेंच वो जीत।
PUBG Mobile Lite more flexible. You can choose which
31,000 ओनली बोल रहा है। मेरा घर, मैं जाएगा इसमें, मेरा घर तो नहीं जाएगा, मैं जाएगा इसमें।
At the same time, PUBG Mobile Lite is still connected to the PUBG Mobile experience. The classic Erangel map, supplies, and core combat are designed to match PUBG Mobile.
साले 18,000 का आ रहा है, कहाँ 30,000 बोल रहा है?
Authentic and uncompromised. If you already have a PUBG Mobile account, you can log in with it on PUBG Mobile Lite. Your own items can carry over, so you can continue using the
18,000 का घर जाएंगे, मैं जाएगा इसमें। EMI पे, EMI का पैसा कौन देगा?
your squad can stay
चूतिया।
together with no social barrier. Going forward, PUBG Mobile Lite will stay updated.
इससे अच्छा मैं एक चेयर ले लूंगा और सस्ता सा एक अच्छा कैमरा ले लूंगा जिसकी क्वालिटी ठीक हो।
We are targeting on official launch PUBG Mobile Lite later this year.
अरे PUBG Lite आ रहा है।
For more updates, and you can pre-register in the store from August.
ये बोल तो रहा है।
Whether you are discovering PUBG Mobile for the first time or returning to the battleground, we are excited to welcome you to.
ये लोग यूज कर रहे हैं, वो बोल रहा है साले।
Chicken dinner. See you on the battleground.
तू तो बोल के चला जाएगा, मैं कहाँ से ले आके आऊँगा?
We will see you on the battleground. PUBG Mobile Lite pre-register August 25th. I'm excited for it, Max. I know you'll probably end up making a video about it on your Instagram, which is what? Remind me again?
It's Maxman Cast right now on Instagram. But no, I get comments, I'm not joking, Seven, every single day about PUBG Mobile Lite. When is it coming back? When is it going to get an update? It's getting an update later this year. Oh my goodness, the world.
अबे चार चोरों क्या तुमको हर जगह घुसने का रहता है क्या?
100%. I'm excited for it. Hopefully you guys are. But I'm excited.
वो देख ना पीछे में बैठे हुए.
We just had here because E-Arena definitely able to cross that threshold for being in the smash zone.
I mean, they truly analysed the situation. They had every opportunity to get rid of NGX from that, I guess, southern side of zone, but no, they kind of already knew that they did enough to hit the threshold.
खुद ही नेट से पड़ी है दल्ला. गोल्ड लाइक के 15 किल है भाई, सोचो.
Quite a bit of line of sight on them, their position in zone, but incredibly calculated from
पता है जो यहाँ से भी 15 पॉइंट लेके गए, लास्ट जोन तक भी 16 एलिमिनेशन मिले. गोल्ड लाइक ने 15 पहले ही फेल लेते हैं.
Aggressiveness out of this team, and boy did we get it.
Boy did we get it. 4 Thrives coming in hot.
सोच गोल्ड लाइक के 15 किल थे उस टाइम पे.
Did they slow down just slightly when I would have liked them to be a little bit more aggressive onto OG, onto some of those other teams, you know, as the zone started closing up?
हाँ तो मिलेगा ही ना, तो किल थे ना उनके. अरे मैं वही तो कह रहा हूँ, गोल्ड लाइक के इनसे मरी. गोल्ड लाइक कितने पहले मरी थी? 5वें स्टेज में मर गई थी. 5वें 6ठे स्टेज पे तब 15 किल थे उनके. अगर वो एंट्री हो जाती ना इन चोरों की तो मार देते. जस्ट इमेजिन 31 के 64 कैमरा. अरे भाई उनके लिए तो सस्ता पड़ता होगा ना. इंडिया में महंगा, उधर तो सस्ता है होगा.
Putting up the numbers, performing for this squad and clutching up, but we also got to talk about Notch and Red Force because they were the winners of this match, Max, and they played that out perfectly, and I think they might have been able to also pass that threshold.
Yeah, like of course GG4 Thrives, but Notch and Red Force doing so much parkour in the city, swiping every other team under the rug, and actually they're trying to aim for 122. I believe they did make it. We'll check out the leaderboards very soon. But Notch and Red Force.
Viper balance, kills और placement point ये वो होता था आराम. अरे मेरे भाई मैं वही तो कह रहा हूँ. सोच 5वें जोन के बाद अपन मर गए थे. 5वें स्टेज के बाद तब अपने 15 किल थे. अगर ये 4 चोरों वाला कंपाउंड गोल्ड लाइक के पास होता ना, इजीली 40 किल था. इजीली 40 पॉइंटर मारते. 40 पॉइंटर मारते.
This squad has absolutely nothing to lose, Slays, because they were going after elimination. Actually, before we even talk about Godlike, I want to see what the overall is looking like, where the teams are currently standing. How
ये चोरों को हटा दे. अरे भाई ये लोग है ना एक
with 123 points. Now we have 2 teams that are able to win in the next match.
अबे नहीं, दोनों का हुआ है.
By the way, E-Arena should also be colored, I'm pretty sure, because they are also in the smash zone. You just need to get above or tie 122 points. So if Notch and Red Force or E-Arena now lays get a chicken dinner.
अबे वो खुद बोल रहा है. एने और लीए में से कोई दोनों ने चिकन डिनर लिया तो जीत जाएंगे. खुद बोल रहा है वो. 122 है.
40 placement points. E-Arena with 34.
122 है.
Every opportunity and drive to be able to
placement point का खेल ही कम है. Yo, did I learn
a little bit about Godlike, which I know is on the second page, and the reason we want to highlight that is because they were sort of sitting more.
Yeah, भाई top 10 में आ गए लड़कों.
10 eliminations early game. Another 4 as they sort of rotate in.
भाई elimination point देखो 57 और placement देखो सबसे कम है अपना.
The team to bring them back in, but I want to give like a kind of a little special shout.
Headshot भाई gold like 10 शोध मजा आ गया.
Of a game 2, I think it was about 7 eliminations.
मजा आ गया.
Themselves, and they were able to sort of scout and hold that, and just getting like that 15.
और Orangutan भी 13 पे आ गई. क्या बात है.
Is insanity, especially from where they were sitting earlier today.
But I want to check real quick the rankings. We did see for a quick second there. 11 points away for 4 Thrives now. Jumping around from the middle pack. 11 points away from top 3. The comeback is happening.
This is what I keep saying. This is
4 Thrives comeback. 4 Thrives comeback. 4 Thrives comeback.
यार घंटे का 3 Erangel अभी तो तेरी रंगल है भाई.
If you want to check that out, go to my Instagram at the SMWG. But we're now seeing the races.
ये ले दो smash.
You see 4 Thrives 23 points away, which this is a perfect start for that team, getting more than 15 eliminations, getting in
Top 5 आ सकते हैं क्या?
Now they are just 23 points away, and if we know
आ सकते हैं अगर ऐसे पॉइंट निकालते रहे तो.
with what we have seen out of them in PMWC,
हर मैच 10-15 10-15.
they could make it in the next match as long as one of the two teams at the top don't end up winning it.
Well, exactly, yeah. So this is the case. This is the scenario where, you know, neither of those teams, Nongshim or Arena, they don't win next match. We do.
अरे ये 4 चोरों को पकड़ोगे, इनको भी 22 पॉइंट चाहिए.
Are allowed another good win. I say allowed because we don't want any hot dropping going on. They might get targeted. You never know. However, if they're allowed one more game, if we do go into game 3, 4 Thrives need another top 5. They need another several points.
Top 1 चुप हो जा.
Eliminations. There we go. Another few of those, and they are in Smash ruling. They are a contender, and they could just do a back-to-back global win.
And I think we did end up getting today, Maxman. I think we might have gotten a Maxman grenade of the day.
Oh, really? Did we now? It's time for your favorite segment of the day. It's Maxman's grenade of today. Let's check it out. Which play's going to be here? It's going to be in the city. This 4 Thrives. It's Falak over there looking for a KOP. He gets it done right away. The man is an absolute menace. But he's
भाई एक KOP का grenade था वो.
Oh.
Give him a boom boom back to the lobby. It's Max grenade of the day.
अबे तू पागल है क्या? तू पॉइंट्स टेबल नहीं देख रहा है क्या? Requins.
I mean, overall, it's a great start here for the final day of PMWC at EWC 26. A great performance out of those teams that we were expecting a good performance out of, right? We talked about already Arena having to do what they needed to do. Now Nongshim being able to show up when they needed to show up, starting off great here with the win as well. One thing that we do need to talk about is possibly this team's being targeted. When I say being targeted, I don't mean getting a hot drop right away, but we are going to be looking at those rotations, because if we look at Arena has 2 wins so far this PMWC in Erangel, and in the
टॉप 3 इम्पॉसिबल. अगर हम स्मैश रूल से जीतने की कोशिश करें भाई, स्मैश रूल 122 का है, अपना 70 पॉइंट है, अपने को 60 पॉइंट और चाहिए, 50 पॉइंट और चाहिए. अपने अभी फिलहाल 70 के करीब पॉइंट है. 122 करने के लिए 50+ पॉइंट चाहिए अपने को. कहाँ से भाई?
But of course, that's if the Arena get a win, or if Nongshim Red Force get a win. But if Tura, we got to keep in mind, it's not Rondo anymore. It's no.
Smash rule पहुंचना ही मुश्किल है भाई.
Not currently in the Smash zone, it's going to be even more complicated for them to reach 122 points.
Oh, absolutely. And then you've got, you know, when we've seen this a lot of times in, you know, Smash ruling last day, all of this sort of stuff, you do tend to see other teams actually go ahead and change their drop location to avoid getting targeted. But you're right, Seven, right? We are going to be looking at those rotations. We need 4 Thrives, we need Nongshim, we need E-Arena, we need Enigma Galaxy as well. All of those teams. Aurora did not have a good game at all, so they're still chasing that. They need to make sure their rotations are on point, that they might change them a little bit just to avoid eliminations. Right now, it is now or never. We got 2 teams in Smash ruling. You do not want to take any chances going out early.
You're gonna have to use those spidey senses if you're currently at the top. If you're 4 Thrives, you want to continue your frag out. Here you go. You can actually have it back now. Thanks so much for letting me borrow. If you're some of the other teams, E-Arena, Nongshim, you gotta watch out for everything going on your way. And I know right now around the arena, we do have a special guest crawling by.
अगर 40 पॉइंट आ जाते तो सोच सकते थे विन का. ऑब्वियसली भाई 16 रोंडो में ही तो कर सकते थे हम 40 पॉइंटर, बट मैं जो किस्मत इतनी खराब है क्या है.
But it wouldn't be Spider-Man without the powers. So you can grab Peter Parker's gloves and you can web swing your way around the city, or you can even use your webs in combat to slow down or trap your opponents. And of course, there's so much to discover beyond the fights.
स्मैश रूल है क्या? अबे नमूना है क्या? तो थोड़ा सा समझा तो दिया तेरे को। स्मैश रूल है क्या? पागल हो रखा है। 5 बार समझा चुका हूँ। रैक्वेस्ट मस्ती मत कर। 5 बार समझा चुका हूँ स्मैश रूल क्या होता है। ध्यान से सुन ले, अब मारूंगा समझा। स्मैश रूल ये होता है डे 2 के ऊपर जो भी टॉप की टीम रहती है उसके जितने पॉइंट्स होते हैं अगले दिन +10 करके वो होता है स्मैश पॉइंट। फॉर एग्जांपल कल के दिन पे ईए के पॉइंट थे 112 पॉइंट है, ठीक है। तो आज के दिन पे +10 पॉइंट मतलब 122 पॉइंट हो गया स्मैश पॉइंट्स। उस 122 पॉइंट को जो टीम ब्रेक करेगी वो टीम अगर नेक्स्ट मैच में चिकन निकालती है वो टीम जीत जाएगी। उसको बोलते हैं स्मैश रूल। साला पागल। अरे आवाज लो है, मारूंगा थप्पड़। चिल्ला चिल्ला के बोल रहा हूँ मैं।
He's going to be handing out PUBG Mobile merch in and amongst the arena. So make some noise for Spider-Man!
Spider-Man! अबे ये पागल है भाई। रैक्विंस 5 बार समझा चुका हूँ मैं। अरे क्रॉन्टन भाई।
Good to see the heroes back in action on every single front, from Spider-Man to Hyunbin.
अरे मेरे मोबाइल की लो है तो चूते तेरी गलती है, मेरी गलती थोड़ी ना है भाई। 97 भी हो गया तो अगले मैच में 22 जैसा लेना पड़ेगा। पर मेरी जान टोन भाई 92 करने के लिए 20 पॉइंट्स का चिकन निकालना पड़ेगा। 20 पॉइंट्स का चिकन निकालना पड़ेगा ना। चिकन निकालना इजी नहीं है ना, दिक्कत वो है।
Is the perfect word because Rondo did not disappoint. Yeah, we got smart.
सब लोग होते हैं रूम में, आवाज थोड़ा। एक ईयरफोन नाम की चीज बनाई है भगवान ने, इसको ईयरफोन नाम का चीज बनाया, उसको लगा लेना। गरीबों में क्या फर्क है। अब ध्रुव को समझा रहा। अच्छा 10 पॉइंट का चिकन, कोई फायदा नहीं होने वाला। इरेंगल वही ना, इरेंगल में बहुत मुश्किल होता है 30 पॉइंटर निकालना भाई, और वो भी इस लोग में 30 पॉइंटर बहुत रेयर। 15, 17, 20 पॉइंट भी मैक्स हो जाता है।
This match and join them. So if we don't get one of those smash chicken dinners, it is going to get hotter and hotter as the day goes on, because I don't think we're only going to see 2 teams breaking that barrier today.
Yeah, I'm glad we were able to get on the cast here for it to at least cast one game, right?
Absolutely.
This is absolutely insane here. My hopes and dreams are coming true. Could we see 6, 7 teams in the Smash Zone with one single squad that could win it? That would be insane. At the same time, though, right? You gotta stop these 2 squads, because if E-Arena or Noxian Red Force win right here, that's it. This tournament is over.
अलोला वालों के पास जर्सी, बॉटम वालों के पास न्यू जर्सी। तेरे को बड़ा पता है।
Hey man, I caught Coach Pecco for Enigma Galaxy on the walk over to the caster booth just now, and he was saying, I asked him, hey, you gonna target? And he was like, if we know it's them, things might get a little bit nicer. Hey, you know, I can't say, but yeah, I feel like that is the sort of situation where teams who are certainly below those top 2 will really hard commit if they find one of these.
Board like 72 है.
Party targeting will definitely be high on the menu for a lot of these teams.
It has to be. It really does. I got a chance to talk to Knight, as a matter of fact, the coach from Pubg, because in Brazil, these guys have had so much practice when it comes to the Smash ruling. Pubg themselves have smashed in multiple of their regional tournaments. So I was talking to them. I was like,
इनके तो तीनों दिन किस्मत इतनी वो थी ना.
If you see a couple teams in the Smash zone, will you guys go out of your way to take them out? And they said,
5 मैच है बस, 5 मैच नहीं है अभी. जब तक कोई स्मैश तो जीतेगा नहीं तब तक चलता रहेगा, है ना? वो ऐसा ही है ना?
We're gonna do it, right? So even if it's a crash and we lose the fight, we're taking a couple of those players with us. So the whole
वाइटलिटी चढ़ जाओ इसके ऊपर 40 के ऊपर.
to move up the leaderboards, there are massive jumps in prize pools as we go from 3rd, 4th, 5th place. So you want to be able to stay in this tournament as long as possible, and this one's going to be a fun one. We got a nice
भाई क्या गंदा सर्कल है.
I don't know about nice. It's certainly an eastern circle though. It's
ये वाले कहाँ पे है?
towards Milta, east of it, and Milta Power. Lipovka's in there as well. A lot of water here, Jukes. So that is going to be tricky to navigate. Nigma Galaxy will not be getting hot drop currently, but Ulf might try and step in.
अरे ईडा का गया.
With Tianba over on the western side, a very, very close drop.
And of course we got our big threat in the lobby on a bike, finally finding a vehicle here. And they're going to go ahead and be looting all this north side of Georgeville Hospital area. बस अब थोड़े-थोड़े पॉइंट लेकर एटलीस्ट एक रेस्पेक्टिव पोजीशन आ जाए बस. जीतना तो पॉसिबल नहीं है बहुत, मतलब पहला दिन अपना बहुत ज्यादा ही खराब गया था. दूसरा दिन किल्स के मामले में अच्छा गया था, बट एक चिकन मिला, बट पोजीशन पॉइंट बहुत कम मिले अपने को.
A lot of teams looking to put pressure on.
अरे भाई M24
between Ida and Tiamba is still popping
Ida बाहर.
This is an adjustment from Ida.
Ida बाहर.
This way with the plane path as south as it was, they are going to get stuck straight.
Ida बाहर भाई, Ida बाहर.
Tiamba, and neither team is looking super happy about it. Aceeking on the inside of the building. Swain on the top floor now has Eagle to contend with as well. Drops a nade down to the ground floor. He tries to fend off the remaining two players. QZZ unlikely to get picked back up here. Does bleed out in the end. And a step forward. Swain rebuffs. One more barrel, but it's not enough to blast it. Tiamba survived, but with only two players, and Horror can just move in and maybe just sweep this one through. A very strange hot drop coming through over on Gakka.
Terrible. I mean, honestly, Ida's disrupted this lobby so much, and Tiamba stated. Now down to just two single players. Out, just desperate, trying to do something for his squad, and Eagle is just standing still, just saying, like, not like this.
Eagle,
like this.
Horror have been a little bit quieter during the course of these finals. Not the fans, that is. The fans have been plenty loud, and we've loved it, but they haven't quite had the performance that we were maybe expecting from them coming into the games in these finals. It's not going to be enough. I don't see them catching up when we've already got two teams in that smash zone. It is a bit unfortunate. It is not great, but they can look pretty good in game. We know that. And one of the ways that you can look good in game at home is with the Naruto skins. Make sure you're heading into game to pick up the character sets, the Ninetales Fury org, and you can look as good as anyone taking on those ninja challenges.
Yeah, get that ninjutsu going. And honestly, yeah, it seems like Aura, OG, they're going to need to bust some of that out if they want to be able to make a crazy run for it. Mathematically, it is still possible, right? If Aura, they start with 3, they're going to need a 20-point game here, a 20-point game in the next one, and maybe even another one after that.
It's triple back-to-back.
It's triple back-to-backs, you know what I'm saying? We still have enough games to do it. It's just going to be tough, especially considering that you got... There's going to be quite a few teams in that smash zone very, very quickly here. That's if this game even continues on after this one.
अगर इसमें अगर सोच 6 मैच तक कोई टीम अगर स्मैश रूल पे जीत नहीं पाई तो 7वां मैच भी होगा.
Later into this tournament, the desperation is going to raise tremendously, right? So these teams in the mid pack are going to even start playing hyper aggressive because they're going to know, right? Their coaches are going to tell them, "Hey man, look, you made it all the way over here to Paris, all right? You either get 20 points or this was all for nothing at a certain point, right?"
Well, that's, I mean, there's still placements on the line and all of that sort of thing. I'm just looking at the map at the moment and I'm seeing that
मुझे लगता है अगर इंडियन
enlighten the rest of the lobby.
अरे अपने पे तो जोन ही एक मैच में बना है जिसमें चिकन आया था, बाकी किसी में जोन फेवर नहीं
हुआ. For Nongshim, as they did not fully or firmly hold the bridge against Alula, so that crossing does come through. And that central glut of teams, and now they start to take shots. Alula in the
पॉइंट से विन है. अच्छा, तो फिर स्मैश रूल क्यों रखा इन चूतियों ने? जब विन ही ऐसा करना है तो.
And there's the flush. Nongshim Red Force extract the first point.
Wow. Okay, so they end up getting a point on that.
तो क्या फायदा फिर स्मैश रूल क्यों किया इन्होंने?
Are in this next circle, down a player.
तो फिर वही तो कह रहा हूँ, स्मैश रूल क्यों किया? सीधा से साधा 6 मैच 6 करते, लास्ट में जो टॉप पे था वो जीत जाता, खत्म बात. ये क्या मस्त का? अरे जैंत में अरे नहीं भाई, 6ठे मैच में अगर कोई नहीं जीता तो जिसका फर्स्ट पे है ना वही जीतेगा. बहुत वे से जीत सकता है. क्या फायदा फिर? बहुत वे तो ये तो चुतिया पा है ना स्मैश रोल वाला. फिर तो
caused some problems. Vitality are actually holding the west bridge.
स्मैश रूल से तो बस वो है ना कि कोई नहीं जीता तो टॉप पे रहेगा वो जीतेगा. स्मैश रूल से तो कोई भी जीत सकता है. तो चुतिया पे है. ओह हेड पड़ा.
Gonna be tough here as you got some pretty wild rotations here. Speaking of wild rotations, we got Enigma Galaxy rocking their 2-2 split.
The same again.
Same again. You know, I actually talked to Ralph a little earlier this morning.
अब इस मैच में अरोरा
You know, it's worked for us in the past.
आ जाएगा ना.
We've noticed that on the
पता
west
नहीं.
side had a little bit of unluck with some pretty crazy pushes. But
अरोरा को चिकन चाहिए भाई.
I mean, they did win a chicken dinner from a circle similar to this, on a rotation similar to this. Obviously, it was a different lobby. It was a different time. We were different people, Jukes. We were so much younger.
We've grown so much.
Yeah, exactly. We've come so far, but they're going to look for that regroup at some point. Getting through for that regroup is really the difficult part that we've seen for Enigma Galaxy on this regroup rotation. Getting through the glut of teams right now, I'm not too sure how that's going to work. They may have to go on the boat, maybe head up all the way north of the Pubg and go all the way around. That would be, I mean, maybe not sensible, but possible, certainly. It's difficult, and they are going to get on the road right now to see what they can find. E-Arena are also starting their move in from South George. As we can see, we're on board of them, just passing the north side of school to head towards the center of this circle as it centers up on that Milter Hill near prison and mansion.
Rotations are coming as we are zooming in to Erangel. What kind of circle are we going to get here? All right, just beautiful center up. Very typical. A lot of these teams were expecting this, and they got it. Now you see Enigma Galaxy, right? They're going to be on both sides of this circle. It's going to be very difficult for them to get to their teammates here, so we'll see how this pays off. But we still got some teams still trying to get in this zone. E-Arena pushing in super late because they land over there in North George. Aura still in Severny. And you got Vitality going on the other bridge here, so they're going to be super late in the circle as well.
Yeah, Vitality's still on the west bridge. I don't like it. I think this is way too long. You're overcommitting. No one's turned up. Not too sure what the game plan was for Vitality.
God like की लगने वाली है. देखना पड़ेगा. ये वाले नहीं जाएंगे भाई. ये को पता है अपने भी गन पावर है भाई. ये को चिकन चाहिए. ये कान मस्ती करने नहीं जाएगी. ये मस्ती करने नहीं जाएगी God like के पास. अपने पास हारने के लिए ओए वेस गॉड ने किल चुरा लिया. बहुत बढ़िया. वेस गॉड ने किल उठा लिया. ठीक है. हो रहा मजे में. हो रहा Aceeking और चैट कुछ पूछना भाई. व्हाट्सएप पे मैसेज कर दे या फिर इसमें पूछ ले. अगर कुछ ज्यादा पर्सनल है तो व्हाट्सएप पे कर दे ना. तेरा वो वाला सीन क्या हुआ? वो वाला समझ रहा कौन सा वाला? बात हुई फिर तेरी उससे?
And our teams will look to try and slip that. This is a replay on Lord getting knocked. You can see he drove up. It was actually the hop out that got him. He'd already taken enough damage and hadn't slowed down enough.
और जो फिर मिलना है.
Kept that momentum and it was the full.
1 month no salary, second month 8K फिर 20K. ये कैसा बेंचो सैलरी? पहला महीना कुछ सैलरी, दूसरे मंथ में 8,000 और तीसरे मंथ में 20,000. ये क्या बात हुई? ये क्या सैलरी हुई भाई? सैलरी तो पहले मंथ से ही दो भाई. ये क्या है? क्या करूं बिकॉज डोमेन जो मैं चाहता वो मिला है. अगर तेरे को पसंद है तो ले ले भाई. अगर तेरे को गेम टेस्टर हूँ. अरे यार ये तो मेरे को भी दिला दे भाई. गेम टेस्टर वाली. पूरे दिन गेम खेलना है मेरे को. मजा आता है भाई. गेम टेस्टिंग वाली सबसे बेस्ट डोमेन है भाई. पूरे दिन बैठ के गेम खेलो. क्या पता. ये कह रहा है मेरे को पहले महीने कुछ नहीं देगा, दूसरे महीने 8,000, तीसरे महीने 20,000. मैं बोला ये क्या है बेंच.
Nice center up.
पता नहीं.
Arena are going to be over there in Lipovka, so they're going to have to fight their way.
ओजी छोड़ 4 चोरों को पकड़ो.
It is a vice script right now.
Honestly गेम खेलते. अरे मेरे को भी दिला ना फिर ऐसा. मैं भी आ जाऊंगा अहमदाबाद. शायद.
They had 4, right? It is what it is. But you got team.
अरे जोश मेरे को भी दिला ना ये वाले तो यार.
It's a very, very strong spot. They can be able to hold a lot of real estate there.
That's true over on the east side, but I feel like they do need to move into the west.
4 चोर नहीं आएगा रे फाइट लेना. उनको भी 20-22 पॉइंट मारना है.
They have to transition forward.
अब उनका कैंपिंग देखना तुम बस.
Sort of in front of them is viable.
जो अहमदाबाद में हाल.
Against teams up on the north, especially if you get crashed, multiple angles can crash onto it as well. So a little bit tenuous when you have to leave that ridge line.
तेरा ओपिनियन नहीं चाहिए. देख अगर तेरे को डोमेन पसंद है ले ले. सैलरी कितनी है? 20,000 के बाद बढ़ेगी नहीं बढ़ेगी या सिर्फ 20,000 ही है? क्योंकि तू तो अहमदाबाद में ना तो तेरे लिए तो एनफ ही होगी ना. अब मेरा जैसा कोई बंदा आएगा मेरा 20,000 में अहमदाबाद में कुछ नहीं होने वाला. आधा तो बेंच पीजी के खर्चे में चला जाएगा. अभी अहमदाबाद में कौन से कंपनी में? अगर मैं कहीं शिफ्ट कर रहा हूँ तो मेरे को कम से कम 30-35 तो चाहिए रहेंगे भाई. उससे कम तो होगा ही नहीं कुछ है ना भाई अक्षम. अगर मैं कहीं पे री उठा के जा रहा हूँ तो और वर्क फ्रॉम होम है बेस्ट है फिर तो कर ले. क्या दिक्कत है? अरे वाइटलिटी वर्सेस गोल्ड लाइक.
We'll see how Nongshim, who definitely learned from that, if they're going to replicate it or play the game that got them here in the
अरे 4 चोर भी है रे.
In that last match were able to
3 मंथ बाद मैक देंगे. अरे पर वो तो आसपास भी ले लेंगे ना. कौन सा मैक देंगे वो भी तो पता होना चाहिए. पुराना वाला मैक पकड़ा दिया और खुश हो गए फिर क्या फायदा मेरी जान.
Area on the east side of them, they're gonna have to pick a direction and commit towards vitality. May be a good idea to start, but you've got godlike behind that, and maybe Ulf on the top, on the lip of those prison cliffs could be a target as well. But either way,
3 मंथ कर ले. पैसा नहीं दिया तो मैक रख लेना.
I can't lie, I'm so hyped for Godlike right now after seeing that.
अरे हाँ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट होगा ना. कॉन्ट्रैक्ट साइन होता है भाई. बातचीत पे कुछ नहीं होता. कॉन्ट्रैक्ट साइन होता है इन सब चीजों में. मैं तो करने कहूँगा मैं वर्क फ्रॉम होम.
If they do, it would be the comeback of a lifetime. You know that their fans are excited. They're hyped up.
Oh yeah.
Waiting for this next zone.
Oh.
Going over to the northeast side.
FL.
Which team gets blessed here, John?
Team Arena on the north side, on that road down from Lipovka. It helps them out. I wouldn't say blessed though. I feel like
Good luck किधर है?
in a little bit of a dangerous position, especially.
गोल्ड लाइक वर्सेस ओजी फिर फाइट होगी.
That could be dangerous. That could be trouble. As Coops takes a knock in the meantime as well on the south side, bleeding out another player.
अरे मैं बोल रहा हूँ अगर तेरे को सैलरी नहीं दिया तो मैक ले लियो. बोलना मैं मैक रख रहा हूँ. खत्म. सैलरी दे मैक ले ले. बता रहा हूँ ना मैं ऐसा.
On that northeast side, it's exactly what you highlighted, right? That ridge line, the buildings in front of it, really, really good.
फिर वो वीडियो बनाना पड़ेगा. खेलना के बाद अरोरा अरोरा वर्सेस 40 का. हाँ कि यहाँ कोई. अरे गया 2 बंदे गए. अरे बाहर हो गई. 0 पे निगम में बढ़िया है. अरे बाहर हो गई. 4 चोर को वो नहीं मिला ना कैंप करने के लिए कुछ जगह. बाहर हो जाती है. 2 दिन इनके इतने किस्मत से गए हैं ना भाई.
will do a lot of damage to them, but S2G managed to weather that storm. A lot of damage across the board.
अरे गोल्ड लाइक का भी क्या गया. एडमिनो गया. एडमिनो भाई कहाँ लड़ रहा है. S2G वर्सेस OG.
That are putting up some points on the board. They end up getting 1. Kamikaze on the other end. Now finally Thankfully, the fight has calmed down, but this is a battle for the central position in this circle.
I mean, this is another team, S2G, who is within reach of that smash point barrier up to 122. But
ना सेव गेल रे चिकन निकाल सकता है नहीं एक बंदा गया यार एडमिनो कहां मर गया यार 4 मैन तो कभी अपन छठे सर्कल तक गए ही नहीं
11 more teams alive as a solo kamikaze.
चार चोर गए
Has he got something magic?
गए चोर गए
I do
साढ़े
not think so. Which is going to leave Aurora to really be the only challengers to that smash point duo.
And Aurora are definitely a threat. That's for
अरे
sure.
मान्य भी ओजी वर्सेस गॉड लाइक क्या चल रहा है ये एस पावर वर्सेस ओजी साला कल से लड़ रहे हैं आपस में ये बेंच एस पावर गया अकेला बचा है एक बचा है खाली हो रही है थर्ड पार्टी करने हो रही है
Ridgeline there on the shoreline. But Mormon's been spotted. Okay, Sky is still going. And the arena not safe yet, not out of the woods. It's Godlike and
मान्या गया
Orangutan still continue to clash. Up the stairs, Godlike.
Oh, Raise God.
You want to take one down and the arena fall. Only one team can stop it all now.
NS
With a big opportunity on the
NS के पास अपॉर्चुनिटी है भाई अबे एनएस के पास अपॉर्चुनिटी मैंने तो अपने ही बंदे फाइट ले लेते हैं सोचो कल से हो रहा है ये एनएस का चिकन हो सकता है
Ooh, a big south shift and Alola are looking tasty for Nongshim. Look, they're already in those vehicles. XZY wanting to keep Overwatch on the angle as well.
एनएस खत्म करेगा एनएस का चिकन है ये एनएस का चिकन है ये जोन में बैठे हैं भाई कंपाउंड लेके
on the north side of this next part of the circle.
जोन में तो नहीं है आगे आना पड़ेगा
Orangutan also needs to conclude and try and find a way down the hill. The Deadwood is so hard to navigate though. There are these really tricky defilades and there are players lying.
एनएस कितना सेफ खेल रही है obviously खेलेगी ना
You can see Nongshim Red Force. They don't want to give away
अरे हो रहा है वर्सेस गॉड लाइक
know where they're at right now, so they're playing it very, very quietly. So take a look at this replay. Schweppes, popping him out the vehicle, but the crash from Aura so strong here, and they shut down.
No NS chicken, NS का चिकन आ सकता है मेरी जान. फ्यूरिया क्या बोलते हैं? Aurora और NS.
Doesn't mean they can't win it all next match. They are still in the smash boundary.
Yes, they are.
So even if Nongshim get 30 points and don't win the chicken dinner, they could still take it all away with a 0 E-limit.
Aurora want to put themselves in the smash zone here now, though.
Oh, yeah.
Here they go. They're going to start pushing, trying to find a position. They got the Wizard Tower. Are they going to take it? Nope, pass it up. And just
Wizard Tower. साले Clash of Clans चल रहा है क्या Wizard Tower?
Got to be careful though with those shots from Flash.
Yeah, there's
throwing down some smoke. I like how they put one vehicle in front of the other, so they at least sacrificed one, but they should be able to hold on to at least another one here in a second.
एनएस अगर एक किल चिकन निकालेगा तो भी चलेगा हाँ 0 किल चिकन भी निकालेगा तो भी चलेगा
fairly quickly. Someone is going to look to crash Team Flash. I can guarantee you that at some point in this match.
Yeah.
But it may be a little bit longer than we were anticipating. I mean, as I said, the Deadwoods have a lot of those defilades, the hills that slope down from the top of this ridgeline. This tree cover has a lot of rocks to play around. You can sort of stutter your way forwards a little bit. But later on, you're going to have to find something. Oh, spot over onto Doc. They know who they're fighting now.
Well, they will once that thirst happens.
There it is.
And there it is. So now they know 100%. Nongshim Red Force is right here. Aurora are going to put every single amount of their resources to make sure they can stop them.
It may well be worth it with all the teams around them going down fairly quickly. Just
देने दे
waiting for Nongshim to
ओजी वर्सेस गॉड लाइक हो गई थी 3 किल उठा गए ओजी वाले
They may look to try and just block the road.
4 किल ओजी के
in the face.
गॉड लाइक को एक ही पॉइंट मिला कोई नहीं
in match number 2 today, match 14 on the series.
अपना एरेंगल कब अच्छा जाएगा बे
for Nongshim to get. They're in a really tough spot here. They are on the edge of the circle. That broken wall is covering them for now, but this next zone is going to make things interesting.
अरे गया
Go with a huge battle. It's Fudia versus OG. Fudia in 8th place right here. They need the win. Oh, that nade looks good. That should get a confirmation. It doesn't. Some way, somehow. Bad nade there, but all of a sudden
क्या फाइट कर रहे हैं?
Some knock. Silence is going to go into the building, eating some blue zone. Beauty are getting peppered.
Ooh.
He gets away with just 1 HP.
Oh, Wizgod steps out. He's looking for more. He's got the shotgun shells under the car. The blue zone's ticking, but it's
क्या निकाला है बे?
But now Horror here, and he's got a sliver of HP to play around with. They'll know he's here, and Fear rolls over the top of the hill. Wizgod, what? He didn't see him. He'll should hear that. No! With his back to it. Will take the shot, but not find the knock.
कोई नहीं. एंटी. क्या निकाला है भाई वेस्टगॉड ने? अरे एनएस को पकड़ो भाई, एफएल वालो. गिराया. एफएल पकड़ेगी एनएस को. अरोरा भी मारेगी. तीनों तरफ से चटनी बनेगी इसकी. एनएस की चटनी बनेगी. 1v4 कर दिया मैच फ्यूरिया को. गया. एनएस सैंडविच है बे. सैंडविच एनएस सैंडविच है.
Aurora throwing an absolute bombardment onto Nongshim Red Force. They know they're the threat. They're going to use every single piece of utility they have to finish this team off once and for all. Not able to find those formations. Vehicles are getting moved out the way, though. That's the coverage that Nongshim Red Force desperately need. Looks like they're playing a little game of ping pong with that car.
Ooh, but Aurora starting to suffer as well. They have to move forwards, and now they're in the firing line of Team Flash. It may well be enough to stop Nongshim from winning the game, though, and that seems to be what they were trying to bid for. All the while, by the way, Kamikaze is still alive, so can't discount him just yet for getting the point.
अरे लूला वाला भी मार सकता है.
It'll be a very long road, though. Hyunbin, and so easy now.
खत्म Aurora बार.
Final blow struck to the heart of Aurora, who draw their game out on 1-13.
अरे ओरा ने पकड़ा एनएस का. खत्म एनएस बार. नो स्मैश. S2G का भी एक बंदा बचा है. एफएल सपोर्ट कर रही है. नो स्मैश. S2G को भी भाई अभी 10 पॉइंट चाहिए.
This is a golden opportunity to jump up placement points, to jump up and get a little bit more cash under the belt.
बोला था ना नेड होगा पे. वो तो मेरे को भी पता है नेड होगा. S2G भी बैठी है भाई.
S2G do have the slimmest of
Guys, make sure to like the stream. फटाफट से like कर दो तुम.
grab some third party points off a fight that Team Flash has.
Yeah, he's just trying to sneak it enough points to sneak his team into that smash zone. Any point matters, though. I really got to give some major love, though, to Aura. Look at them. 13 eliminations. This team is trying to make a comeback of a lifetime, and this is how you do it. Got to get this win, though. Anything less.
अब Aura का चिकन है. Aura को नीचे आना पड़ेगा ना. Aura को नीचे आना पड़ेगा.
Even when you do get it, it's still a long road for them to try and find. For Kamikaze, he needs
दो बंदे बचे, चारों बचे
points on this match. Those can come from either increasing placements or getting eliminations to join that smash point bubble. But this next circle comes in, it's not going to have any in it.
ले नीचे आना है.
Flash into two of their, or well, into a few of their locations.
Kamikaze.
Like they've spotted him. Kamikaze is there.
गया.
He's put down, and no longer do we have that storyline. The battle at the bottom of the tables.
क्या पता वो रिपेयर वाला हो उनके पास.
This is huge. Everyone's trying to move up their placement here. Like again, this is a massive prize pool. Every single placement up is big money in the bank. Aura, though, this is the game of
Dog's flat में कुछ तो होगा. Aura and Flash में से.
Gets your squad excited, gets them pumped up to finally start putting everything on the line.
है ना 2-2 3-3 व्हीकल है भाई देखना. Vitality versus Aura. अलूला चुपचाप बैठी है भाई कोने में.
That's the threat. If they can hold that rock and secure that position, this could be a solid chicken dinner for them.
Absolutely. A big chance.
सब नीचे की टीम से.
Going forwards, 13 eliminations on side, and they want to add 2 more to the tally. Sky
खत्म. Aura वाले गए.
Zach goes down first, immediately putting him out of business.
गया.
Sky looks for more as well, and they turn it on. It's just too hot.
लूला भी आ रही है. Aura गई. और आ गई. अबे जाओ ना लूला.
Here they come. Yasser moving up close and personal to be able to secure this high ground. Team Flash on the other end, putting some suppressive fire onto them as well.
Codem better EWC में करो
Trying to find their way, but it ain't gonna be enough. That is over. Down to one single player.
I like Team Flash's proactivity here. They didn't waste time. They didn't hide in the buildings. They stretched their legs and moved out towards this north side to get control of the zone. This is what we've wanted to see from a lot of our teams, and I'm glad to see it now, even if it is potentially a little bit too little too late. For them, they've got 10 eliminations here, so alright, they're on 15, but there is a real chance. A Sky is still cooking an 8, and Alula are gonna have to worry. Okay, he puts it back to the shotgun shell.
He's not moving a muscle here, and I don't think Alula realizes that he's even still there. They have to know there could be a threat in this area. But Quick is just hopping in the vehicle to get a little bit of extra third-person perspective and get some sight lines. Plus, he's protected in there. He has no idea. They have no idea he's there. He missed the shot. He gets the knock, but gets back as win from Team Flash shuts down Aura's run.
Pretty mighty flub there on the shotgun, hot over the bonnet there. Probably didn't realize.
FL ने rush कर दिया Alula पे. FL का chicken.
Not to be.
Finish भी हो गया.
Actually, Bose is quite low. Over the top though, Tops and Win look to put pressure onto Quick. And remember, Alula only really have 2 players to play around with here. Claws and Yasser. Looking to navigate closer to the middle for Yasser. But Flash can regroup on 3. Claws has a lot to face down on his lonesome here on this angle. Needs a big nade. Needs to find a knock pretty immediately. And is already taken down. Win steps through with the AUG. Puts that one to bed. Volley of fire over the top of the rock. Flash to the chicken dinner.
I'll take that one, that's for sure. Over 20 points in that game. A massive Hey, this is what you need to do if you want to make a run of it. And this is a start, right? This is a start. It's still a long road ahead, but now the road is there. You know what I'm saying? It had to happen in this game, and they got it done.
That's what you need to do. When that clock strikes, you've got to hear the call and step up to that plate. Unfortunate that Nongshim and E-Arena couldn't really get much further into that one. That Aurora hold on the eastern side, it stopped them really from being able to break out in the way that they wanted to. Flash were an incredible suppressive force over the course of a lot of that final set of circles. So really, really great stuff from
पूरे मैप में 10 हेलीकॉप्टर और जैक के लोग हैं. अबे वो फट जाते हैं. तूने कभी बीआर का वो खेला है? कॉम मैंने खेला है. फट आ जाएगा भाई. जैकल वैकल सब जाएगा.
Now, as far as teams that are still within that smash point threshold, I believe it's still going to be the duo, right? It's still going to be the 2 teams. But another opportunity in this next game, right? For more squads to be able to push their way up. As we're going to take a look at the replay here. Team Flash, great job of being able to finish this game strong. Win especially, just boom. Putting the nail in the coffin. That's how you do it.
I just didn't want to mess about, you know. He knew.
Let's get to the next game.
Come on. Let's go next. Keep the pace. Because they do want to keep up that pressure. If you're on a run, now is the time to hold on to momentum. There is no more runway that you need to cover.
Vitality का downfall ही हो गया 1v4 के बाद. हाँ ना.
That you want to leave out on Erangel. Let it go to Miramar because you may not reach it. No one might.
Just look at these players' faces. Straight intensity. These guys are locked in right now. They know exactly what they need to do in order to make this happen. And it's going to be on the back of a ton of eliminations and securing those wins. All while stopping E-Arena and Nongshim Red Force, who had a great pincer on the end of that circle there. But, you know, I think teams now especially have understood
Vitality is equal to Skull guy. 1v4 के बाद भाग गई.
Do extra and beyond to make sure
मैं आता हूँ भाई.
Stop those 2 squads.
Absolutely. I mean, there is so much pressure on so many teams. I think that again, I'm gonna go back to my old favorite hobby. It seems this game of giving a little bit of hate over to Ralph because Enigma Galaxy, that 2-2 split did not work. It was really kind of catastrophic. And hey, you know what? The position that they went to, that they tried to go for on that east side was where Team Flash won from. So could have been different. But we're going to head down to the stage. Kalaris has a little interview for us for some inside information.
Yes, I do. Thank you very much. Here with Nongshin Red Force, Hyunbin once again to get some insights on what's gone on so far. Let's talk about the Erangel that just actually happened. You guys found yourself in mini-mill to power, but then the circles shift away from you. You sent it north instead of any other direction. Talk to me about that choice. Do you think it was the right one, or do you think there was another path you could have taken?
일단 현빈 선수 첫 번째 질문은 일단 아까 에란겔 경기부터 일단 얘기를 해볼게요. 에란겔 경기 때 사실 밀타 파워 쪽의 공장을 이용하셨다가 이제 자기장이 튀자마자 이제 바로 북쪽으로 지르셨는데 사실 그쪽이 좀 다른 선택권이 없어서 좀 강제가 된 건지 아니면 좀 그게 좀 가능성이 있다고 보신 건지 좀 궁금하네요.
일단 저희 자리에서 치킨 갖고 오기는 좀 많이 힘들었던 것 같고 저희가 오로라 한 명을 잘라나왔고 그 골에서 오로라 일단 한 팀 먹고부터 할 생각이긴 했습니다.
Yeah, we already knew that that shift was actually really tough for us. So what we thought was Aurora was actually there, and we got a one knock of Aurora player. So I think we should have started with getting out, knocking out Aurora, and then we find our footing on the ground inside that circle.
So the Rondo game, you just won another one here. You look always great in urban endings, does Nongshin Red Force. So talk to me about that urban ending. What were your biggest concerns? You had great roof control. So what was your guys' perspective on that finish?
또 론도판에서는 또 치킨을 드셨는데 사실 시가전에서 정말 좋은 모습을 보여주시는 것 같습니다. 그래서 그 시가전에서 특히나 이제 지붕을 통한 영역 그 컨트롤에 굉장히 또 일가견이 있으신 것 같은데 좀 그 점에 있어서 좀 어떤 점을 좀 중점으로 플레이를 했었는지 궁금합니다. 그 론도 플레이 때 시가전 플레이 때 어떤 플레이를 중점으로 두셨는지.
일단 저희 자리가 외곽이었고 저 시가 쪽 한쪽이 비었어갖고 일단 들어가서 서클 받다 보니까 그냥 좀 잘 먹은 것 같아요.
Well, honestly, I think the inside of the city play was actually well forced because we were outside of the circle. But that being said, I think we were kind of lucky because we tried to gain the footing because of actually one of the places are actually empty. So we just find our footing there, and then we just took a control of the roof, and then we maintained good condition and intel.
All right, well, thank you very much for joining me, Hyunbin, here once again. That's Nongshin Red Force currently in position on the smash rule as we continue the games here at PMWC.
Esports World Cup up.
भाई हम कैसा कर रहे हैं आज? अच्छा कर रहे हैं, ठीक ठाक ही कर रहे हैं। 2 मैच में 18 पॉइंट।
For the whole tournament, great performance out of this squad. But don't forget, for everybody that's currently here at EWC, make sure you guys check out the fan experience Go look at the awesome stuff between PUBG Mobile and Naruto. Try out Brain Rot Royale. Why not? Because we've been able to try it and it's quite fun. And I played it way too much. I had to stop so I could actually come here and break down what's been going on in the finals, and also check out Spider-Man. Maybe you'll get a chance to meet him. But about this performance from Team Flash Max, we finally got a chance to see them perform.
I never doubted. No, I have been doubting a little bit. It's been looking a bit dicey recently, unfortunately. But no, really good hold on the northern side, right? Able to get rid of.
Really good hold on the northern side.
Definitely a team that has been very silent. But before this game, they had a total of 63 points. If my count is right, they just got about a third of the points they've made so far up until now out of all of their games in a single chicken dinner. 23 points. So that's going to get them way higher up in the middle rankings. And let's keep in mind, even if you're not number 1-7,
OG को भाई बस एक ही placement point मिला मैं इसके टाइम.
It is for some of these teams that might be too far away from that threshold.
अपने को तो position point ही नहीं मिलते.
Pushing up because there is that prize pool at stake, $3 million that we're going to be giving out. And Horror Esports being able to perform really well, seeing the aggressiveness. This is what we've been expecting out of Horror Esports, the aggressiveness, 16 eliminations.
I mean, it's a real shame we just didn't see this from the get-go, right? From day one throughout to today, because they could have been in a very different position on those leaderboards than we see them right now. But also, just mention very quickly, as we look at the team stats here for Sleepy and Sky actually doing some mega work. They did have some really good nays. They were pushing very well. They are the team that got rid of Arena in the mid phase of that game, taking shots onto Nungshin there. So, you know, very, very proactive, really looking around them and trying to get as many elims as possible. I think we can call that farming.
They were farming a little bit. They definitely were. But actually, the key thing we have to keep in mind for Horror here is they are the team that eliminated Arena, which is a team, if you get that elimination, one of the plays, you're like, that's Arena. That's Arena right there. Go. Push them. And then they did it. And because of that, right, Lace, they delay the tournament just a little bit more, which really is going to make this event so much more interesting because so many teams can enter the Smash Zone.
I know, and how crazy it is that the top of the leaderboards seem to fall and then these mid teams sort of have that glimpse of hope and opportunity. But that's why we love it here for PUBG Mobile with the Smash Rule, especially. Now, I do want to sort of draw your attention to S2G, a team that is quite incredibly close to that Smash Rule. But if we talk about the first game, we didn't really get to chat to them sort of in that first mid-section. They had a nice recovery, a little bit of a hot drop, couldn't capitalize on as many eliminations as they wanted to. The roughest zone shift for them, they had like that kind of open terrain, they couldn't really move in. And then they passed. And then this game, again, it kind of like they're losing their team so incredibly early after eliminations. You saw Kamikaze there on the north side trying to
दूसरे पेज पे ही हैं अभी.
But again, falling short. Look how incredibly close.
S2G को भी 6 पॉइंट चाहिए.
They should have done
और 9 पॉइंट अरोरा को चाहिए.
Able to enter the Smash Zone. Aurora Gaming as well, currently 9 points away, and teams that were going to be looking to be able to close that gap, especially when we saw Arena get eliminated. Nonshin really not going for that many eliminations, playing it quietly. Four Thrives. I mean, Four Thrives wasn't really able to do much, and with the win that we just saw to Team Flash now moves into 7th place.
Yeah, really good push up here. Team Flash 7th position overall. That's going to be an extra bit of money in their back pocket. But the thing is, they're looking very scary. Look at the top 3 chicken dinners, 2 chicken dinners, 3 chicken dinners, while the other teams below all have 0, like 4 Thrives or a singular chicken dinner. So that is really making it scary that the tournament could really end it at any point today.
अबे NS Arena 2-3 चिकन निकाल रखे हैं. अपने कब आएगा? एक चिकन के अलावा एक और चिकन आ जाए.
0 points on the board, right? None. Nothing for game 2. S2G is moving up, as you said, Lace. You've got 4 Thrives. Well, also they got 0 points, so they don't count. But Team Flash, Ulf, all of these teams, they are really making a push forward, while those top teams, except for Nongshim, they're it's getting very close for the rest of those teams.
And in this first page of the overall, there is one big outlier, especially when we're looking at the wins here, and it's none other than 4 Thrives. 4 Thrives, the only team in this first page that doesn't have a win. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because, yes, 4 Thrives, if you are able to have a good performance in the next match, they start seeing those win if they want to be able to win via Smash Roll.
I mean, even if we bring it back to sort of the group stages,
भाई सबसे कम पोजीशन पॉइंट है अपने दोनों टीमों के. 15-16 15-16 10 बार क्योंकि प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट्स ही नहीं है अपने.
Sponge those points to hit that kind of Smash Roll threshold, but in then it's still, if you calculate statistically, it's still their win rate is is not really
Yeah.
nice. Yeah.
A little bit
politely.
tough. But you know what? I'm gonna pivot the conversation. I want to bring it back to Nongshim Red Force.
Yes. Let's discuss.
And what
I wanted to take a bit of time here because that was an absolutely insane throw. There are three options: or you third party to the western side on the mountain next to Lumberyard, or you directly crash onto Al Ula, which is what I think would have been a really good option, or you decide to go for the wide wrap onto Flash, which I wouldn't recommend, and they ended up doing. There were so many options to go, but that was like out of the three Nitra, the one that was not going to give them the win.
And you know what? It's showcased by Al Ula taking second place from the exact position that we were like, Nongshim, go that way, go that way. Al Ula end up going that way, get that second place, and I think if it had been Nongshim with the kind of momentum that they had off the win, they would have won there. It is genuinely not even game throwing, it's almost championship throwing in game 2, right? Because they could have won it, they could have ended it, done and dusted, and they just didn't. They went for a very different play.
Yeah, and especially because of that rotation. If you push Al Ula, let's say, only Al Ula is going to fight you, right? It's literally team versus team.
Literally.
That wide Eastern rotate, Aurora's looking your way.
Jaldi start karo.
Al Ula's also looking your way. You're just making it harder for yourself. And Nongshim Red Force have some of the best rotations sometimes, and then they pull stuff like that. I'm very confused. They're a very confusing team. Entertaining to watch, but confusing.
I also want to sort of point out, and this is just kind of across battle royales in general, sometimes you only have that one opportunity, and when you miss it, it is now 10 times harder to get back to that same position. You do not get these chances often. And like you said, Neptune, they didn't make that space, they didn't make that play well, so it will be a little bit more challenging now.
And with Nongshim Red Force, especially in that performance, right? I fully agree with you guys. They decided to go the completely wrong way, being within nade range of Aurora as well, even though they ended up out-surviving Aurora. One thing, though, for this team is that when we've seen it in the past, you were kind of telling me this too, Neptura, especially a PMMI. Once they hit the smash zone, this team is so scary because they know exactly what they're playing for, which is just the win, right? Yes, they can get some points. We kind of saw this here being super passive, the team just waiting for the right time. And I think maybe that's what could have hurt them there. They weren't looking for an actual fight, and that's why they decided to go with that rotation.
You know what? I 100% agree with you there, Seven, because, yeah, they are so scary. They are so patient. And we saw that them lining up on Milta Power there, lining up on that wall, going, okay, what's the next play? They didn't look scared. They weren't going too quickly. They were just being very patient. They were sitting and going, okay, what are we going to be doing next? And then they make the most harebrained, like, under pressure play, it felt like, right? Another team I would have expected that from. Not from Nongshim, not with the presence of mind they seem to have while in the smash point. They are not a team that falls under pressure, and it felt like they just did in that moment, so very, very odd. Next game, though, still that chance. No one's quite caught up to that smash zone, so really EA still the only competitor for them right now. Game 3, we can do this.
I'm going to pivot the topic again. Sorry, I'm all over the place. There's so much to talk about right now, but I want to talk about actually the MVP race, which is actually, we could have a dark situation on our hands, which is we saw Eren being top damage dealer, he had a ton of eliminations, and they're currently at the very bottom of the first page. We could have a situation where they're nowhere near winning the tournament, and a player on Ulf could actually become your PMWC 2026 MVP. Got to be careful there because he is in 4th position, but it's Hyunbin, it's Tizzy dominating here for Nongshim Red Force.
It is, and Hora with that performance that we just saw there, Sleepy being able to put up the numbers. Eren, you were talking about it as well, but we have a lot of fans here in the arena. We got 4 thrives, we got a bunch more over there from Godlike. Let's see what Barney's currently up to.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've said it time and time again that we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the fans. We've got so many around the arena, so before we dive into our third map of the day, it is time to check in with them. And so, Furia, Godlike, make some noise! Kalaris, who have you got with you, buddy?
Yeah, that's all well and good, but I've got Nigma Galaxy. Make some noise! Thunderous applause for Nigma Galaxy! What have you got going on, Barney?
अरे जल्दी स्टार्ट करो भाई. अरे भाई पर्स संभाल के पीछे से बटवा मार लेते हैं ये लोग. अबे कोई इसको बता 40-40 करेगा, पीछे से बटवा मार लेंगे इसका. कोई इसको बता पीछे से बटवा मार लेगा भाई. ऐसे ऐसे नाचेगा, पीछे से बटवा गायब है, पर्स मार लेंगे इसका कोई. जोर है साले.
energy because the tournament still goes on. Not ending in a Game 2 smash, we run it right back. And anticipation has reached fever pitch here in France. Everyone's loving it.
Having a great time here in the arena. The Enigma Galaxy fans getting ready. I mean, they have played very well today, Lord, making a great showing on that first match, but goodness me, what an event, what atmosphere we've got here in our arena. Lovely to see all the support coming out for our players, for our teams here. Potentially the last match. Ooh, maybe. Felt like it on that last one. Weren't quite able to get it there for Nongshim Red Force. They
chalo.
Didn't work out. But we do have our third match coming up. Erangel. Nice and steady map here to get yourself a chicken dinner on. Nongshim might be waiting for later on in the day though. Hitting another big Miramar, but will someone beat them to the punch? Will E-Arena start stepping back up again?
A lot of fine margins and a room that's getting rowdier and rowdier each game that goes by. But we'll focus on the here and now, the present that is the fact. We've been presented with a third game here live from EWC.
चलो अरे यार कब स्टार्ट होगा बस होने वाला है हो गया
EWC has not stopped delivering, and I don't doubt this game will be anything different. We're back on Erangel, playing path established.
Last match, a little bit difficult, honestly. I don't blame a lot of our teams for struggling slightly there. Very, very southern.
चलो चालू हो गया नॉर्मल प्लेन पाथ है ये तो nothing.
Not an easy game to confirm a chicken dinner on. This time around, really, really gentle playing path straight across the center. No one's complaining. Everyone's had a lovely in-flight meal, and we are ready to get going again. Things spread across the entirety of the map, so a lot of room to rotate, Jackie, but where's the circle?
Circle.
Well, if history is anything to go by with some of the circles we've had here this event,
by circle is shooting range size में होता है
for this one.
Star Wars कमिश की आसना यार shooting range मजा आया oh भाई
might just be
क्या हक्का सर्कल है भाई क्या हक्का सर्कल है भाई
teams have to start getting their feet wet into this one to make it happen. Those bridge crossings absolutely diabolical.
ये वाला मैच भी गया अपना.
Also, tough decisions. S2G, bit of a menace team to run into on that.
गया अपना ये मैच.
Fourth Rise have been consistently oppressive over towards the west. So hard decisions need to be made for this squad. They're getting vehicles, likely will loop down towards the south side of the map. They've been praying for a southwest shift on this one. Over towards farm. Nongshim Red Force will get moving. Planting those seeds of destiny. Hopefully get themselves another chicken dinner today. E-Arena far out over towards the northwest side, South George. Long distance on this one.
And of course, for those of you at home that don't want to forget the event, make sure you get stuck in with that Naruto in-game event that's been going on.
बहुत गंदा सर्कल बनाए हुए हैं मिलिट्री बेस साइड का
and try and make plays like some of the best.
रोंडो कैसा गया रोंडो तगड़ा गया दोनों टीमों का तगड़ा तो नहीं गया मतलब गोल्ड लाइक ने 16 किल निकाले पर प्लेसमेंट नहीं मिला और ओजी को 16-17 पॉइंट मिले मतलब किल भी मिले और प्लेसमेंट भी मिला तो दोनों को 17-17 16-16 पॉइंट ऐसा मिला अरे 8 पॉइंट कैसे मिला ओजी को भाई उनके किल ही 8 थे भाई हम वाइटलिटी से ऊपर हैं
sense for E-Arena as well as Nongshim Red Force that there is only one other squad in the lobby that could beat you to the punch.
अब वो तो है निग्मा गैलेक्सी तो वहाँ उतरती है ना कोचिंग की
With RS2G have looked. If you could come alive here, get a bit of a
ले भाई गाड़ी आ गई
off this game.
they've still got a chance to be a dark horse, to be able to upset in this lobby. But I think we saw some of that talent yesterday when they were fighting under so much pressure as well. In disadvantaged situations from distance. Hamzy G, he was popping off.
मैं kills की बात कर रहा था. मैं points की बात कर रहा था. Total point.
So much firepower. We'll see what they got this time. Hamzy as well as Kamikaze looking great, and for S2G they're a team that's put up quite a lot of chicken dinners so far.
Vitality ने group में dominate मारा था. अब पता नहीं क्या.
Looking to break that record, though I think it
1v4 होने के बाद से उनका downfall था. आलूला वो स्कल जी की तरह.
They should have also just won at that point. That's a smash. So possibilities of broken records ruined by the
Palti.
But I do think they would be happy with the win, regardless.
Yeah, don't forget to bother them too much, right?
Yeah. So for S2G, certainly a possibility here. Only 6 points on this game that's needed for them. For Aurora, we are looking towards 9. Enigma Galaxy is going to have to be a bigger match. 22 points on that one, which is almost certainly going to be a chicken dinner.
बोला तो उधर का है. Military. है तो zone में है ना ये लोग हल्का सा. सवेरे वाले टीम खेल रही है. DC हाँ DC पे ही हूँ गुरु भाई.
6 teams towards that final match, all vying it out for the chicken dinner.
Enigma Galaxy versus 4 चोर की हो सकती है.
I felt like a lot of times internationals do go to that 6th match no matter
what.
पकड़ा गया. EMI. Ooh, for Nongshin Red Force. Oh my God, he's alive. For Nongshin Red Force, he did go to match 6 when they got that smash. Satan.
And Jod कैसे बच गया?
Peeling off there for Enigma Galaxy, but they are in close contention with 4 Thrives who are exiting from Ferry Pier and Yellows.
चोर का इन चोरों का सालों का एम अच्छा है ना? गुरुवार बढ़िया आप बताओ.
They've been loving these fights versus Enigma the entire event.
गुरुवार आप तो गांडू हो ना, आपको पता है 4:30 बजे स्ट्रीम करता ही. 4:30 होते हैं तो तू आया फिर भी 6:30 बजे ही चूती है.
But Lord not lucky enough to bypass Ida. That back and forth conversation between those two teams continues.
लोड गया.
Emre running down Lord to get that
लोड के पास. अरे ईदा भी पकड़ेगा भाई साहब. उतार दिया गाड़ी से. ईदा तो बेचारी नीचे ही झूल रही है, क्या ही पकड़े. अबे ये 4 चोरों के 100 पॉइंट हो गए. इनको भी 22 पॉइंट चाहिए. 122 पॉइंट. उसके बाद जिसने चिकन निकाला वो जीत जाएगा. अरे 100 में गया. एस पावर भी गया.
There is a clap back from Admino, who immediately will flush out Scarface.
अरे Godlike versus
on engagement here between Ulf as well as Godlike.
दोनों डाउन हो गए. लास्ट बंदा बचा है अपना Godlike बाहर.
And it's wiped up so quickly. Ulf withstand the pressure. They do lose one player, but they can get Aaron back up, and that's a key piece of the puzzle for them. Keep him in play, reset with the meds, and grab the extra loot.
For Aaron,
अपन ने दिया था शायद.
for him during this tournament. Max was highlighting him on the desk of how much he was able to.
अबे Erangel कब जाएगा अपना? आरू भी गया. क्या बात है? दोनों भाई एक साथ बाहर होंगे.
Still remember his crash into gas station, which went terribly wrong, but even then he is putting up numbers. OG do take a knock there to Tiamba, who have been sadly very quiet after day 1. A majority of the points earned there, if they were able to replicate anything like that day 1 and day 2 or day 3.
Westgord के ऊपर है भाई सब कुछ.
Sadly, this is just not the case. Trying to get back into the mix of it now, though, is Milu. So let's look for these nades.
Westgord के ऊपर है. Westgord मरा तो खत्म है.
Maru on about half HP there. AKOP in the back line.
मैं क्यों लैपटॉप तोड़ू बेंचो.
From Milu. Milu the madman, when he's feeling himself, he can do so much damage on a battleground. He's got back up from the boys. If they can get out of this one cleanly, Maybe they can at least try and ruin some of the runs for the other
एक rotate कर गया आरू गया
Aru keeps it going to get that flush as well, so that will remove Aru. Hard cut him out. Blue coming in to make it a bit more suffocating.
एक OP का angle
Quite a few nades already expended here from Tiamba as well as OG. Be right in zone 2 now. Blue starts to tickle a fair bit. QZZ gets a bit panicked there. Will drop a couple of shots through and then Milu, he's just going to prime the nade. That's a nice one from him. Good patience.
TPP.
It's me. Does not care in the slightest.
अरे अपने वाले को फोड़ दिया
Friendly fire. Denies the point.
Oh, yeah. And they're going to
दोनों टीम बाहर बेंच होता है
trying to snatch away some of the earnings from it. Good to see Tiamba though, getting a bit of fanfare back from the crowd and big plays from Milu.
क्या अगर दोनों टीम बाहर हो गई
About 11 elims off the back of 3 games back on day 1 as well, mate.
मैं बेंच
That's for sure. Tiamba lucky to have him.
भाई ये 4 चोरों का पकड़ो कोई 4 चोरों को भी निकालो
Some subs came through yesterday. Shallow in, Milu out, but looks like he is ready to play today.
साला एक मैच अच्छा आया था 2 मैच छक्का कर देते हैं एक मैच अच्छा आएगा 5 छक्का
We've got dip in play, but not fully. At least we did confirm away from the south side. A lot of the water got cut out immediately. A hard shift over towards the northwest, and an easy rotate now for Tiamba to actually get in.
There's Catch popping up in the Elim feed. Couple shots over towards the Furia squad. Furia that have been a little bit more shaky today in some of the battles we've seen. Hasn't been as cutthroat. We'll see if that one results in a bit of a flush. Seems like they have grabbed Igor's back up for now, so he'll live on. Nonshin just ahead of the Aurora crew that have made their rotation over the bridge, left of Novka. Oh, are they going in for this aggro?
Aurora might be looking just to swing on the coastal side, deny as much sidelines as possible. Top though, playing an anchor.
एक तो बेंच जोन इतना कभी चूतिया बनता है ना कम से कम 9 एरेंगल देख लिए होंगे कल से ये 8वां एरेंगल है इतने गंदे जोन बने ना एरेंगल में
S2G might have a sideline with Hamzi, and we know just how good Hamzi is at distance. An eagle eye on him. Nades go through, but so easy, brushes them off.
Dirt off the shoulder for so easy. Can't keep this man down right now. 3 of their nades invested, so draining some of the early offensive utility, but it looks like they've still got a good supply, at least on dock with 5 in the backpack.
अपना तो GG हो गया अरे ये का ULF के साथ
Trying to catch an escape plan, dives behind the driving, but it's not quick enough as Joker will adjust his crosshair and find that one on the exit.
ग्रोजा चल आजा हो गया
Knocked back over.
Bit of a disjointed Irish exit there from Ulf.
गई अल्फ
Under pressure though, as S2G just flies in over towards the garages.
Alula
in the
viva.
corner, and S2G cleans it up. Not a single player lost. Should be able to get that res. Nongshim Red Force in the meantime, after seeing those players leaving, did get that leapfrog on, so they get a little bit
इसी वाले उस पे कंपाउंड पे आ रहे थे हम
main feature. If we go down towards the southeast, we know just how good Nongshim can be in an urban finish. Thriving in the concrete jungles.
So no overcommit. Like you touched on, Aurora just controlling some of the rotation paths with the coast firmly under their foot. Map geometry favouring them from this position. They opt to go for the 2-2 split. Rufus and top further over near the area we see Vitality starting to encroach upon. Whilst Joel and Doc, 2 players with very heavy hands if you do want to challenge them in a raw duel. Play off each other.
There's a possibility right now with S2G leaving. I don't know if Aurora is able to spot that. They certainly don't see Hamzi G continuing to peak the angle, but now they have the ability to actually make an eastern ramp if they want. Right now they're holding 2 locations in terms of vision onto the map, but they are right on the edge, so eventually they'll have to move.
गुरु भाई ऊपर में एनएस और ये में से कोई अगर जीत गया ना खत्म है, आज अभी मैच खत्म। इन दोनों टीम में से कोई चिकन निकाल लिया मैच खत्म। स्मैश रूल है और हो जाएगा।
Kind of open at the moment for us to get a little bit more of an eye in towards the circle.
That's the kind of premium real estate that man like Doc's going to instantly sniff out. He'll be confident enough to rep himself to take control of. We'll see how this pans out long term.
एनएस कहाँ से आ गए साले? अबे चार चोर कहाँ पे हैं?
Next circle though.
बैंड चोद मिल्टा के पास चले जा सर्कल, बहुत बढ़िया। चार चोरों के पास सर्कल नहीं है, आओ बैंड चोद चोरों। पाकिस्तानी टीम है ये, दल्ले इंडिया वालों को ट्रोल करते रहते हैं। हाँ इंडिया वाले ओ सीधा मिल्टा में डाल रहे हैं ये लोग। अबे ये मारना भाई, सीधा स्लैश वो डाल रहे हैं।
Timing on this is going to be so dangerously tight though. They all caught vision on one another. Ida have already entered close. Three-man split. Solo's playing in a line there for Aurora with the wrap in late. Rufus, seeing the backline of Vitality, knows he's got to go down towards the coast and then assist the team. Tiamba getting shots off as well. That's off. Oh, you're going to be eating shrapnel on this one. Wide arc down towards the roadside.
Solus and Aaron here by the toll gates. It's always an awkward spot, very nadeable. Couple of positions you could play around inside the toll booth itself to try and.
ये toll booth में फूटने वाला है ULF.
Ordnance, oh my god, there's mollies everywhere. Aaron can barely move. He has to find an opening with this nade, but for Ulf it's looking like it's more and more over. XZY goes down to a nade from Reefus.
GG ULF.
Doesn't push it though. Should be resable.
Two players knocked as well. We saw Vitality getting the first domino falling onto Nonshin, then the assist coming in from Aurora. The Nonshin smash squad might have come unstuck early.
It's far, it's far. It's so hard. He kind of needs to get over the top and try and pick him up, but with the vehicle's currently slammed, it's really difficult to do.
Oh! कैच पी में उठा भाई वो XZY.
That was close, Jackie.
I think we just saw Let's get a single tap onto Hyunbin as well. He was looking for the drop with the smoke, wanted to try get down there and assist. Took a single bullet, had to hit the deck again. Thankfully, Smoke's out.
The
geometry playing in their favor. You can go for another res. They might be able to recover it cleanly.
I think that they won't be recovering though. It's all this utility that they just spent getting those players back up again. How many smoke launchers do they still have? Tizzy again. Nongshim under mad pressure at the moment between two separate squads.
Top 10 तो उसमें आ गए थे हम.
Have to hold on for the time being.
अरे नहीं कल नहीं. पहले रोंडो में. फिर दो मैच खराब हुआ. अरीना बाहर.
In the blink of an eye versus Tiamba. Another team on Smash ruling out, and Tiamba survives as 4.
अरे मादर चोद ये चार चोर वाले भाई हर जगह किल चुराने के लिए आ जाते हैं, इसलिए इनको चोर बोलता हूँ.
Looking to play medic for the rest of the squad here.
He might be the end. There is vultures swarming the skies around.
बाहर निकलते ही मरेगा भाई वो.
Teams realizing there's been a lot of damage done here. It's a risky pickup with the position he's in. Luckily, he's got some cover from the vehicles to try and save his mates. That's with Jiggle getting one of them confirmed off the back of the damage that was done, so they do go down to at best a 3-man squad post this pickup.
सिर्फ एक NS और ये का NS बची.
Milter now feeling a little bad about this one, which is exactly what you see Aurora playing on this edge down towards the south side, and Nongshim not fully moving in. So
BGMI light incoming क्या करूँ मैं? मेरे फोन में नहीं चलेगा कुछ.
S2G a little bit safer where they play around the warehouses and they can move up over towards that top
अरे पता है मेरे को.
over towards toll booth later.
अरे डॉग को गिरा दिया.
Right now, who actually own the majority of the space on the northern edge. Fourth Thrive's opening up over towards Aurora as they move.
That backline in is good.
पता नहीं भाई अपने तो किस्मत अच्छी होती है ना. पहले सर्कल दूसरे सर्कल में मरा.
Vitality have just been really running interference from this angle as well. If there's a peek up from Hyunbin, they're harassing with shots. If they can get LOS back over onto the coast of Aurora, it's punishing as well.
For Nongshim Red Force, they know the
Hora control देख मैं अरे hora छोड़ चार चौरों को मारो.
deal with first. The one thing I really worry about for Nongshim though is how exposed the vehicles have been this entire time. You got to imagine that wheels are blown out, if not vehicles fully exploded. They do have to move further in towards the circle. Likely will be on foot unless they can find some kind of vehicle in the near future.
चल जाएगा तेरे फोन में. अरे चलता जाएगा पर खेलूंगा नहीं ना मैं. Nigma Galaxy गई भाई.
Vexy helping from the back lines. Really like this push from Vitality.
मार दल्ले को मार.
Last man left alive and not breathing for much longer as Razak will find that adjustment back onto Nigma, so they go down. Vexy's been good as well at providing some overwatch for this squad. Showing up when they needed him. Fury are on the move close by, shots from either side, so a lot of information garnered towards them. They advance further. Silence and Co pushing up with the vehicle is going to peek over.
नहीं, अगले मैच जीतना पड़ेगा.
Tiamba in the distance, nades being thrown onto Vitality, a backline potential. Igor goes in, big sprays, assisted.
ठुल्ला मिल गई भाई.
4-5's taking some damage as well. The pepper back onto them.
Fury's going to move in on this, like you say. Igor's already on that front line. The rest of the team all stood alongside him now. And Vitality find themselves in a very horrendous position. Nades from Tiamba going a little bit wide.
भाई इनको तो बहुत फ्री के किल मिलते हैं. पता. भाई Tiamba 11 kills.
Much more reminiscent of the past, and Milu's already on.
अरे गए. चार चोर गए. एक बचा है.
Playing with that confidence and aggression, we know.
अरे गए चार चोर. साले चोर.
Fury is shutting them down in the close range combat.
NS को मारो भाई, NS को मारो.
Finally knowing Vitality had been taken out of the picture, they can make a move. They're just wrapping around to where Aurora were.
This is interesting, trying to get rid of Aurora actually. Only one player here in Reefers, potentially they've noticed that. There's actually
Zone आ रहा है, NS में मरेगी भाई. Zone नहीं है NS के पास. NS मरेगी, zone नहीं है.
Circle moves up that way, leaving Tiamba one of the few
Open field पे zone है पूरा.
Oh my god, what a circle to end on.
Aurora का पूरा zone है भाई.
Reefers casting that one.
Fura के दो हैं. Fura को निपटा, Aurora का chicken है.
To try and create a little bit of space between the teams. Distant shots coming in from Tiamba. He's got to hit the deck, but that's not the only squad you got to worry about. Lost from S2G gets a sight line, and goodbye Reefers.
Smoke है ना लाडले. अबे चूतिया पीछे से zone में आ रहा है. Tiamba बैठी है NS के ऊपर. Tiamba scope खोले बैठी है NS के ऊपर. आओ तुम. देख.
They are just charging headlong into danger here, where there is so much more room to
Fury आ रही है Tiamba पे.
Guys, you don't need elims. You need a chicken.
And they might get barbecued if they take too much time on this one. Joel was
zone position खेल रहे हैं. अरे but उनका zone आ रहा है ना पीछे से. Push तो करना पड़ेगा NS को.
And with Fury are not needing to force the issue amongst them, they've got a crystal clear line of sight down onto
Vehicle भी तो नहीं है इनके पास.
It's so uncomfortable.
Come back, lads. Just come back off this angle. We don't need to play it anymore.
He's गया.
So easy. 2 down. What is this?
दो गए. NS के दो बचे.
Little sense. I mean, they'd set themselves up wonderfully the entire time for this western exit.
Right की तरफ चले. Oh, road. हो रहा.
What do we do? Push into Milta?
हो रहा.
The panic's there. Paralysis by analysis. The zone takes away one of the members, and we're down to the duo. Aurora Core on their exit as Lost will be able to continue playing powerfully off this angle. XZY thankfully given a few moments of respite as he runs to try and find any cover at all.
कोई cover नहीं है भाई.
From S2G, we talked from the start of the game. They have just about hit that 122 now. So they have hit that smash ruling going towards that next match.
अरे फ्यूरिया का नहीं होगा चिकन ये. S2G भी स्मैश रोल हिट कर गई. S2G का स्मैश हिट हो गया. तीसरी टीम S2G.
Looking to take down Ida regardless.
अरे ईडा भी है क्या इधर? खत्म ईडा भी बात गया गया स्मैश हिट हो गई S2G का भी S2G भी स्मैश हिट
position to recover from this quick reactions from Ida but a shutdown play that will let S2G fight on for another
FL
getting eaten alive by Hora wrapping down the ring
होरा का चिकन है होरा का पूरा जोन है मेरी जान
the Kamikaze scanning to steal what more points they can steal
Hora on for a big game here actually Jackie Looking to push themselves further in the rankings. Only 2 eliminations so far.
हम लोग पहले
much more to grab here as most teams are bruised and bleeding coming into these final zones.
जी के साथ तो वो भी तो हुआ ना कोई स्मोक के अंदर कुछ हुआ था ग्लिच
From Nongshim Red Force rolling down and we are directly on top of Toll Booth now.
That's okay falling.
पता है मेरे को हम लोग पहले एलिमिनेट हो जाते क्या करें यार अरे जी का नहीं चैट पढ़ रहा हूँ मैं खुद के बंदे खुद से थर्ड पार्टी नाइस नेड फटा
Double bouncer XZY is down comes to the end of his line there Nongshim is floundering at the moment confusing moves
एनएस को स्टिल किल लेने पड़ेंगे क्या करेगा किल लेके 130 तो हो गए ना हाँ बट वो टॉप पे बने रहने के लिए किल तो लेने पड़ेंगे टॉप पे बने रहने के लिए किल लेने पड़ेंगे वैसे तो हो रहा है चिकन है
It's not just about what they needed to get into Smash, they want to prove that they can be the big dogs in the lobby. Response back over though. Hamza G eating the nade from Hora as Hora are lighting up.
3 किल मिले Hora को तब से.
Explosion after explosion on top of the Turkish team. They are stuck on the ridge and cannot advance. Backline attack from Tiamba from way over the other side. And Tiamba keeping the pressure on. Trying to get that pick up in, lost with limited space to play off. In comes the nade.
क्या nade है भाई?
Makes it work and S2G go down.
Tianma versus NS versus Hora.
Let me introduce you to the biggest dog in the lobby. Hora on the northeast side. So easy.
भाई सोच लास्ट बंदा बचता है और एनएस वाला निकाल जाता है उसको फिर
by the roadside leaving just Hora, Tiamba, Nongshim Red Force in this endgame. For Nongshim, the best thing about this is that even if there isn't a smash win, this is keeping them in contention for the top spot, at least.
It's going to be big for the placements. And is there a chance
to
share shenanigans from So Easy? He's crossing his fingers, mate. But you've got a hard task ahead.
Sky Marana
has to have him here. Just the peeks over a little bit. So Easy's trying to hide his face behind the barest of pylons, behind this railing. It is.
अबे ये खुद स्मोक कर रहा है.
God, he has to do something. Though.
वो स्मोक के अंदर गया.
Oh, they've smoked it.
Oh.
Hang on a minute. Cheers, lads. I really needed that.
और ये खुद स्मोक.
There's no real angle from the backside as well from Tiamba, so it just depends. I mean, if Hora go for the hard force over...
This is mad.
Yeah, this could get cheeky quite quickly.
Oh,
down as well. The vehicle... Oh, it's all going wrong. So Easy on the peacock, good for one, and Tiamba assisting with the shots from the top. He's going to...
as well. Hora on the assist with an unreal smoke. Mollies go in, nades go wide, and he's out. Tiamba will clean up.
10 का चिकन है 2v8 1v2 1v3 है
but it's not gonna happen now. And Hora solo remains with the advancement of Tian, but the nade goes over. Sky got a backpedal, runs back to whatever cover he can find. Can he trust in his source on this one? Holding the peak, ready for the shots. Eagle gets knocked out of the Sky. QZZ with a reposition. The Sky advances forward with a shotgun in his hand.
नेड से फूटेगा.
Good damage. QCC follows up with a second, and Tiamba is back. What a fantastic game.
Tinba का chicken आ गया भाई.
Man inside just felt like these guys needed a little bit of confidence, and that star on the match reinvigorates whatever light died out in Milu on day 2. It is back on now, and it is blaring.
They started that game as they meant to proceed. The aggression was there. The despicable
Tinba का chicken आ गया. Tinba का.
always give you that gut-wrenching feeling of how does he do it. Continues from start to finish. The shots are on point.
दो हैं? और stream पे भाई.
Begins to present itself.
दोनों.
Imagine just smoking up.
Last of Us Part 2.
Smoke into the tire pot on the career down the hill. Oh, but
they really did careen off course there. Looked so good up until that point. Covering their angles, clearing their spots out. So easy. He was mega confused. I would have loved to see his face in that moment. Pure shock. He's like, is that the nade moved away from me? He's like, wait, actually,
that's the smoke. I can pass that.
Nice. That's great. I didn't have one of those before, you know.
No utility left, but they gave him what to be nice, and then Tiamba with the perfect timed nades.
Man. So good. There was a small part of me that thought that So Easy was going to clutch up. Small part of me. But I am glad it was Tiamba.
Oh, yeah. Tiny percentage, but it started to get a little bit bigger with how things were going. But hey, a Tiamba win is a very exciting prospect. Such a fun team to watch, Blank. Bringing the heat in finals.
They're just a
थोड़ा safe खेलना था
We've seen
इनको.
them from before. It's just a little bit of that sluggish gameplay where they weren't quite able to make those plays, and they've been desperately banging on that door, but it's just been not going down. And I think Milu right there just put a foot through it, so it looks good. It looks way better now. They're pulling.
साला हो रहा का पूरा मैच एनएस ने खराब कर दिया.
Really, really happy to see it, and it was. I think for me, it was fantastic to see these guys happy.
Yeah.
I think that was my favorite thing about that win.
It's nice to see him smiling, nice to see the success story of how they're playing. And mate, you're right. I think if there was a door there, Milu not only kicked it down, he just destroyed the entire house.
He's just a whirlwind.
Yeah. Came through, blowing everyone away. And mate, I'd love to see that. I hope that continues.
I hope it does continue as well. For Tiamba, it's not over yet. We haven't rung the bell. They might have been uppercutted, but they have got back up again. The count did not finish.
एंटी बोलने से क्या होगा?
It's scary, no. Going into these final matches, we've got
Last के 3 मैच बचे हैं. एक Erangel, 2 Miramar.
Right now. It's S2G, E-Arena, as well as Nongshim. Nongshim's been making some crazy decisions. E-Arena, sadly, on the other hand, have just not been able to eke out those performances so far. It's felt a little bit timid from that team. S2G, though, I think this is a worrisome squad to have in that top 3 because they could just light it up at any moment now. Unless the pressure gets to him, which it seems to be the case for quite a few of our teams.
Well, yeah, that's kind of the contrast we're painting there for E-Arena, right? Where it feels like you had some flash in the pan moments, but now it's come to, you just got to follow through. It's not happening. Whereas STG, we know they can strive for greatness. It feels like championship mentality is going hand in hand with their aggression, the way they're
चलो अभी तो ये बकबक करेंगे.
One big game. Could be a championship right there, but stay tuned for that. We'll find out. The narrative continues. Do not go anywhere.
Human body was built.
Human body is a
not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
क्या चला रहे हो गुरु भाई? स्मैश कर लो. कोई नहीं कर रहा स्मैश. स्मैश वालों के स्मैश हो रहे हैं. हाँ बोल. हाँ नहीं हुआ स्मैश। ओहो उसका टिनबा का चिकन निकल गया। S2G, NS और EA तीनों का स्मैश हो गया। भाई भाई भाई
Fighting until we make it. These teams are in Tiamba, able
हाँ
to
इधर ही हूँ भाई।
get full control of the zone. But we have to talk about something that's very important.
आवाज सुनाई नहीं दी।
Being able to get into the smash, so now not coming up short this match.
S2G भी चिकन लन PUBG लन भी PUBG लाइव देख रहा तो देखेगा ही ना, वो जा रखा है तो।
We got to talk about like their push on our Ula. I'm sure Max is going to cover this nicely a little bit later, but just the I guess the power that they had from start to finish from that game, they were finally able to get over that threshold. Do I believe they should have done it in the first two games? A little bit, but that's okay. They've done it now, and obviously this is one of the teams that can take a victory.
They definitely can take a victory. This is a team that has already gotten 3 wins in Erangel in the finals. When we're
चोरों को 19 पॉइंट चाहिए बे।
looking at some of the other teams looking to get to that smash zone, it's none other than Aurora. I actually thought Aurora was going to be able to make it already. They're struggling a bit today, Max.
Yeah, a bit of a weird hold onto Nongshim Red Force in particular. They're looking kind of weird. But by the way, I want to bring it back to S2G. They not only make it into the smash zone, they got a 9-point lead on top of E Arena, which if we do not get a smash, is going back to the OG rules, which is the most amount of points becomes the champion. So right now, S2G are loving it, but so are Tiamba, shattering dreams in this game, eliminating E Arena, eliminating the final player here. Red Force, man, they are the reason why the tournament has not yet ended.
Hora Esports back-to-back great games here out of them. And for Fourth Tribes Neptura, this team, after that Rondo that we saw, they're starting to struggle. They ended up the first Erangel with a big old donut, and in this one, at least they secure 4 points.
I mean, at least they do. I did see that they had a really fantastic rotation around from just massive wraparounds.
अरे मेरी आवाज नहीं आ रही क्या तुम लोगों को?
Gonna get for that fantastic nades from Hora. Oh my goodness.
गुरु भाई गांडू हो गया।
Right, Max. Sky is fantastic with the nades today. Really, really on point.
भाई यार एक अच्छा मैच निकाल दो चिकन विकन का।
Both Tiamba and Hora, they're feeling very intense. You don't want to go up against them.
किस्मत ही नहीं है भाई अपने। एक अच्छा चिकन निकाल दो ना यार, एक और गोल्ड लाइक ओजी में से कोई तो निकाल दो 3 मैच में से।
Crazy stuff going out from him. I mean, he was just lasering everyone through the smokes. Incredible stuff. But at the end, Hora, another solid finish, right?
Yes.
Sure, maybe not chicken dinner, but it's a strong back-to-back, but so easy. In that smoke, actually, that was a smoke right from Hora in the try. I thought maybe if he stays hidden, he could third-party it, but at the end, Tiamba put the nail in the coffin.
That's something that I was actually hoping that So Easy was gonna do. He was gonna end up waiting.
Second, अभी third होगा।
Maybe use that smoke to his advantage, but Max, he didn't want to wait for that third party.
अरे चोर, अबे इनको बोल ये चोरों के पीछे मत ले, बटुआ चुरा लेते हैं ये लोग। आए करके।
They're being passive, but they're not quite sure when to be aggressive and when to flip that switch.
They are a little bit hesitant, right? And that's the thing about this.
मजाक से हटके वे बटुआ मार लेंगे ये लोग।
does change a little bit when you do have that chance of getting.
भाई जाने से पहले पर्सवर्स चेक कर लेना।
For now, not just 2 teams, but 3 teams. S2G are going to be joining their ranks, but of course S2G got 3 chicken dinners so far in the final, so they're looking like a team that could actually wrap it up. But looking at the rotations this game in particular, I know you in particular, Nipchira, were quite critical about their push on the western side of Milta. There were other options that maybe could have been more valuable.
Absolutely, I think any. Oh wait, hang on.
Hold on.
That's my clip right there. So looking at this clip, so actually S2G, sorry, I have to jump into it. We're very split. Lost solo, literally in the 1v4, and even then he's popping off. But he's also getting a bit of assistance from the teams on the other side of the road. Right, his particular Kamikaze's got a fantastic angle, and there. The backup. This is literally the play that gets them into the smash zone. Solke going to be sending it forward. He's going to be joined up then by Habsajijuk, an absolutely superhero style in the building, and they get 1, get 2, get 3, and the final player. And because of that, they get the 4-man reset and actually get enough points to enter the smash zone. What a hero save play of the day. They don't do that, they would still not be over that 122-point threshold.
It's insane. I think I missed that play. Thank you for that replay, because oh my goodness me.
So HamCG is just like crashing in the wall. We are not going out.
They just send it. Absolutely send it. And that's what we want to see out of some teams. Being able to send it. E-Arena, one team that's truly also running into that struggle when we talk about teams struggling that are already in the smash zone lays for E-Arena.
That was Tiamba's fault.
सही कह रहा है.
Like, I have to bring it to Tiamba because obviously E-Arena, you know, they had a nice little
Tera.
run in there, but Tiamba were actually positioned in such a great spot
Tera normal.
that they were so annoying to
Abe
every
itna-
team. This is
Everybody.
Aurora. This was obviously even helping S2G.
ऐसा ही कुछ था,
They were able to
70-80
sort
का.
of gatekeep that area from E-Arena as well. And so it's unfortunate that we're seeing like E-Arena not being able to push into the position early enough because they
अरे
are
शर्ट
sort
साला
of playing
बहुत
that
हीट
edge.
होता है भाई.
They are going to be playing that edge, but right now they need to get that win if they want to be able to win via Smash Rule. They are one of those teams currently in the Smash Zone. Keep in mind, E-Arena started off the day with 112 points. They have only gotten 11 points so far after 3 matches.
And 10 out of those 11 have been in Rondo. Because remember, they hit 122. That's where they were. In the last 2 games, they've gotten
आ रही है.
What is happening to E-Arena? You're looking so strong.
Yeah, transitioning to some of the other teams, right? I'm going to be looking at 4 Thrives Esports. This is a team, Max, that we thought was going to continue on that momentum. Remember,
बस सर में दर्द होने लग रहा है मेरे
is
पता
able to
नहीं.
carry on momentum. They're still hesitant. They're still showing those things.
भाई एक अच्छा मैच निकाल लो ना यार.
PMWC at EWC 26, which is hesitant at times.
I was hoping they were not going to doubt themselves because they're not in a smash zone like what we saw in PMG Season 1.
मेरे यहाँ तो भाई ऐसा ही मिलता है.
Almost were able to close a 50-point gap over the course of those 6 matches, but no 4 Thrives. A bit shaken here. And actually, in a one play that you highlighted is that 3-1 split, right? You had Huzaifa on his own, 3 players in the city. That was a bit of a head scratcher, right?
साला अपना तो मैच ही अच्छे नहीं जा रहे.
Huzaifa was by himself. I could see maybe what they're trying to do is hedge their bets, but he was in such a difficult position, and it's a shame that he actually when they actually wrapped around outside of the town as well to go back, Huzaifa ended up being taken out early, so that's a shame.
As I'm looking at the teams here, all the way up to 11th place, 92 points. These teams are getting closer. They're kind of giving a bit of an advantage there, since some of the teams towards the top are choking a little bit, are not being able to get that many points. For those teams on the second page, what that's going to be costing them it's just going to be costing for all those teams to just get closer. There's a lot of money at stake right now when we end up talking about some of these squads. Let's see what we have, some of the comments on social media as well. 1 chicken for 4T, and then you see what's domination is. Yeah, but right now we're not seeing the domination. We want to see that domination from 4 Thrives, right? Yeah.
अबे भाई बटवा मार लेंगे ये लोग.
Let's see if they'll be able to deliver for them.
यो क्या हालचाल बढ़िया भाई तू बता.
But for some of the other teams, right, we're now talking about, let's go back to Hora, because Hora is stopping a lot of those teams towards the top from getting those points. The teams towards the top need to be able to find some kind of adjustment to that aggressiveness that we're seeing out of Hora.
Yeah, them, Tiamba also, Hora in particular, they have nothing to lose, right? They're like, okay, we have to go hard or go home today. We have to initiate that comeback and leave the second page, which with the last 2 games on Erangel, they've been doing. We have 1 more Erangel coming up, right? So maybe we can finally see a Hora chicken dinner. That will be very exciting.
Hora chicken dinner.
But Tiamba,
अरे एक chicken हमारा हो रहा है यार.
If they get a knock and a flush on a player this or E-Arena or Nongshim Red Force, and maybe now also S2G, they just fully capitalize on it. And I love it. They really are one of the few teams that are delaying this tournament until the very, very end.
I mean, I sort of just want to bring your attention to Furia because they are still sort of in that 90 points there. And from that previous game, they were holding the western side. Obviously, Hora was sort of taking out the rest of S2G. They did nothing. They didn't even rotate and swing around.
कुछ खाने के लिए क्या देख
would have capitalized their elimination, so they're kind of not being as present as they usually are.
It could be ending here in this next match. My prediction was in 4 matches. How many matches do you have, Natura?
4.
Max? 4.
I was hoping for 2, so mine's it.
Okay, yours is absolutely good. But let's see if it's going to be ending here in match number 4, or if we're just going to be getting a bunch more teams joining in this Smash Zone.
Will this be it? We are about to find out. S2G joins the fray. Now 3 different squads could smash.
3 teams with that opportunity in our final edition of Erangel at the PMWC. It is going to go a little bit further than maybe some were expecting, given how today started, getting 2 teams into that smash zone so early on. but that double milter shift on both of our zones has kind of thrown a spanner in the works. I mean, for Nongshim, right, they're dropping around that area, they're getting pushed in around the bridge. It seemed like they didn't quite have the force to be able to push their way out, right? They're still earning a lot of points on these games, though. So if it does go the full distance, they may just be able to win it out like that.
That's what you got to do at the end of the day. Is you got to try to win this whole thing in as many different ways as possible. And that is going to be, you're going to smash or you're going to end up with the most points on the leaderboard.
चलो तीसरा एरेंगल चालू होने वाला है.
Double Milta circle, like you mentioned, is
क्या हो गया?
Putting in the work. Problem is though, is that if we get another one, I mean, everyone's going to know by now
अपना
exactly where they're at. So the focus is
12
going to shift a little bit. But this could be the game where we get another crazy Erangel circle to finish out.
अबे अपने को kills पता है, kills मिल रहा है, but position point दोनों teams का खराब है.
These players cracking their knuckles, getting ready to drop in one last time.
Erangel.
That will be the final bill. 3 teams, as you say before. Out of those 3, I feel like for my money, given today's games, I'm favoring either S2G or Nongshim Red Force. I feel like for me, E-Arena today has been solid, consistent, but not a game-winning team. And I need to see a little bit more from them to be confident in their ability to fully confirm on that smash. But we've seen them do some crazy stuff, right? They have
godlike records on
the road here, and now they're in with a chance to take that title, give Schweppes his 3rd performance at a global level to get a global title with those 2 PMWI trophies already behind him, looking for a 3rd time to take it home.
Well, here comes the big one.
Oh, by flight path.
Make some noise as this is the last Erangel.
Zerky Nova अपना side से ना ये तो.
Could this be the final match? That's the question. We're about to find out as
ऊपर से नीचे आ रहा है ये.
These players are locked, loaded, ready to go. And we got one going right down the middle here.
Zerky से Nova अपना.
Coming from George all the way down to Novo.
Yeah, going to give a lot of access to everywhere on the map here. Shouldn't be too many hot drops. I know we've seen a couple of those certainly earlier on. I mean, in our first Erangel, we had that hot drop over near the Gatka fields that was a little bit questionable. Godlike not super happy about that, but there have been performances across the board here. Sorry, Ida. I think it was Ida and Tianba actually who were on that hot drop earlier on, but still, yeah, a really tricky situation shouldn't be unfolding here this time around. Nobody dropping straight to North George, maybe just grabbing some vehicles and heading there later. Orangutan sending very far up north, isolated from the rest of the
12 से 16.
Potentially, again, just grabbing a vehicle, going to break out and rejoin in a moment. As we take a look at our top players, though, it's
तू खेलने बोल के क्या कर रहा है बड़ा क्या प्रूफ कर रहा है फिर से गंदा सर्कल भाई
Some people pop up in the stands after seeing that zone shift. Here we are in military. All right.
भाई तीसरी बार ये जोन बनाई है नहीं दूसरी बार आज के दिन पे कोई भी जीत जाए बस वो नहीं जीतनी चाहिए हाँ सही कह रहा दास भाई
Yeah, we had to just touch military just one more time, huh?
Hey, we got to do it. We got to do it to them. Aurora already dropping there, obviously. Could potentially have some fast rotates there. What we've seen as well from Nongshim Red Force is a lot of times where they've been able to transition very effectively over towards the military island. They've had 2 chicken dinners on 3 of their military island finishes, which is going to hopefully be something that they can repeat. That's what they're looking for here. So a big opportunity for Nongshim, who tends to go for the rotate of 1 player off of the shark fin, rotate down south fairly early on circles like this, try and get a foothold on the north side of the island and work from there. That's what they're going to be looking for. But if we've seen it, the other teams have seen it too.
Yep.
So is anyone going to try and counter that?
Yeah, you know that these teams are prepared to their gills here. They know exactly what these teams are going to do. It's just, how are they going to execute it? That's going to be the question. Speaking of execution, if we look at the leaderboards right now, there are some teams that could still definitely win this whole tournament further down. I'm looking even all the way down to Team Flash, Aura, Furia.
ये क्या बड़ा सर्कल है भाई 3 Erangel में से 2 बार सर्कल बनाई है सेम टू सेम ऐसा चुतिया
right? And if they're going to smash, they have this game and they have one more game to get within that threshold, okay? So if you look at Flash with 92 points, that's still quite a few away to get to that 122, but they have to do it in these next 2 games because you have to hit that threshold and then win the next game.
Absolutely.
Ganda circle hai bench.
I feel like it is pretty much done and dusted for the title, unfortunately. 74 points, putting you really, really far behind of that smash threshold. Unless everybody else in the entire lobby stops earning points and you just keep going on a points victory, maybe. But still, I'm.
अबे भाई गोलियां हैं नहीं तेरे पास अलूला वाले.
I'm having a bad time thinking about their prospects moving on forwards, which is unfortunate. But there are opportunities for the rest of the lobby to keep that ball rolling. As you say, Flash really very much on an outside chance. I feel like anyone below 7th place is
फिर अपना गंदा जाएगा ये वाला भाई क्योंकि सर्कल ही
really tough time, and even in 7th, 6th and 5th to boot, it's going to be really rough. It will necessitate a chicken dinner in this match.
Yep.
To go.
Oh bhai, boat rotation.
Nongshin Red Force rotate.
Here they go.
To tune in with our teams in the smash zone. Nongshin Red Force now across to the military island. S2G went very, very quickly, which makes me question how much loot they're going to have on board to try and hold this. Nongshim took a little bit longer to get across, which is going to give them some more power, some more backstop of utility of supplies. And Aurora, of course, dropping over in that military base. They're not in the but they are the team that is closest to it. Only 7 points behind right now. E-Arena, they're still in South George. It's very likely that they're going to take a long time to go for this rotate.
Yeah, super unlucky on the side of E-Arena. They've had to do the
Nigma Galaxy. Oh, Nigma Galaxy. कर ले भाई zone bridge camp.
Success as normal. But
नहीं ईदा भी तो है.
For Nongshin, right? They're going to have the north side of military all to themselves. They know this side of the map like the back of their hand. Nigma Galaxy in the meantime starting to mix in a little bit with Ida, a team they're super familiar with as they battled with them in Pachinki at the start here of the finals.
I mean, it felt like, Ida were across the bridge a lot earlier than this. They just did not have a setup.
No.
So, Nigma Galaxy getting across pretty much for free on that location is a great result for the squad. They are, of course, 22 points behind that smash bubble, which they'll need to try and push past in the next, as you say, 2 matches.
Yep.
To break on in there. And now Ulf could potentially try and roll across the bridge, but they are going to roll into a much harder stopping block, I imagine, given that Ida have now kind of solidified out to the west side of that exit.
अपन लोग बढ़ने वाले हैं फिर से दूसरे सर्कल तक.
Interested to see
गंदा
what
सर्कल है.
plays we're going to see from these teams, especially in that mid lower part of the leaderboards, because you know they want to still win this, it's still possible, but what kind of different play styles are we going to see? Like even Godlike with 74 points, to make it possible they need a 25-point game here and in the next one, so they'd have to go and just eliminate everybody, right? So I would want to see aggression no matter what from them. Team Flash with 92 points, right? They're going to be hunting down that 122. That's 30 points in the next 2 games, so 15 and 15, much more manageable, right? At the same time, that's a chicken dinner with 5 eliminations, so it's not going to come easy.
Hey, we're just going to see.
Sure.
We're just going to have to see what happens in this game, because with their opportunity crashing into S2G with theirs as well, 1 step closer to the smash zone. 4 thrives denied there as S2G put their first point on the board after gaining that smash point in that last game and holding this south edge. I mean, they're feeling all right. They're feeling all right. We're still waiting for Zone 2 to really decide where it's going to go.
Yeah.
I have this sort of bubbling feeling in my stomach, Jukes. And it is, what if we get a really hard north shift and we go back to the mainland?
Ooh,
it's so unlikely, and it's not even really worth bringing up. But I just have that little feeling. I'm like, oh, back of my neck is prickling. My spidey senses.
The John Allen tingle.
That's right.
Is in effect here, folks. If we see that
Ball.
shift, oh boy, will this be one heck of a party here. Fortunate for 4 thrives. They're
4 चोर का एक बंदा गया गुरु भाई.
part of military, just thinking they can kind of get some of that loot. S2G
पहले ही गया.
finding one of their players isolated, and that's
Camp कर रहा था दल्ला.
just like that. Only player out of the lobby so far. Looking on over, there's still a lot of teams that are on in the blue zone still. I mean, we got E-Arena still.
अरे इनको कॉर्डन वोट में लाओ ना पाकिस्तान वालों को, इनको औकात दिखाते हैं. न्यूक व्यूक खा के जाएंगे अपने से.
Just crossing Yasnaya. So a lot of teams going to be very, very late on this rotate.
इनकी तो कोई टीम भी नहीं है वैसे कॉर्डन में.
pop into the hovercraft, luggage in the boot.
PUBG तो खेलते हैं और Taken खेलते हैं बस.
Fuel back on board. Minimal vehicles though makes this south side for them.
बाकी फिर ये लोग real life SMD
I'm not
खेलते हैं.
too happy with the amount of mobility that they're going to have. They do need to potentially try and find some vehicles or steal some from another team.
नहीं किया. ओ अपन देख कहाँ पे है. अरे भाई अपने फील्डिंग सेट होने वाली है गंदी. और
future if that hovercraft draws the fire like we see it. The circle shifts out west. And it does keep a lot of FL in. It's got to push Alula away from Novo, and the teams on the east bridge potentially going to have a little bit of a hurry up. But Alula have that outpost over to the west. The east bridge is going to be a fairly easy disagreement to settle, I imagine, for Flash and Orangutan. Not for either of the two teams, but it should be a fairly simple solution for whichever team comes out on top. At the moment, looks like Orangutan might have the better end of the stick because the res does need to
दे रहा है.
Res needs to happen. Unfortunate for Alula, they can't catch a break. You know they wanted that observatory position so bad.
क्या 13 year करते हैं हम लोग. ले गए.
Gonna have to do it the hard way. Still on the north side of this island, we got OG battling it out.
किसका लिया?
Flash. Two teams.
Flash का लिया है.
Down on the leaderboards. Trying to soak up some points here, get some extra placements. Again, you know, Team Flash.
तो दूसरे का किल उठाया. नहीं हुआ बे. नोक वाले का मिला.
This one and the next one to reach that smash.
हाँ तो वही तो कह रहा हूँ नोक वाला मर रहा है.
Final match. That's if we even get there. We could end this game here and now, folks. But you know what? Before it ends, you guys got to get the game and get one of those.
हाँ यार. मैं सर्वर भी नहीं होगा कोडम का नहीं. उधर IRL सर्कल आ रहा है गया एक और 4-4 का.
This is a huge fight. They are battling it out.
एक और गया 4-4 का. फोड़ में एंचो.
He's gonna have the angle there on T24. Throws the Molotov on him. He's gonna have to move. The nade goes out to Zold. Picks him off a little bit.
अबे क्या इनके ऊपर बिल्कुल मोली नहीं बा. मजा आ गया.
Huge mistake here out of 4 Thrives.
कहाँ तक जाएगा? मिलिट्री सर्कल में कहाँ तक ही जाएगा मेरी जान?
And Aurora now are another step closer. They put a second elimination point on the board. They are drawing inexorably towards that 122 metric. Now 5 points for them left to try and claim to join for a potential smash in Miramar if we get that far. Because remember,
मैं बोलता हूँ ना इनके पास सर्कल नहीं बनता ना इनसे नहीं खेला जाता है.
coming from Nongshim, who have a 2-2 split on the
भाई इनका इतना 3 दिन में इतना सर्कल ने फेवर किया है ना सारे मैचेस में.
And are Nongshim going to look to regroup over towards the northwest side of Millie? They will have to at some point decide which outpost they want to commit to.
भाई 3 दिन इनको सर्कल ने इतना फेवर किया है ना कल और परसों. आज ही थोड़ा इनका वो हो रहा है.
Is that everyone's going to want it. And they are completely surrounded by squads. And I guarantee you, the second a team realizes Nongshim where they're at, they're going to full commit to them for sure to try and stop them. E-Arena, meanwhile, going to be coming in through the on the north side.
Nigma Galaxy है भाई.
Goes to the bridge. Oh, this is going to be straight chaotic.
It's going to go a little bit close to the bridge. Now Nongshim need to regroup. For my money, I think that southwest side might just be a little bit.
भाई Alula भी है, FL भी है, OG का खत्म पीछे से टिम्बा भी आ रही है. OG मरने वाली है, गोडलाइक का भी लगने वाला है क्योंकि सामने में निग्मा गैलेक्सी.
This could be the make or break moment for E-Arena. If they can get across, they've got the backline of that coast to keep them a little bit safer, but they have to get there first and challenge off Ulf. Maybe Nigma Galaxy will join in that fray, but they have to
FL वाले bridge camp कर रहे हैं. वही मैं कह रहा हूँ ना, Flash.
Tough one right now. I mean, there is so many different teams crowding these bridges and on both sides, on the eastern and western bridge. You can see Nongshim though, they got those sandbags. They're going to be holding this hill. This is a great spot in this circle. They're going to have so many different sight lines. They can rotate away from it if necessary. They just got to watch out for the crash.
भाई इस PUBG के अंदर भी है ना ट्रॉफी को डाल देना चाहिए. क्या मजा आएगा. ट्रॉफी दे दो इनको भी. एक ट्रॉफी. ड्रॉप में ट्रॉफी दे दो. नेड को काउंटर करने के लिए, स्मोक को काउंटर करने के लिए. और भाई ये जोकर.
There's going to be at least 15 more of them ticking away every second. A drop of sweat beading on their foreheads of one of our players.
There's Godlike keeping an
जोकर कहाँ घुमा रहा है?
Oh, it looks like we did get a huge knock. That's XZY.
Okay, that's resible.
Yeah, that is resible, so you should be able to get safe.
ट्रॉफी फिर नेड़ गया भाई मैं कह रहा हूँ ना.
So Nongshim gonna keep their player up here.
Okay.
Remember, they don't know who it is until it's flushed, so they still don't have a clue it's Nongshim just yet.
अबे बट उनको पता तो होगा टीम नेम, टीम नंबर तो पता होगा ना. NSS2GE का इतना तो दिमाग लगाते हैं आईजीएल वगैरह. भाई जोन में जाना पड़ेगा. भाई ये गाड़ी लेके कहाँ घूम रहा है जोकर?
I feel like for the next circle 2 maybe Nongshim Red Force going to be very very safe and secure in this position in a central spot. I'm also looking at S2G on the southwest side. No one really contesting them. Of course you do still have Falak from 4 Thrives, the last player to stay alive, who could potentially find a backstop position, find an off angle, a cheeky little snake.
OG versus TNBA भी हो सकता है.
S2G on the southwest side, I think they have a good run up as well. Once everybody.
भाई नॉक मत होना.
There's so many teams here. I mean, S2G, Nongshim Red Force, they're going to have some big dominant
Stage 3 का सर्कल है, काटेगा भाई ये.
In the tournament here and now. The question is how are they going to handle these fights? Do they take some of the fights early on like they normally would? Maybe not, because it's going to give away their position.
नमस्ते फ्लेक्चर भाई, नमस्ते. गोल्ले खुद सकती है यार. भाई क्या?
S2G have the high ground.
Now this is really important. Sure, S2G have that high ground. This is really good.
भाई निगमा चली जाना आगे बेंचो. हम भी घुस लें. OG का तो impossible है भाई घुसना.
Teams on the northeast side will have to figure out who's going to take a crack at it. I feel like Nongshim can kind of stay here for a little bit longer, but they have to be able to hold out. As the
कितना गंदा हगते हैं हम लोग.
4 teams behind the queue, and actually E-Arena are sweeping in to try and play in behind this. They think, oh, surely the eastern bridge is going to be empty. Think again.
Nope, there are a whole bunch of teams holding on this eastern bridge. Looks like a bunch of squads. And I have the same idea. And this is stage 4. The zone is really going to start.
FL ने fielding set कर रखी है भाई.
Holding here for so long. And for Team Flash, this is their chance to disrupt E-Arena.
A real big chance. E-Arena have
पीछे से E-Arena मार देगा इसको आतंकी को.
saw them into the smash zone. And they are being denied access. So many players sit in front of them. You've even got Eagle behind in Milta for Tianba to try and make that one happen.
मतलब ब्रिज पे 4 टीम भाई, ये वाला ब्रिज तो खत्म है, यहाँ से नहीं जा सकते.
Whilst the 2 teams that sit with them in the smash zone are laughing, and there goes Schweppes.
आतंकी जोन से नो हो गया.
Unresable now, stage 4.
And now WizGod is going to be looking to get that thirst, soak up them points. They know it's E-Arena here. Oh, the pan shot.
Okay.
Woo! He said, okay, let me go ahead and get back to this side. Mormon desperate at this point. Just going to be full sending
जाना तो पड़ेगा.
this bridge to try and
ये को फ्री एंट्री मिल गई.
chunking them down. And the crowd, you can hear them chanting. I can hear the S2G chants already. They know this looks really good, but can they finish it out?
Oh, this east side.
4 kill तो मिले अपने को.
Didn't really catch it on camera, but Furia went up towards Nigma Galaxy to take that fight on the northern side. They were able to
Bandage का क्या करेगा?
And not lose any themselves, but again, that leaves no challenge towards that Nongshim high ground position.
And bye.
Everybody from the east side is going to be coming into this zone raggedy. Run through. As E-Arena do manage to get across the bridge, but at the cost of Schweppes.
Yeah, at the cost of Schweppes and a whole bunch of utility as well. They're going to be going through almost all their meds here just to try and survive.
S2G का है सर्कल भाई.
Lucky into this circle. They're going to have to hope to catch a third party. Something. If they do
So maybe
and win that fight, this could be dangerous. Let's see how this works.
ये चोर कहाँ से पकड़ रहा है भाई?
Udia getting mighty close to Team Flash. That nade just a little bit too far from Bose.
Falak's still going. He's taking shots over on the northwest side, over at Godlike. Don't think he's managed to. He's going to manage to push through with.
Zone से मरा क्या मान्या नहीं.
As the blue zone at his back.
अबे चोर को कहाँ से मिल गया बेंचो? कहाँ है चोर? कहाँ कैंप कर रहा है?
That pressure, and now they might try and turn their attention to our tabletop as Nongshim Red Force in their bunker spot. It is.
बैंडेज से हील कर पाएगा, बट क्या फायदा वो.
Everybody on the east side, they have to push past such a difficult, unpredictable position.
Hey, they found a spot though, right? Arena was able to find a little bit of space here and
Wizgod?
some eliminations as Wizgod is trying to drive by. He thought this was open. No, it's not. Wizgod almost on fire, somehow still alive.
मर गया.
And now getting
Lulla
taken out
था.
by Alula.
All right, okay. Well, that was a crazy dash out of the open through the melee position. A team that we haven't talked about in a while is Aurora, who sit as a blocker to Alula.
अरे चार चोर कहाँ पे कैंप कर रहा है वो फलक?
Towards that smash zone. And they find a spot on towards Mormon as well, and knock over to Arena, and they are now down another player.
ये का गया, Mormon गया.
So Aurora denied the point, which could be pretty crucial if they do not make it into the smash zone here. But with Aurora in the buildings on the south side of this zone, as it pushes, by the way, away from Nongshim,
yeah,
that could be devastating for Aurora if they don't make it all the way.
Aurora looking dangerous though. They're actually going to be fighting out with Arena. That's a
S2G का है तो वही तो मैं कह रहा S2G के पास अपर वो क्या बोलते हैं वो भी है.
This is still stage 5, but military zones are just so dangerous.
हिल भी S2G के पास है.
Beautiful compound for now, so they don't have to move. Right now they're just keeping eyes on Alula, trying to get a few more eliminations. They know they're that close, only 5 points away now from that smash zone.
Goodness me, I feel like the most important decision here is Nongshim's rotate. The question
S2G का chicken है भाई.
What do you need to have in place before you go for it? And I feel like this is one of them. Clearing out the back, Team Flash, if soon as they roll out, they're going to get hounded down. So the ability to clear that out is brilliant. But then where do you go from there? Maybe you try and crash towards the arena, but we'll see what they can find in the fight with Flash as they roll up for a second rundown. So easy goes low, but he's still got a little bit more bite.
Bar, FL bar.
And he snaps back. Flash do go down, and no knock sent, but here come Galaxy.
और Enigma आ गई.
1-2 go down. There they go.
भाई, NS bar.
What on earth was that? Galaxy with the targeted.
Enigma ने काम बिगाड़ दिया बेंचोद.
Take down the table toppers.
S2G और S2G का चिकन है. S2G का चिकन है.
Who's on top of the hill, and they say, you know what? We want a piece of that, baby, and they got the whole thing. Nongshim Red Force are out. S2G, E-Arena still alive. As Nigma Galaxy in just one fail swoop could have saved this tournament, and we could see another match.
S2G का चिकन है भाई.
S2G.
फोर्टी को एक किल किसने दिया? अपने वाले ने. सौम्य का. पता नहीं कहाँ पकड़ा गया था.
Have to get a little bit closer to it. They've still got the madman Falak to deal with though.
कौन सा मैडमैन बेंचोद कैंप करके मारता है खाली.
There's a nade cooking, so have to be careful. Feel like they should know.
इसके अंदर बैठा गल्ला.
They should know. As the nades are flying, Godlike are launching forwards. Kamikaze will certainly know about it now. Godlike
मारो शेक में इसको.
the southwest side getting
अरे घोड़े पे मत चढ़ तू और कहीं चढ़ जा. अबे एक्सपाउट मार.
Charging into battle.
Falak on the move. 1 horsepower, man. He's on the move. Can he survive? He hops. Jumps out for a little bit longer and survives.
Hey, he's got that big eye.
नहीं अपने आ गए.
Ready for the fight. Godlike trying to You're gonna have to do better than that. One more under the belt for Falak, but he
क्या चूतिया है भाई एडमिनो की. क्या हग्गा है.
Circle goes south too. Over to S2G for Turkey. They have the shot. They have the inside track. It is about conversion.
S2G का चिकन है बे.
The whole lobby needs to understand who is the
S2G का चिकन है.
in this lobby. It's S2G. They're alive. They have the high ground. They have the ammunition. They could end this tournament right here, right now. A lot of fights happening on the other side of things, though, and that's going to be chaotic on the side that S2G are starting to spread their wings. They're taking so much real estate in this circle, looking to get the chicken.
ये बार ये भी गई. S2G बची.
To be in with a chance, with a smash victory on this game, on this final Erangel, is S2G. But Aurora could change that tune. They are 2 points away from the smash zone. One more team goes down. They
Vitality है ना.
and on the north side, it makes it happen. Aurora will join the top 3 in the smash zone if we go to another match.
Oh, and you could see Zol. He knows it. He knows exactly where this S2G squad is. He spotted him. Did he spot Hansuji, though, in the grass, waiting to make a play?
2 के फाइट तो पहले. अरे साला फ्री के 2 किल मिले उसको अपने वालों ने दिए. पता नहीं क्या कर रहा था.
Waiting to happen. This could be the fight to decide this tournament. Whichever team owns this one, they're going to control this entire side of the map.
S2G जीत रही है. S2G जीत जाएगी.
The only way.
अरे अरोरा को रोकना नहीं पड़ेगा. अरोरा का भी 2 पॉइंट चाहिए उनको स्मैश करने के लिए. हाँ तो वही तो कह रहा हूँ, ये जीतना पड़ेगा अरोरा को S2G को हराना है तो.
Presiding over the military finish. Nongshim Red Force swept aside with a targeted strike from Galaxy. E-Arena struggling, clawing their way towards the circle, finally fell apart at the seams and could not go the distance, but S2G have their chance.
They've got it. You can see Kamikaze
spreading out. S power गया.
3-1 split on the side of S2G. Team Vitality. Another squad.
2 पॉइंट और 2 किल शायद से.
Looking towards Aurora. All of their efforts need to be going towards S2G. If
कितना किल मिला था अपने को?
That's a perfect opportunity for S2G to third.
गोड लाइक के कितना किल ले थे गाइस?
But I mean, where do Vitality go? Where do they go to try and make the most of this match, right? It is towards Aurora. You can't sweep West.
Zero adventure.
Some snakes in the grass and Kamikaze.
2 पॉइंट मिले.
I feel like Vitality might just be giving this one over to S2G.
You got to realize, Vitality, it's either go anywhere else or go home right now. If they battle this out, it's going to give S2G a massive advantage.
S2G versus Vitality.
The two squads with a full team still alive in this tournament.
We need to put the aura in.
दो ही पॉइंट लेके गए हैं बेंच जो that.
To look big, play big, score big, get into the smash zone, because they are the only team really in the driving seat. The circle takes the backstop position out for S2G. Vitality are just gonna have to cross, but S2G might take shots at them as well.
S2G को भी आना पड़ेगा सर्कल में.
The fight is teetering.
अरोरा का चिकन. अरोरा मार सकती है.
We can hear the crowd chanting S2G because they know they have the high ground. They do lose that building though, so that backstop.
4v4 नहीं. 4v2.
This is all about fight timing. If Aurora
4v2
battle each other out, S2G should have this one in the bag. And top is looking in Vitality's direction.
Okay. We'll see if this oppressive force can go. I mean, Vitality's approach is not easy.
By Zol.
Even if S2G aren't peeking all the way down, there is still angles that they can take over towards Vitality. And they may actually opt to stay on the top of this ridge.
अबे बहन चोद S2G से फाइट करो.
You can cut it with a knife. This could be the end of the tournament. We're watching the last game if S2G take this one. Furia. Don't count them out either. They have 2 players up, but they could definitely disrupt this entire fight.
ये आपस में लड़ेंगे Vitality और तो S2G मजे ले जाए.
One more zone shift. One more zone shift to decide who's going to have the advantage. And if S2G are going to be able to take it. Chief driving up, he gets knocked out. Now it's only Ayala left for Furia.
There was also a knockover towards a Vitality player coming through from Aurora, who are pushing up to the ridge, but leaving top out to deal with Vitality's position. It's so suppressed. Oh, the lane into play, and there's a knockover towards top. S2G find the back line. That's not going to be
S2G जीत गई. S2G जीत गई.
With their chance to take it all away, but S2G with only 2 limbs, they don't need any more than that. All they need is the win.
S2G जीत गई. S2G जीत गई.
Aurora think this reses. Top desperately calling for assistance. It's needed, and Kamikaze rolls out to try and suppress it, but no, lost back behind the tree.
Zol with the critical shot.
Oh, Doc!
From Doc is able to knock a player from S2G, and here.
अबे चूतिया उधर मार.
They're rolling in.
Oh!
It's all Doc, baby. Shutting them down.
बिगाड़ दिया पूरा.
The last player for S2G. It's still doable. It can still be done, but it would need a miracle. Reefus turns his attention towards the back line, so Vitality still sits living.
Kamikaze है भाई.
Alive, all rest up. They might be the ones to take it all.
It's Kamikaze versus the world. If he somehow takes this, it's game over. Ayala by himself. Reefus dominating this lobby, and Vitality's in trouble.
A kamikaze in the center of the circle with the assistance from Ayala could suppress that position from Aurora. If they get Zio back up, that does change the
अरे रेफोस
A kamikaze has the broadside. Reefus goes low.
भाई यार भाई क्या आ गया एस्टोजी ने
We are going to Miramar.
स्मैश रोल एक्टिवेट फॉर अरोरा आल्सो भाई एस्टोजी ने जो थ्रो किया है भाई एस्टोजी ने थ्रो किया है भाई बाहर जाके इजी चिकन निकालते बाहर जाके थ्रो किया है जोन के क्या हगाए भाई इन्होंने एस्टोजी ने डॉक ने निकाला भाई डॉक ने निकाला क्या पनौती बेंच मैंने पनौती लगाई ठीक है भाई इनको जोन के बाहर जाने कौन बोला था एस2जी को पागलों की तरह जोन के बाहर गए ये लोग इनके पास जोन था पूरा डॉग खेल गया बेस्ट मैच था भाई अभी तक का बेस्ट मैच था ये अभी तक का
But this tournament's not over. We still have 2 more matches left to go. But like you mentioned, Aurora.
भाई बेस्ट मैच था ये भाई ये क्यों बाहर गए मेरे को ये समझ में नहीं आया एस2जी ये देख भाई साहब
Kamikaze nearly getting this elimination onto Reefus as well. You can see how low Reefus got. Yeah, those nades got clean in him up as well.
गोले का क्या सीन झूल रहे हैं हम लोग
Fantastic play coming through from them. They drop
12-13 पे
they stay military, they win military. That is how you want to close down Erangel. And what a sigh of relief for Nongshim and for E-Arena, who have another crack at this smash victory.
Yeah, and I mean, I got to give some a major love to so many of the teams that we saw. Fudia put some good points there towards the end. Nigma Galaxy, honestly.
गोले का घी खत्म समझो ओजी का भी घी खत्म
Nongshim right there. That was crazy. And I think all of these teams need to give Nigma Galaxy a little pat on the back. Say, hey, thank you for that one because that was dangerous.
Absolutely, dap them up. We are going to be heading out for a few. But
guys, make sure to like the stream. फटाफट से सब like कर दो.
Crucial games left to play. Let's see what we got for you.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here now.
Pressure handle नहीं होता.
Founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
भाई बट क्या मारा है भाई एस2जी ने जो अपने हाथों से चिकन दिया है ना अरोरा को अबे इनको बाहर जाने के लिए किसने बोला था डॉग फिर कंटेंजर भाई इस बार मैं अरोरा जीतनी चाहिए भाई
Just when you thought it couldn't get any
कहाँ पे हम लोग होंगे 12-13 पे
Dark Horse has arrived in that smash zone. It's none other than the silent killers of Aurora Gaming, because this squad, we have said it over and over again, if you give them a chance, they will take it. This squad has been through everything. They have had multiple.
भाई ये खतरनाक मैच था बेस्ट मैच था आज का अबे लाइक वाइक नहीं करते हो क्या तुम लोग लाइक तो करो कम से कम
Doc, I'm sorry. I was doubting you this tournament. He woke up and he chose violence that game. Oh my goodness, vitality, S2G, it does not matter. He was chasing you down. And because of that, Aurora make it right into the smash and can be competing for that trophy.
4 चोर तो साले बस इनके जो कल और परसों के जो दिन गए थे ना उसकी वजह से यहाँ पे, नहीं तो इनसे कुछ नहीं होता.
Aurora do very well on Miramar. 9 times out of 10, they are big fragging, big winning. Cannot wait for this next one coming up because Aurora are in. They just might do it.
Yeah, and the position that they were in too, obviously on that bottom zone of the hill, they had vitality to worry about. One player from Furia, and obviously, you know, you look at
CDM देखना तेरा बाप मैं साले सुन लेगा मेरे से अभी तू. अलविदा CDM देखना. तेरा चाचा चला रहा है CDM अभी. चूतिया हरकतें कर रहा है मेरे से, गाली खाएगा. अजीब चूती है भाई. CDM देखना चल रहा है क्या CDM अभी?
Everybody that wanted to go one more game, thank you, Nigma Galaxy, because you decided to just full-on crash it to Nongshim Red Force.
Oh yeah, Flash and Nongshim Red Force. The fight begins on Crate Hill. They fully third party it. What a great re-engage from them.
Something we need to keep a close eye on is this right here. When you're not able to close
S2G will remember this.
Earlier too late.
Always बहुत किया ये भाई. क्यों बाहर गए ये लोग? S2G के पास जोन था, बाहर जाके 3 फिनिश हो गए इसको.
You start overthinking yourself. You start seeing what those players are currently doing, which is
ये चूतिया है भाई ये. आगे अलविदा.
I mean, we've seen it with
CDM कर रहा है. चूतिया चाचा ने CDM चला रखा है.
They had such a powerful position from the get-go. They were moving their rotation so well with each and every zone close. The height on the hill here, but like I said before, the positioning from Lost, sort of moving over this top side of the hill, unfortunately was caught out by Aurora looking down. So
oh my goodness.
You can see the upset on their face from this, and they just knew from that moment they messed up, Max.
Oh, the Doc and Reefus wombo combo. Like, that is what you want to see as an Aurora fan. That is such a good execution. And really, the push from SGG, I would say, was not even a bad idea. But the thing is, they had so many angles on the side of Aurora. No tree, no rock was going to be enough cover to keep you alive in the very end. Kamikaze, of course, trying to keep the dream alive. But Aurora were just way stronger at the end. And Aurora now making the jump up, man. A 4-man race. We don't see it very often on the global stage, but any of those 4 teams could still now be crowned your champions.
They can be crowned their champions. And we do have 2 games left. If it doesn't finish here in a Smash, with the Smash format in this next match, which means that some other teams could still end up pushing out. We got a chance to see earlier that Smash race graphic. You can see 4 Thrives is still, even though 4 Thrives hasn't really been performing that well, awful day after that Rondo, they could still find themselves a way up towards that Smash zone. But when it comes to Aurora, when it comes to that fight with S2G, I kind of want to rewind a little bit to that, because I was thinking maybe S2G took a little bit too long to try to get even more angles and spread out even more.
I'm not sure. I thought that S2G played it well enough. I thought that they had enough angles that they were timing it very well.
ना उन्हें लड़ना देना था आपस में. पागल है भाई, छोड़ो.
That is like smelling blood in the water, and it just activates him.
भाई एक मैच में तो और चिकन निकाल दो यार. 2 मैच बचे हैं. OG Gold like
full send, complete synergy. They like, right, we have a target, we know what we're doing now. So for me, I think it's less S2G and more Aurora.
Yeah, they were in great positions.
I
absolutely agree to you. And Aurora were moving to the rotation on Vitality. If they were just to wait another moment, it would have opened up an even better position for them. But obviously, you know, like Max says, they were sort of making that push. It wasn't the worst decision, it was the timing decision that put them out.
With that overall now, we see the Aurora jumping
भाई 140
in tying Nongshim Red Force at 140 points apiece. Nongshim Red Force does have 3 chicken dinners. Aurora with 2 here, and as we're looking
भाई
at
140 point.
this one, we got a chance to see the top
S2G 139.
भाई साहब. There, and as well as E-Arena. This could be the turnaround for E-Arena.
I mean, especially.
अबे टीम में फ्यूरी और निगमा थोड़ा अच्छा खेलो. इस चोरों को नीचे भेजो.
Which map was it? The Nongshim Red Force won on and got the smash.
Was that game 6?
That was game 6, and it was what battleground it was?
I think it's a Miramar.
I think it was a Miramar. Exactly. Thank you very much for confirming my suspicion, Nipturo, because it is Miramar. It's Nongshim Red Force o'clock. But I do want to say, 4 Thrives, Nigma Galaxy, Furia, Tiamba, if we do get to that hypothetical scenario where none of the top 4 teams get chicken dinner, these guys a top 3 is not going to cut it. You need a win if you want to do it. And you know what? That means from those teams on the second half of this first page, you need back-to-back chicken dinner to be the champions.
And we're starting to see the crowd pop up as well, especially towards the end when S2G, one of those players, ended up getting knocked. You can see all the
last के दो मैच बचे हैं बस.
just getting so
Miramar.
excited because that just means one more chance for those squads. 4 thrives, you are 17 points away. I don't know if they're gonna be able to do it, Lace, but they're gonna have to try.
I'm a believer. There's still time, absolutely.
12-13 पे आ गए.
Capitalize on that, and what we've seen.
12 और 14 पे.
Phone calls on Miramar. They could have that potential to be able to do it. Obviously, you know, we saw it from the the hashtag EWC post. They just need that chicken dinner, which will maximize those points for them, and obviously to close it out in the following game.
I'm just looking at a bunch of squads here as well that you have absolutely nothing to lose. Throw everything. Do anything you can for those eliminations. Do anything you can for those points. And for everybody currently watching at home, don't forget that the PMWC Lucky Spin is currently available in the game. Log in and do your spins before it's gone. You could get the Electron Energy set, the Proton Power set, and that grows out that I'm just so close to getting it that I feel like today after we crown the champion, I'll be able to get it. The PMWC Lucky Spin available now. Go check it out. Co-created with PDP creator Nana. But you were wanting to say something before we were talking about those awesome skins.
Talking about the bottom teams, right? The teams that have nothing to lose. I want to look especially at the Indian teams, right? Orangutan, and also looking at Godlike. AKOP had some really good plays, by the way, earlier today on Rondo specifically. So good one on AKOP. But at this point, it's just about getting experience. Just try and get as high a rank as you possibly can. I would say top 10 would be great to see you try and one of those two teams to try and finish on. But I'm sure that with how much they've learned this event, next time we do see them 7, they're going to come back even stronger, maybe in PMGC.
I think so. I mean, we already seen a strong performance out of OG, this one being now their second international event. For Godlike, they have completely shattered my expectations, even though after what I saw from earlier on, I had them in my top 5 for the finals here. The pressure, I feel like, ended up getting to them because it is their first international event. But I'm with you. I think that experience that they're going to be getting here is going to progress not only just for them, but also for India as a region.
Oh, exactly. I mean, if you look at
भाई एक साल खिला दो हमें इंटरनेशनल लॉबी में, तुम्हें बताते हैं डोमिनेशन क्या होता है.
Their global experience has been moving forward and actually influencing other teams around them in their local area. So it's the exact same thing for our Indian teams here. I've been very, very impressed with Godlike, very impressed with OG. Even in the finals coming in here, day 3, looking really good, making some fantastic plays against the likes of Tiamba, like a lot of different teams here. I do think that, yes, the experience is one thing here, 7. That's definitely not to be overlooked because they just don't have the experience these other teams do. But I will say, even I was surprised by the big jump between group survival and finals. Like, it's a completely different lobby than what they played earlier in the week. So for them, it's just really hard to adapt as well. And yeah, they're getting left behind, but still massive GGs. I'm very impressed.
Completely different playing style here in the finals. Group A, we got a chance to see just tacticalness. Group B, we've got a chance to see aggressiveness. And survival, we got a little bit of a sneak peek. It was still passive, but now we're here in the finals. And now we only have possibly 1 match left. If nobody wins it from the top 4, then we will have that 6th match. But Barney, do you think it's going to be ending here in this first Miramar? Or are we going to go one more?
Miramar आ गया.
Oh my goodness.
What is happening, dude?
My heart is coming out of every orifice that I have, Lucy. I don't know what is going on. It's getting insane. It's getting so spicy here on the Gadia City grid. Of course, we now have 4 teams that are on Smash Point. We've got Nongshim Red Force.
Yes, indeed.
E-Arena.
Since a long time.
I know. It feels that way, doesn't it?
Yeah, it was a long time ago now.
And of course,
just Aurora Gaming just cuts it now.
I know, they're all fighting, battling tooth and nail for this right here. Our beautiful PMWC trophy and the legacy,
of course,
at EWC.
And I think there is people from all over the world as well, like watching them. And I think our audience is ready as well. Like, one more game? No, don't want one game, depending of who you're rooting for, actually.
That's right. We step foot onto Miramar for a 2 times, potentially, but it could all end in the next match. And so, everyone in the Gadia City grid, are you ready?
Of course, make some noise! Here we are, back to you, Caster, for the game 5.
There you go, setting the stage perfectly there. Shout out to Barney and Luke.
भाई एक अच्छा चिकन निकाल लो यार, टॉप 10 में आ जाएंगे.
Paris, you've been absolutely electric here in the Qiddiya City grid, and all of us are sat in anticipation for what is yet to come as we move over from Erangel and set our sights on the new geometry that is Miramar Blank.
And we said goodbye to Rondo, we've said goodbye to Erangel, and we are saying hello to our two final Miramars, which will cap off this tournament. PMWC at EWC. It has been an absolute slammer of an event. But right now, that last game, not so much. It was a bit of a slam dunk from Aurora. And S2G misses the boat on that one.
And Eamon, I think what hurts most is that could have been the full three-pointer blank. They were set up for a nice swish in through the net.
Yeah, they actually were, but bounced off the backboard, directly back into their own face. I mean, for Kamikaze, completely understand it. I think his center position movements have been sick throughout the tournament.
All right.
This one, not so great.
Okay.
I think sometimes you do have to peel back and realize we need the full 4v4. I think a lot of the time Kamikaze's gone for those center anchors. It's been fine because they've had the majority control anyway. And what he does by doing that is massively secure the win. Because he's able to play that position very effectively. That time around, when you've got Vitality up in that northern edge, you've got Aurora trying to push up the hillside, you need to fully reinforce that position, otherwise that happens. Either way, we were discussing it, it's a hard one, because right now Aurora's on an absolute high.
जल्दी चालू करो S2G का एवरेज 5.
That's a mentally booming game.
हमारा एवरेज कितना होगा? 2-3.
It's going to get you, even with the strongest mental fortitude, a game like that, you have to completely reset, effectively try and just play this one in isolation. Treat it as a best of one game, forget everything else. Because, yeah, otherwise you kind of sat there with the thoughts of, that was our championship game. We were very nearly in a reality where we could have been crowned champions.
Yeah.
But there are other teams that are eligible for that to be the outcome. And of course, like we touched on, with 2 games left to go, there is still plenty of opportunity for any one of them to close it out. That smash rule could still come into effect. You could still close it here in game 5.
For Nongshim, we know they can do it already. They did it yesterday on game 6.
मान्या भाई, थोड़ा मैजिक वैजिक दिखाओ, कुछ कर दो.
S2G is
कुछ कर दो.
Miramars. So we'll wait and see.
2 मैच बचे, 2 मैच में ऐसा ठोक दो ना भाई, मजा आ जाए.
And ready to jump in. All fun on screens. I don't think it's been the worst of tournaments for them. It's just there has been some missteps, right? And I think that it wouldn't be right for me to say that they played fine throughout the entirety of this tournament. They have made some missteps here and there. Sometimes, I think Neptune actually put it very well. They play very reactive into some of their late games, where I think there are some good decisions as they leapfrog into the circles. But then
2 मैच में हो सकता है टॉप 8. 2 मैच में हो सकता है, बिल्कुल हो सकता है. दोनों मैच चिकन निकालो. 20 पॉइंट का चिकन, 40 पॉइंट हो जाएगा.
Really good, but it's getting there, which has been the difficulty for them. Aura Sleepy currently is doing an incredible amount of work for the squad today, looking fantastic. But we have seen them to lose earlier on, where it just felt like a sure thing. Tiamba was just showing up in a big way.
They were indeed. It was great to see the rise back to form for Tiamba. The topsy-turvy road for Enigma Galaxy as well. A lot of squads that will be picking into as this develops. So get in store for it. We're about to go live with this one. Miramar, game 5 here at PMWC.
Game number 5, Miramar.
Looking to crown another new champion, another new organization to fly the banner high, and our next 4 kings of PUBG Mobile here on the grand stage, live from Paris, France.
Penultimate match here.
फर्स्ट डे पे नहीं रखना था, उसमें मोमेंटम खराब हो गया. पहले दिन अपना बहुत ही खराब हुआ था, कुछ ज़्यादा ही खराब.
Teams looking to break in that 122 points barrier to potentially take it all home on that final match. We're looking at Furia, Tiamba, 4 Thrives, Enigma Galaxy to make that jump but there are 4 teams that could stop it right here, right now.
कुछ हुआ?
Going into map number 5. Nongshin
12वें पे
stopping out short over towards ruins as per usual. Nice playing path for them. They can get looted very, very quickly and move into that circle when it pops. We've not seen a lot of western circles, and Nongshin's been able to play a lot of these like southeast, east circles fairly well, despite starting in ruins, which is I think the most impressive thing about them. Tiamba out down towards Impala. And S2G will have to go for the full reset. And like you say, you kind of want the men in black mind wipe right now, don't you really, from the coaches?
Wow, मजा आ गया.
Wipe that off. Glad to see this though, mate. A bit more normality instantly into this one in terms of the circle. We've had some pretty
थोड़ी देर पहले #9 थी हाँ यार. लास्ट के 3 मैच खराब गए हैं.
Going into our first of the 2 Miramars, potentially 2 that is.
लास्ट के 3 मैच खराब हो गए.
More consistent start to open us up.
Yeah, we're around El Azahar, Hacienda del Patron. Kind of don't want to center up too much around here because we're heading over towards those horrible dead fields. Always a bit uncomfortable to play. You got Death Valley down towards Ricardo way. La Bandita is going to create a little bit of a funnel for our teams playing Los Leones, Podpariso, as well as Impala. Press 2G straight shot towards the center available for them here.
go भाई. अरे ये चूतिया इसके बाद मत सुना कर. सोलो इसके मत सुना कर, ये कुछ भी लिखता है. इसको हम सीरियस नहीं लेते हैं. इसको घर वाले सीरियस नहीं लेते, हम तो छोड़ दो.
Just like Naruto Uzumaki, just straight running across that water. But we want to bring some heat to the equation, some fire with the Ninetales Fury Org skin as well as
कोच कौन है? कोच तो कोई है ही नहीं.
Plenty to win in game, plenty to grab.
कोच कोई है ही नहीं ना, एनालिस्ट है बस noob.
But join us now as we head back into the game.
अरे 2 मैच बचे हैं, 2 मैच में से बेचारे उसको भी खिला लो, छठे प्लेयर को.
Take advantage of it, but like Blank said, we'll stick with the present for now and see what we get out of this. Obviously, early doors into it initially.
छठे प्लेयर को भी कोच का वीजा नहीं लगा. कभी लगता है अपना वीजा?
So it will be a fairly safe.
पता है जो फ्रांस का भी वीजा नहीं लग रहा है. स्मोकी है कोच गोल्ड लाइक, स्मोकी का वीजा नहीं लगा. अरे ओहो, अपनी फिर फाइट हो गई. बताओ हम तो अपने से ही लड़ जाते हैं हर बार का है.
Power comes in with the opening elimination as Godlike do get line of sight down onto OG.
चलो अपने ही फाइट करते हैं, बताओ.
Yeah, good shots from S-Power again. He has really made a name for himself here. Very well known within his own region, but now on a global stage, known to be able to tango with the best of them. Incredible clutches throughout the entirety of the tournament for S-Power.
चल मेरे वर्कशॉप में जा.
Really just hope to see more of him in the future. Honestly, this has been a wonderful event for him. Alongside with the rest of the squad supporting him wonderfully. Ulf getting nice and central on this one too. Just underneath Hacienda. Still a lot of teams yet to move in just yet though. Aurora getting the full loot on. You can see them on our screens right now. Still looking for some supplies. Mini 14 switched out there for the M16. But not set up. But I want to see what he picks up.
Ta-ra-ra-ra-ra.
Right now would be nice to see them getting another strong match in. Already shown they can do it. And with how tight those rankings are towards the top, I mean, just look at 8th through 5th. You're looking at 103 to 105. That's a big jump up in prize pool as well. And it may all end here on this match, so you can really switch things up very, very quickly. I think for Tiamba, getting a top 5 in this event would be a really, really good result for them. Jump over towards that top 4 with E-Arena on 123. I think that does bear mentioning though of E-Arena 123, because remember the first match on Rondo, they hit 122.
Yeah.
They have earned a single point. And this is what Smash Ruling does to you, man. Because you are so focused on getting that chicken dinner, so focused on hitting that smash that you forget that this might just go all the way through to the 6th match. And then Nongshim just takes it. off the back of the tiebreaker between them and Aurora.
भाई हम इतना गंदा हार रहे हैं इस चे तू खेल ले साले अरे भगा दिया आने देता ना यूएलएस
Then, like you touched on,
Scarface.
very susceptible to be laughed, and it's been a nice step up from the teams above them that are dangerously close to all being tied. 1 point of difference there, S2G on 139, everyone else on 140, and Nonshin and Aurora. The one saving caveat could be the fact we've seen a bit more aggression. Teams trying to first onto the big dogs in the lobby that are in the smash zone. Saving these games and keeping them going for a bit longer. Cheeky peek there. Shots on target, but goes both ways. Bit of damage back over onto Ulf, and the 4-5s boys do start to turn tail.
Lovely pickup from Hazaifa there. He had his eyes over towards that concrete there, understood that that's a potential position a team could be playing in, instantly rebuffs the shots, and because of that, Falak stays up. Because in that position, I'm pretty sure he drops off the vehicle, he gets insta-flushed. So that does keep 4-5s as a 4-man, which they need, because they're right on 105 points. Get themselves 17 more on this match. They set themselves above that smash ruling. Challenge out for that top 3 as well if we do go all the way to 6 matches, which at internationals does tend to be the way things go down. Yeah, it's not a win though.
Oh, ULF versus 40.
Tight timing on the turnaround here. Being ran down by 4-5s. He's calling for the backup, and they're starting to swell over. Ooh, so close.
By Scarface 1 HP है.
He's tucked in, finally found by Falak.
अबे जल्दी आओ ना, क्या कर रहे हो ULF वालों?
This is just as the rest of Ulf have pulled up to the party as well. And they've got a read on this. They know. Instantly peppering the bullets back, and there's no reason to be here anymore. Call it quits.
Revive हो गया.
It's so central. It's not a bad place to play, but I think you're right. Ulf just realizes that.
अबे ULF चूतिया टीम है भाई. मैंने अभी Amazon टेस्ट लिखा है within 10 minute rejection मिल गया. क्या बात है? इतना गंदा है तेरा. तो साले तो Microsoft पे कैसे हो गया? जब तेरा Amazon नहीं निकल रहा है, Microsoft कैसे निकाल लिया तूने? चूतिया बना रहा है तो मैं समझ गया.
On Miramar, plenty of fun areas. This could head over towards on some hard shifts. Can head over towards the high ground now. That's a highway over towards those fielded areas. Armada. Cruz de Valle, water treatment also in place, so a lot of elevation as well as very, very shallow spots of the map. So quite a bit of fun here to work with going forward. Loot crate does drop down. This is very good for Nongshim Red Force as well, because as they've noticed with this circle going over towards the north side, they can cut in across Oasis, moving over towards Torre Armada. Enigma Galaxy will be the first team
से किया तो फिर तो reject होना ही था.
But yeah, I think that Nongshim Red Force cuts out the majority of the queue on this.
For Nongshim, they've had a pretty firm grasp on these games, but there's been some awkward decisions again, mirroring the sentiments we've given out here about some of these sides struggling a little bit when the pressure starting to get to them, eating away at them with the decision making.
I mean, this does feel slow as well, Jackie, for Nongshim, because I think they stopped off almost in Oasis, had to think about what their next move was going to be, and they're still just making it across. It is rocky ground though, so they're slowly finding their way in.
ULF versus
the more time they waste on this rotate, the more teams are going to make those wide routes. Furia being one of them. They're actually going to meet them on the roadside probably quite soon, and Furia has not been traveling through the blue. Right now, the rest of Nongshim a reasonable HP count. Getting very close now. Might just tuck in.
क्या बात है?
You've got Ulf here as well that have been hit from pillar to post on their movement throughout this game. They ran into OG. Bit of damage done. I mean, 2 players already hard flushed out. One of them knocked up on the ridge side. It's Aru, the last remaining member, throwing the nades down. That's nearly all of the offensive utility used. The Molotov. So broken bottles and his teammates gone as the fire spreads. Meanwhile, top side, what we touched on before, the Nonshin rundown with Furia still hightailing behind them.
They actually get ahead of them on this as well. But Nongshin and Red Force, they're kind of an unsuspected rotation. I think if Furia was
2 kill मिला 3 player dead.
Wow.
Wow.
Should know that Nongshim drops towards ruins and likely has made a very northern rotate, but they're going to take a very, very quick move in. You can see here, Igor's playing bumper cars alongside with them are so easy, moves forward. The rest of the team hasn't quite.
150 के हो गई EWC prediction में पहुंच और कुछ नहीं मिलने वाला है. कितने पॉइंट में मिलेगा?
Very fun, and all this while
Bye,
the
Roji.
circle has been pulling in here, so Nongshim Red Force might need to make some quick decisions later on. Cruz Devaya actually quite free at the moment, but do you want to go there too early? You might want to now.
कितने पॉइंट में मिलता प्रेडिक्शन पे?
I think the Galaxy on screen now with a wrap round from Alula. Creating some space between them. Ooh, quick getting back in, looking to see if he can spot them out here. Smoke's casting at least enough of a shadow for him to stay tucked for now. Looking to buggy him out of this one. It's Ralph that's isolated. Oh, there you go. Quick switch on the seats, easy headshot confirmed. And a hard flush, making it far more uncomfortable for Nigma. Three-man squad moves on.
अरे Spider-Man.
Down towards the south side of Cruz Devaya on that one. Ralph sadly behind.
NS का rotation.
On their path forward.
जीतना है ना NS को.
Every single turn on this.
Nongshim को जीतना है भाई.
The rest of his team to better position. Even now moving over towards the north side to get a better beat on where Nongshim Red Force is rotating in. This is really good presence of mind here from Furia. Being very proactive of where teams are, gathering that information.
200 पे
and we're so easy
30 के मिलता है.
Be combated by Igors in the future. Oh, he is being so annoying. Alula will find Eren there, and I believe that is Ulf now out.
ये Ulf बाहर हो गई.
Wasn't an easy one for Ulf at all here. So many back-to-back fights. She started off losing a man to 4 thrives, then consistently just got punished by everyone. Vitality is just sandwiching behind Furia as well on this push-up from Nonshin. You can see the establishing shot here. Overview of where they are on the spread. Let's see why. Got a scope attached. He's got a read on it. Vitality right behind them.
I got the MK14 as well. Be deadly at distance. Ayala. Trying to figure out what's going on here. Tizzy stayed behind for Nongshim Red Force, ensuring that there wasn't going to be any cheeky rotates over the north side. He's going to get a Rune Awakening pretty soon, because Aura is making their way in, so we'll be able to pass that information across. Honestly, for Nongshim Red Force, they might want to swing further down on this and give up position to Furia. Maybe play over towards the ridge side of the road. Does expose some sightlines from Flash, but it is getting really cramped up over towards this northeast side for Nongshim. Furia consistently stealing away those positions. Now Tizzy gets that information now and will move.
Knows you're being chased. Sky jumps out instantly, looking to see if he can get boots on the ground.
अबे जो per prediction सही होने पे कितना point मिलता है?
Squad still continue to maintain a safe distance behind Tizzy on the follow.
मतलब हर मैच का prediction होता है या फिर winner ही का ही होता है कि जीतेगा कौन?
Bumpy pathway in the buggy, but Tizzy's still going.
That's nice.
Gets over the ridge.
Very smooth. Yeah, good shots from XZY as well to back them off. I mean, takes a little bit of damage, but provided enough support there. Circle heads over towards the west. Alula actually have quite a decent compound here. The Galaxy can play out from the south side of Cruz Devaya. Jiggle, quite an aggressive scout, I would say, over towards Vitality as well as Furia. Doesn't die for it.
Yenma versus Vitality.
Shot by Vitality. We're getting those shots in. Very quiet game so far.
हर मैच के जैसे BGMI का predict अच्छा.
Even tops now from Flash moves over towards the mound on the eastern side.
और हर मैच पे अच्छा जीतने पे prediction कितना point देता है?
This is like it's very different to a lot of the other games we've seen. Nobody's taking any chances. Everyone's trying to garner as much information as possible on these rotates.
Yeah, it's far more tempered with the plays that are being made. You can see how much quicker teams are to set themselves up when they realize there's a VIP team, one of those squads that are within the smash zone, to attempt to set up to make it uncomfortable for their entryway. Similar setup here, down towards the bottom side. You've got a close grouping of 3 of the other smash eligible squads in Aurora, S2G and E Arena.
Aurora late to this one. They stayed in Chumasera for a long, long time, and sort of fair enough to them because this went very northeast on the circle. There has been areas they've had to play in. E-Arena taking this 2-2 split right now. To evacuate this compound. Tony K will take shots over towards Doc. Makes it out of there. Gets over towards a little bit of high ground, a little bit of elevation to work with. Actually a playable spot. I mean, he's threaded the needle on that one. The rest of the team can move in.
It pays dividends, but it felt a bit risky initially when I saw the peak over the top of the roof. I was thinking if Doc goes down here, it could have been hellish. The rest of the squad now confident to join him on the push. Wow. Hamza G making the plays that we know he can deliver on. That getting the long range shot off with a nice knock.
Knock finish हो जाते हैं हम सीधा. So में भी गया. क्या बात है, knock finish.
A bit of a punishment play coming over. You got Joker off into the distance. STG still getting a read on this.
दोनों knock finish.
Three squads were so close to each other that nothing could.
तू कर ले, winner होगा तू, चुप हो जा. दोनों 5 टाइम जोर कर जो टिप टॉप में 100 पॉइंट डिपेंड हो जाएगा. साले हम लोग कर क्या रहे हैं अभी? कभी 5वें स्टेज तक 4 बंदे जिंदा ही नहीं रहे जितने मैच हुए.
Down towards 6th as 4 thrives. Able to grab another point here. Nongshim need to move though. So Easy's actually outside in the blue at the moment. Taking a fair bit of damage off the back of this one. And they're really racking their brains of where do they want to go, how do they want to play. I mean, he's still out there. Come on, man. Get in.
मारते हुए नहीं दिखाता. पता नहीं क्या चूतिया पाया है. कहाँ मरे, कैसे मरे, कुछ नहीं पता चलता.
Burning through meds to do it. That's been a caveat we've seen happen.
कहाँ मरते हैं पता नहीं चलता भाई. गोड लाइक किधर है?
Always feeling like they're kind of somewhat trapped in the dirt and then having
पीछे मरे हैं. टिनबा पक्का जोन लेने गया होगा तब मरे हैं.
I mean, Alula's living
ले,
right.
एक और गया अपना.
It's clear to see that.
एक और गया.
They need to create some space for themselves.
एडमिन अकेला बचा है.
They can't really move down towards that southwest side. They'll be on broadside to Vitality as they move in. So this is the likely position next. So a very important fight between Nongshim as well as Fury.
मेरे को देख के मानने है कितने पूरे PMWC पता नहीं. एडमिनो भी बात.
Bring that information, passing it back for the nades to be sent through.
एक किल मिला है बस.
Maybe just dipping back down again, realizing that maybe this
मुश्किल से 5-10 किल होंगे. नकुल बेटर IGL है. IGL इनकी बात नहीं है.
So Easy will move away.
अपने को तो
giving Nongshim a little bit of life force here.
Finally, a pathway's presented, but they've got to fight past teams to get into the safety zone.
Oh, you play highs on this one.
मैं वही तो कह रहा हूँ. एक साल ग्लोबल स्टेज खिला दो इनको, सब लोगों को, इंडियन पूरे इंडियन लोबियों को.
It's going to work out. They get tucked back in. Finally bypass the awkward.
तो वही तो मैं कह रहा हूँ. एक साल खिला दो ग्लोबल स्क्रिम्स.
They're chasing somewhat. Flash keeping a bit of the attention off them.
अबे अपने वाले ये PUBG डाउनलोड करके VPN लगा के स्क्रिम्स तो खेल ही सकते हैं. अरे बड़े टीम्स के साथ ही ना बात करके की स्लॉट्स चाहिए स्क्रिम्स खेलने.
I'm not sure how likely Tiamba's going to allow this to go on without contest. Maybe a couple of nades sent upwards, but yeah, highs and lows here. This is very playable. Usually Tiamba, when you get a central zone like this, it's kind of the guard dogs for where Nongshim Red Force is playing, but with Tiamba being further into the circle here, much better result for them.
दोनों इंडियन टीम बाहर हो गए.
That was a nice swing through from Nongshim Red Force. Some slow decisions today here and there of how they want to play stuff out, but that was a quick
Aurora bar
from them. Aurora, Reefus, last left alive here, getting the first aid kit off, and yeah, chicken dinner's not happening. Definitely not likely as Aurora gains no points on this game.
खत्म.
There you go.
Aurora NS S2G golden chance. EA NS S2G.
The lights go out.
दो नहीं पिछले 3 मैच से. हाँ तो एक ही पॉइंट निकलना 3 मैच में 1 पॉइंट. इलीगल हो जाएगा. अपन लीगल कर देगा.
Really clean engagement.
फ्यूरिया भी गई.
primes it perfectly, blows them away on entry. Fury are chasing them for so long, but no, not today.
Vitality on that north side. I think they heard the commotion, wanted to get involved on it, but the speed at which Fury went down, I mean, there's just no opportunity.
पर ये लोग फंसे गंदे
A
हैं.
lot of damage towards Tizzy. Gonna sit in the corner though. Federales has to move now, back over towards Aura. This next fight between Nongshim and Tiamba
God leg
will be
फिर
the
बाहर.
decider of how
दोनों
far
बाहर.
Nongshim gets into this game. Can't imagine that Tiamba's gonna crumble. Alula's compound becomes very high priority for absolutely everyone. You may see a crash on this.
Smash कर दो पड़ो. ओजी ने बड़ा डिसअपॉइंट किया यार. दूसरा साल था इनका.
Back over from the Fury, a crash down onto Nongshim. Look at that was gorgeous from Hyunbin. Perfect utility play over in a split second.
Yeah, it was good stuff. I mean, the thing is, Vexy on that back line with the Mini 14 did good stuff.
Inba versus FL.
Yeah, this is the fight I was talking about. They're all in one corner right now. Utility still looks good for Nongshim. Molotov towards the back lines does a good amount of damage.
मरेगा.
Down to this great molly from So Easy.
But Hyunbin's already set up for this. This was the go signal.
NS गई.
Went out on the initial fight. Aceeking replies back, so it's a 1-for-1 trade on the XCY and Tizzy up for Nongshim. 3 players alive for Tiamba.
पर मुश्किल है ना. टेनबा के भी लौड़े लगे पड़े हैं.
Gets round the corner, the back nade misses as Tizzy sends them
ओ थर्ड पार्टी.
and that's a nice spray. XCY
NSGG.
the snipe up close, the quick switch.
Vitality's here to play. Upset
GG है.
goes in.
NS बार. S2G और ये.
He's out. Vitality.
S2G और ये बची है बस.
What a game from Nongshim though. Very difficult one.
Last time grand final नहीं गए थे. एटलीस्ट इस बार grand final गए. कल के बढ़िया यंग असोल्टर लेना चाहिए. अब सीधा स्टेडियम देखूंगा कौन सा मंथ में.
Like a hawk on Vitality as they make that quick adjustment. Oh, S2G as well, bringing the heat straight over to 4-5, so there is no chance.
अरे 4 चोर क्या गए.
Now it's all kicking off. Flash again responding.
पकड़ो 4 चोर को.
Falls. Vexy upset by Darkin from Ida.
S2G gonna make that rollout now over towards Flash. 4 thrives.
खत्म है. 4 चोर बाहर.
They started here. Zias is down. Tops is just dropping. Desperate smokes. Keep himself alive. Hamzy G will roll on through. Vitality lose Federales on the background.
S2G और ये का चिकन है भाई.
Alula holding on to this very important.
आतंकी भाई. आतंकी के कितने किल है भाई इस बार? मेरे को मुश्किल से 5 2 4 5 लग रहे हैं मेरे को तो.
Crawling in. He's got to go down soon. Yeah, there you go. Darkin picks him up.
Finals में भी.
Shots back over from Razak as Vitality gets the shot on to try finish things there. You can see
Bhai,
the
S2G,
split on either
yeah.
side with E-Arena still sitting, waiting. Absolute contrast there. S2G, they've been so proactive. 6 elims constantly in play, constantly in flux. E-Arena just
तेरे को पता है अंडरडॉग जैसे है नो स्पॉन्सर. ये
Than previously.
फिर भी कितना तगड़ा खेल रहा है.
Arena's looking for that finish, looking for that chicken dinner, playing in from that south side. They have the roadside ridge line to play around with. It's okay. Will goes down potentially. Oh, just about lives the spray. Good backup there coming through from his teammate.
भाई ये वाले पकड़ सकते हैं S2G को, पता है तेरे को?
I mean, how gifted can you get on this one for Alula?
EA के पास जोन है.
Every time it shifts, they're counting their blessings more and more. No one's taken that risk to try force them out of the position just yet. S2G from long range, that's Vitality. Getting the sight line onto them.
So sad for Ida as well because they've just dragged themselves out of 16th place.
Local tournament फिर fall split all region देखने को वर्ल्ड चैंपियन फिर local match है कोड़ा है.
Oh yeah.
Ida बार.
And that might come quicker. Unexpected.
अरे अलूला आके देख.
Behind a vehicle, lost able to grab that one. Another elim garnered.
अरे हगेगी मैं बता रहा हूँ तेरे.
Equal footing as well. 147 to 147. They're climbing.
Nigma Galaxy top 5 आ जाए चोर top 5 ना. चलना Nigma Galaxy.
Emre takes the knock there.
5.
Ida just down now.
105 पॉइंट बाहर हो गए निकवा बेन जो देखी बंदा बचा बाहर हो गए निकवा बोलते ही बाहर हो गई
Swain still up and kicking for Ida though, desperately trying to stay in 15. Very unlikely. See how far he can go though on this one. S2G eyeing up that compound, looking to redeem themselves after that last game. There's certainly a chance here. Up to 8 eliminations on the match.
Lost with a reposition.
Oh, Ida.
It's Mormon that sprays back over to get the final knock onto Ida. They're out now. The squad's being thinned as well. Definitely blow back over. Erangel finally getting some shots on the nade.
Good dash.
Oh, mate. S2G. They thought they had that one right on target, but it barely misses.
Dude, 2 out of 3 teams at the end here could smash right here, right now. For Alula, they have a fantastic position to finish this one out. But the likelihood of this ending in this game, Jackie, very, very high.
NGX के 0 प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट मिलेगा नहीं प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट मिलेगा भाई कैसे नहीं मिलेगा
S2G on the back line still.
15 कैसे आएगी पागल है 14 पे रहेगी
They've just popped all the tires on that buggy, understanding that it's better to have it with no tires.
14 पे रहेगी ना
And dragging as they move it in. It's going to be slow, sure, but
हाँ 15 आ जाएगी 15 आ जाएगी
Vitality desperately hanging on by a thread at this end game. We're getting down towards stage 9.
मेरे को लग रहा है ओह
E-Arena desperately living on the sidelines. Goodness me, both teams with a white knuckle.
भाई मेरे को क्यों लग रहा है ये या S2G में से अलूला के ऊपर एक बंदा स्लैम करने वाला है
Here at PMWC. Okay.
अरे मेरे को तो टट्टी लग रही है अलूला हकते हुए
Vehicles in play right now for them that look decent.
Quick footer.
Are starting to be sent out from either side. Both S2G as well as E-Arena.
Rotation दे रहा है.
Down the gates of Alula soon. Hamzi G attempts to get into the vehicle. Solke is going to swing wide on this one.
The quick repairs have paid off.
अलूला नहीं हाँ अलूला आगेगी मैं बता रहा हूँ अलूला आगेगी
their own cars on the move. They got a good sightline blocked off with the smokes they put down, but this has drawn their crosshairs off S2G. But the same will not be said for that squad. Their eyes light up. Bullet shot out downrange. Keep the punishment on. Meanwhile, in the midst of all this, Yasha peeks back over. Good work done.
अबे इनके गोलियां ही नहीं है चुतियों के पास
Neither team wants to make the play. Kamikaze is trying to get in.
Slam आ गया अलूला पे
He's bounced off the geometry and gone flying up in the sky.
गया
Their dreams might be
आ गई अलूला ने
down to reality as Hamzi G hits the deck. Punishment play onto Alula.
The arena with just Joker left alive. Hamzi G trying
नहीं,
to keep this game in
ये का चिकन है
Lost hits the deck, nade out, air bounce there. Doesn't get the damage through. The last to make it happen.
ये बार
Gravity, the
1v3 लुल्ला का चिकन
What a game. What a finish. For Alula, the arbiters right there at the end.
भाई वो हवा में उड़ गया
Tournament ending. Teams still being in play.
चलो लास्ट मैच में जो टॉप पे रहेगा वो जीतेगा
Orbited by 2 victors. What a disappointing finish for both S2G and the arena. Not in the sense of disappointing in the gameplay, but just disappointing for them. The circle just was not having it, Jackie.
अबे अलूला वाले वो क्या था हवा में उड़ा भाई
Absolutely everything. And even when they took the risk, something went wrong. Sent up flying.
S2G का ना S2G की किस्मत खराब है
Dear me. Great tracking though from Alula. Give him that.
Weird angle, but ready for it.
4 टॉप 5 नहीं आ सकता
One more game then.
One more game.
Finish on the last. Will we get a smash on that last game? There's a lot of teams in contention for it. It still could be that 4th place squad that wins it all, that takes it all. Nongshin Red Force counts.
चलो अपन ने फाइनल में चिकन तो निकाला, नहीं 16 नहीं होगी, 15 पे जाएगी.
Arena was also able to put up good points, getting up towards 3rd place.
अबे गोल्ड लाइक ने बस एक ही मैच अच्छा निकाला, रोंडो बाकी सब में टट्टी हुआ है इनका. रोंडो में अच्छा हुआ था 16 किल. आज का कह रहा हूँ मैं, आज का कह रहा हूँ.
Oh my god, unexpected twist on that one.
16 पॉइंट उसमें निकले बस.
Definitely caught me off guard, and I imagine it was the same for them amongst it all. Alula though doing what they had to do, denying out both teams from ending the tournament early, starving off victory for at least another game.
They didn't want to end in 16th place. That's what happened there. But we'll be back real soon for the final match here at PMWC.
अभी वो टाइम है भाई चेंज करने का. OG 16 हो सकता है, नहीं 16 नहीं है, 15 पे है.
Is in our DNA.
ईडा है 16.
Whenever we let it out.
चलो लास्ट मैच. ईडा है 16 पे, ईडा.
Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
भाई मेरे को अभी तक मेल नहीं आया उनका, Amazon वालों का.
ابي طلقه اخذ هومي وين طلقه؟ البيت عندكم بيت اصفر. يا مالك وحش تيمين خربنا عليه.
When you least expected, Al-Ula Esports takes us to the final match, which is going to be upcoming here at PMWC at EWC 26. Welcome back, everybody. My name is the 7WG, joined by Lace, Maxman, and Neptura. And Max, I'm going to go straight to you because another heartbreak here for S2G at the end.
S2G.
The last one was like, hey, great, we got another game. And I'm like, oh, that must feel kind of bad if you're S2G or an S2G fan. But you know what? Al-Ula, they started off the day in 16th position. And they are literally alone as their main team, right? Able to keep the tournament going, getting rid of E-Arena, getting rid of S2G, and keeping it going with those 22 points. Also, extra prize pool. Al-Ula going to be loving it.
They are going to be loving it. We see E-Arena there in third in regards to the points. Being able to secure 10 points, they're still, if for some reason, nobody else wins this match lays, it will come down to the points. So these points that these squads are getting with S2G 15, E-Arena 10, and then Nongshin Red Force as well with 7.
अबे ये PU के किसका ब्रांड है?
I mean, yeah, a lot of teams, you've got to realize that this is a right time.
किसी को पता है वो PU के जो फर्क वाले, वो फर्क की कंपनी किसकी कंपनी?
Because that's some cash money, baby. But I mean, look, from this position, even from E-Arena, they were kind of going to lose this regardless. S2G had that position to sort of push them around that west side, and Al-Ula obviously had the compound the entire time. So it was going to be denied. Denied. Regardless of, you know, sort of their movement in from that. But look, S2G and this situation flung into the air, obviously, off of that, and then not being able to get that nade of the, you know, positioning in that middle, the teammate, sorry, on Al-Ula. I'm getting it together. I'm just upset. Clearly, I'm upset, guys. I'm upset. But I'm not upset because we go one more game, and I'm very excited for this to happen. But look, we're going to have another one in this situation, and it's going to go to the mountain, guys. I'm calling it. It's going to get crazy.
Which mountain? There's many.
Red Force won in PMMI, so actually. Exactly. And guess who won the last match yesterday in Miramar?
I forgot actually. Can you remind
No, you just said it. Nongshim Red Force.
Okay. Oh. Okay. I was like, wait, what? What are we doing?
Come on, it was an easy layup right there for you, Max. But yeah, Nongshim Red Force, they've been able to showcase that they can actually win, not only at PMMI, but here as well in the finals when we end up going to Miramar, when we end up going to the final match. Aurora found themselves very in just an unfortunate situation, especially with the circle, with the rotation that this team had to make.
I have strong words for Aurora, which I will not be saying here, but just one play I'd like. Don't worry, I won't say it. I won't say it. Maybe later. Maybe later.
माउडी जी S2G करने के लिमिट लैंड कर दे नहीं वे S2G का है ना एरंगल में चिकन आ जाता है वो अगर बाहर नहीं जाते तो ये लोग अब तो भाई जो जीतेगा वो जीतेगा अब तो ऐसा ही है जो लास्ट में जीतेगा वो जीतेगा
push in between EA and S2G right on the road. They actually moved in. Doc found a position, but then the entire team all came in and just went, we're just going to spread around, we're going to drive, we're going to have a little Sunday drive. It's nice, it's good weather, it's the desert, it's fun. And it's like, just stay on the position. You found a position, stay there, play from there. You could have won the game. They had a really decent position. EA, from the similar side of zone, got a third place. So, you know, again, it all comes down to what I was saying earlier about Nongshim in that one Erangel game where Alula went and won from the position I thought Nongshim should have taken. If Aurora had taken EA's position,
भाई एक चिकन तो तुम भी निकाल ही लो यार जाते जाते
team that was able to do a great defense was Nongshim Red Force against Furia, Max.
Oh, I'm loving it. Like, sure, they don't win it, but that was such a clean, instantaneous fight. Like, I saw John for a second. He blinked and he missed the fight. Here we go. They go for the crash. Hyunbin cooking up that nade. Look at the nade. In 1, 2, 3, boom, gone. He's done. Chief couldn't do anything. And instantly, the synergy, the timing, they just go on a full-on aggression. They push. They counter-push onto Furia. And because of that, they don't lose a single player and barely take any damage. That is the Nongshim Red Force I want to see more consistently throughout these games. It goes to show that they have what it takes to be a champion, but sometimes...
अगला नहीं बोलते चिकन निकालना आसान नहीं होता अब इसको हर चीज आसान लगती है अलविदा को अलविदा कुछ लोबी में खिला हो जाता है
Do you know how not panicked, how calm, cool, and collected?
S2G 154, 145.
Second place here. I mean, that so close behind us.
S2G का ये मैच अच्छा गया तो जीत सकती है.
7-point lead, Aurora Gaming in third place. E-Arena. Nobody else was able
14 point
to
lead
join the smash zone here as we're going to be heading into the final match of PMWC at EWC 26. Nigma Galaxy 106 points. There's still a lot of money at stake here, Lace, between all these squads, even if they cannot win it via Smash Roll.
Yeah, and even if you have a look at Tiamba and the way that they were able to move up this leaderboard from just a few games, you know.
अबे ये 3 बार फ्लैश निग्मा गैलेक्सी कुछ तो करके ऊपर चले जा चूतियों इनको नीचे फेंको चोरों को.
You know, obviously we have a look at S2G, 154 points. If none of these sort of get into that position, they'll capitalize it. They have been getting those positions in late game to get those extra placement points, so it is looking good for them. But yeah, I've got to hand it to Max. I'm feeling like a Nongshim. I feel like that this is going to be the closeout. S2G have had 2 opportunities, and I said you only get 1, so the third one may not happen.
This is looking like a global event for PUBG Mobile Esports, S2G Esports. We know they're going to be showing out, especially right now with the 7-point lead that they have. Nongshim Red Force showing that they can win via Smash Roll. They could be challenging as well, not just via the points. They could be challenging for the win. Aurora Gaming, we know what that team is capable of, Max. In E-Arena, all they need is just one match, even if they have been kind of non-existent today.
Yeah, today's definitely been a bit of a slow one for the side of E-Arena, but look at the top of the rankings. 3 wins, 2 wins, and 2 wins for, at the end, Aurora Gaming and E-Arena. We've been threading the needle. We've been happening for these teams, but now I feel like it's finally time.
No money can buy my loyalty towards my Indian team and shifting to the chores. Never ever. 14-15 पे आ गए बेंचोद.
And it's all still so close.
Alula तेरा पे आ गई.
So used to seeing big gaps between these teams, but look at this: Ulf 98, Hora 98, Team Vitality 83, Alula 80 with that win coming in there. Massive jump for them up into 13th place. And you know, when we are talking about that prize pool coming down to the final game here at.
अरे God like, please भाई कुछ कर लो.
Decent jumps up in that rank, jumps up in that prize pool. All these teams are going to be fighting.
Yeah, I want to take a look at the top 5 players so far, though, because that MVP, it's not going to be coming from the winning team. It can come from a different team as well. But right now, it's none other. Usually, we're used to talking about Human. Max, you might have a new player to fanboy over because Tizzy is popping off.
To be honest, out of all the players on this team, I'm really happy. Tizzy has been, in particular, this last game, got so
movement. Yes,
boys. Loving how he's been able to perform. Of course, Hyunbin, big fan of him. But Sleepy, the fact he's up here is quite surprising, but also not so surprising because his damage is very high because he is usually a long-range player. Mini 14, DMRs, he's going to be using it, so that's going to be buffing up your damage quite a bit. But I gotta say, quite surprising that Scarface is up there, knowing Ulf is quite low on the rankings.
I mean, I think it comes down to who's the clutch player in a team, right? Even if the team isn't doing too well.
भाई नंबर 5 वाले टीम
getting the damage, getting that survival.
वो 1 साल तक खेलना फ्री और पजामा सलवार भी वो.
Several teams actually where that last solo lasts until 3rd, 2nd place, gets that damage, gets those long range shots, just trying to pressure teams, and so in that way, yeah, it's probably pretty on par that, you know, they're on that MVP list.
Yeah, and I'm just going to be looking at those top 4 teams because those teams, any of those top 4 teams could end up winning it. Whether it's S2G, whether it's Nongshim Red Force, whether it's Aurora Gaming, even E-Arena. You know what? I'll scratch away that you have had a bad day, E-Arena, because right now, this is your moment to shine if you want to be able to lift that trophy. If Ravenclaw wants to win here again, but let's take a look at this head-to-head between Nongshim Red Force and S2G, and this is for today. And you can see which team has been performing better overall, and it's none other than S2G.
Yeah, you might be saying the survival time is actually relatively close for the 2 teams, but the fact that with a similar survival time, the average placement point of S2G is an extra 2 ranks higher compared to Nongshim Red Force is highly impressive. They've been very consistent, of course. 3 chicken dinners throughout the entirety of the finals, were also looking good back in the group stage. I feel like S2G, if they just don't have those shaky finishes, I feel like they might be one of the most likely teams to end it with a smash.
Yeah, I was looking, you know, we're looking at the
जब से उल्टे वाला कांड हुआ है तब से आगे रहे हैं गोल्ड लाइक वाला उससे पहले से आगे रहे थे
but they're hot and they're cold, and today we've seen a different version of this
S2G चैंपियन बनने वाली मेरे को भी लग रहा है बट कोई भरोसा नहीं अरोरा या फिर ये उसका कोई भरोसा नहीं है भाई कोई भी हो सकता है तो ज़्यादा डिफरेंस नहीं है ना
and he's finally on the brink once again. Is the curse of the 2nd place going to come back to haunt him, or can he finally wrap it up and get that win?
It's going to come down to what kind of circle they're going to be getting. Are you going to be getting blessed, or are you going to have to just fight your way through all the way to that win so you can lift that trophy? S2G, Nongshim Red Force, Aurora Gaming, and E-Arena. Any of those 4 teams can win it as we're heading to the final
चलो भाई final match
of PMWC at EWC 26.
चिकन से तो नहीं हो
Take it away.
टॉपिक्स
Sword of Damocles swings both ways, and 4 teams
तो बस final है
stand atop the pack. Their chance to make history here in Paris and crown themselves the champions with one more chance to do so. Will it be a heavy hammer that smashes the tournament, or will we find a points victory?
And we're about to find out in Miramar. You can take a look. E-Arena, so far on the day, haven't put up hardly any points except for that Rondo, but it was enough to put them in that smash zone. All it takes is one game, one chicken dinner to become our champions. It's about to find out who's got that ice water in their veins, who's got that clutch.
चलो यार all out खेलो
Because that's what it's going to take
छोड़ो
in order to take this one.
घुसो मारो मरो खत्म करो
Won via smash rule before. Maybe they can do it again in the 11th hour, right down to the wire. But they have some stiff competition at the top of the tables. The points matter as well. Every single point you earn, so important, and those chicken dinner tiebreakers as well. At the moment, I mean, if one of the top 4 teams wins, they win by smash rule. But there are 2 teams with 3 chicken dinners, 2 teams with 2. Those tiebreakers are going to be so important. Those placements that you've been earning over the last 17 matches will come in clutch, and every single molecule of brain power needs to be focused on one singular goal.
आज का दिन हो रहा अच्छा गया भाई
Every single point you can.
Or getting that win. It's either one or
ना करे जनाब, ना करे. Boys play well.
There are still so many squads.
ना करे जनाब, ना करे.
In particular, on the smash zone.
India दी team है.
That we are going to be keeping an eye on locked. Because I
PMWC कब है? नवंबर दिसंबर में होगा.
$500,000. Second place, 200.
ना करे जनाब, ना करे.
Look around this arena.
Oh, food poison. छोड़ो. Top 10 तो आ जाए, मुश्किल है.
Not a good tournament, a world title. One game left, and somebody is about to play the most important match of their life. This is it, folks. The PUBG Mobile World Cup at Esports World Cup 2026 live in Paris. We're about to drop into our final match.
उसकी वॉच पार्टी करेगा. परमिशन लूंगा भाई. परमिशन नहीं मिली तो किक के ऊपर करूंगा, पर करूंगा जरूर. तो किक पे आ जाना. और किक पे गाने वाने बजा के फुल बकचोदी वाइब मारेंगे.
And into the final stretch.
Let's get into it. You can take a look at the overall rankings right now. S2G, Nongshim Red Force on top. If this goes to points, they are by far your favorites right now. E-Arena, such a threat though. All it takes is the win, and honestly, it's what they need. They have to win this. If they
same circle, same flying path circle. क्या बोल?
21 points behind S2G right now. Yeah, they definitely need to get a chicken dinner on side to win this tournament and give that 3-time title over to Schweppes. Allow Ravenclaw to be.
भाई 40 के ऊपर कूद जाओ. कोई तो कूद जाओ. ईदा, गोल्ड लाइक, ओजी, वाइटलिटी, कोई भी कूद जाओ जुतियों के ऊपर. ड्रॉप क्लैश कर दो इनके साथ. मजा आ जाएगा.
Highest scoring chicken dinner of any team pretty much ever at this level of PUBG Mobile, but it has not been seen for a while. Maybe the pressure will be able to turn things around for them. At the moment, I'm seeing Aurora pretty close to Flash, though, on the hot drop, potentially. In the south.
Oh!
Speaking of the south, that's where we're headed.
Aurora versus FL.
Going all the way down south. Teams are going to have to get looted up and get moving. It's Reefus with the Winchester. No way starts this off like this. Oh, mighty close. Team Flash getting away with that. Uh-oh. Nice return fire there from Win. Just say, hey, calm down with that Winchester, buddy. All right? You better wait till end game to get that going.
All right. I do love the Winchester. There's more damage coming on, and this is again Aurora. Retreat here for Team Flash. Team Flash, who have managed to find some late in the day points to send them up the tables. Trying to compete with that middle pack. They are right in and amongst it in the thick of that 5th through 10th through 11th, actually, melee in the middle to try and jump up. Tens of thousands of dollars on the line if you can do it.
Absolutely. It's the prize pool jumps significantly every single placement. And I'll tell you one thing you guys got to do for the final time. Get in the game, get into that lucky spin, and drop one of those exclusive 2026 PMWC tournament sets.
Oh, yeah.
Get them before they're gone. And looking at these leaderboards, top 4, looking pretty much as a lock at this point, right? I mean, we're going to see these top 4 in that range, right?
Yeah.
The difference is just where are they going to end up. Just a reminder,
थोड़ा फास्ट हो जाता तो ये मैच मजा आ जाता.
$3 million prize pool in this tournament total. $1.7 million about to be given away in just a few minutes. First place, $500,000. Second place, $250,000. Third, $150,000, and fourth, $120,000. So all 4 of these teams are going away with a whole bunch of cash. But there's a whole lot more at the tippy top.
The chicken dinner to these 4 teams is worth $375,000. That's right. That is the right price to put in your best effort to make it work. And nobody wants to step a foot out of line. It needs to come through, and they need it now. Godlike. They're taking a turn around Impala, but Tianba a little bit ahead of the curve. And down they go, finding that first elim. First blood has been drawn.
And that is Manya out of this tournament. Great, good signs of life from Godlike. I mean, they had some really big games. It's just the consistency that seemed to plague them here. For their first time at a World Cup, it's so difficult to face a challenge like this. I think they definitely gave it their all. I think time will definitely show them, and they'll get that seasoning going, and we'll see them rank up the leaderboards in the future for sure.
I've also loved watching 4Thrives over the course of this tournament, topping their group stage, able to do a lot of work and really impressing here. Currently in 6th place, a chance to jump up to 5th place in that, as I said before, that 5th to 11th place melee. They are very much in flux, but what I think the most important story for me when it comes to 4Thrives is that it was not a flash in the pan performance back in PMGO. They have managed to improve and consistently keep that improvement under their belt. There have been times where they've got a little crazy with it. Stages, some crazy flex outs. One springs to mind over on that military finish that they were on the south side of the runway and just going for it. But absolutely impressive stuff for this 4Thrives roster. They should be so proud to be able to put this sort of a record down on this tournament. And I'm sure we'll be seeing them again.
That's for sure. I want to see almost all these teams stay together. I mean, this was one heck of a tournament. I think every single squad here, for the most part, has what it takes. It's just a matter of time here. It's really tough, though, when you deal and face some of the best teams in the world that have been doing it for so long. And we're starting to see Ulf get into it with OG.
Hey.
Battle ringing out. Here we go.
Let's see if Scarface can put that MVP on the cards as well, because 2 of his teammates are down. He's going to need to come up big. Him and Eren playing off of one another. 2 titanic forces on the inside of the compound against 3 players from Orangutan total. I don't know if they're all here and in the fight, though, but Ketch will get flushed away. And they are now, all 3, looking to take this fight. Eren on the outside, but Scarface.
हाँ? अबे ये क्या हो गया इसको? एंड फाइट पे हक दिया?
On the outside, but Scarface.
OG gonna get 4
उनका OG ने nice clean.
For all for this tournament. Give him a round of applause here, folks.
All things considered, I think people may have expected more from this roster coming into this tournament. 10th place, likely slipping down further than that as well. Not what they were aiming for, but
top 10 से top 15 आ ना.
Finals, they did manage to qualify alongside their
point ही अच्छा नहीं गए अपने.
And again, there is so much potential there, so much star power, so much still left to give. But they can't give it here. It's done for them.
That is it. Gives teams like Aura, Vitality, opportunity to push themselves further up in the leaderboards and grab some more cash here, as this is one insane prize pool in this tournament. Let's take a look, though, at Nongshim Red Force, the biggest threat in the lobby, if not for S2G. They have been dominant all day long, and they could definitely take this one. Just a quick flashback for everybody that missed it.
Smash कर लो, अब क्या फायदा भाई? मान्य पता नहीं कहाँ पकड़ा गया.
Global event. Nongshim Red Force smashed in the last match. They have been here before. They felt this pressure and they succumbed it over.
Stage 1 खत्म होने वाला है.
What you gotta do. So out of all the teams,
OG ने तो 4 बेहतरीन finish निकाले. एक चिकन दिखा दो यार तुम लोग भी.
Will they be able to raise that knee off the ground and shrug like Atlas, the weight of the world? On the western side, they are behind Aurora, one of their direct competitors, and we're going out all the way. It's a long road,
S2G.
but I tell you who's already at the end of it.
भाई अच्छा सर्कल था गोल्ड लाइक के पास ये मैन पावर डिसएडवांटेज.
They may have another opportunity here. They have had
दोनों गोल्ड लाइक ओजी दोनों के एक बंदे मर गए पर गोल्ड लाइक के पॉइंट नहीं है. बट ले भाई S2G आ गए गोल्ड लाइक के ऊपर.
Here they go, folks. S2G
मार देगी S2G. मजा आ गया, अकेला बंदा बचा है। थोड़ा बेंचो लास्ट मैच में कुछ तो दिखने को मिलेगा।
Lost the last to stand. God power putting an end to the run, but he's still got one more player. A little bit of fire left in the heart, but it is
ले भाई अष्टू जी बाहर। गॉड लाइक, अरे 4 चोर आ गए। अबे 4 चोर आ गए। आठ सालो चोर। थर्ड पार्टी करते दल्ले।
To see if they can hang on. Meanwhile, Four Thrives looking to tear this up as they are putting in the work onto Godlike.
Oh, a little bit of burn, a little bit too hot underfoot, but it's just as power now. We've seen what he can do with these nades. Can he do it again?
Looks good.
Nade out the window, doesn't get the block. T24 still launching himself forwards. This is a madman.
मारो चोको।
This man is a one-man army putting in the work for eliminations. He's finding the angle.
साले 4 चोर। ये आओ 4v4 में आओ ना। 4v4 नहीं होती तुमसे। 4v4 नहीं होती सालो। जाओ तुम भूख खाओ जाके। 4v4 में आओ ना। फोर वी फोर में आओ तुम। 4 चोर साले हर बार थर्ड पार्टी करते हैं। मार भड़वों को 4 किस साले।
Meanwhile, teams across the board are making their way to the zone. 3 teams still.
मौज दिला दी भाई एस पावर ने।
Lost a player through all of that chaos. They are down to 3. Aurora out on the western side. North Hills of Los Leones. E-Arena, they're in the shadow of La Bendita. Right near to this fight on the northwest side of this, where S2G used to be.
ओजी आ गई। ओजी आ गई।
This man is I'm telling you, by himself, putting in so much work, but IQ finally.
मारो बड़ों को, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है।
That is S-Power.
Finally taking a final.
2 इंडियन टीम मिलकर 4 किस के मार रहे हैं भाई। 2 इंडियन टीम मिलकर 4 किस के फेल रहे हैं।
Maybe jump past Ulf with 6 elims on card. They might have a chance here. Orangutan looking to do the same, but they've only got 2 players. You can see off in the distance, though, a crash from E-Arena. Moving over towards Ida. Ida really not being providing of much resistance over the course of these finals. But maybe they'll be able to find it. Finally, digging deep, and down goes Schweppes.
The top teams are getting devastated. Nongshim Red Force lost a player, and now it's Ida. Oh, but Joker shuts down Darkin. A huge 1v1 play keeps his team alive, and it looks like they're going to hold on to 3 for now.
Nade over. Swain cooking a nade. Wants to answer. Doesn't connect with it. Darkin off in the distance. Emre also still in action, but not quite on the angle. Oh, bad nade on the bounce. Doesn't quite find it. As Godlike do get eliminated, but there's one underfoot. Dashes back with the MG3.
कौन मारा?
Find something. Needs to get a big cannon spray down, but
Godlike को कौन मार किया?
right now. The last for Ida. And he's completely off in the distance. No way he can get back to this. So for E-Arena, they managed to make their way south.
Godlike को कौन मार के मैंने देखा नहीं।
Cresting the ridgeline.
अरे चूतिया वहाँ पे कोने में बैठा हुआ था क्या?
And I'll tell you one thing, folks. S2G fans everywhere are rooting for every single team to take out these top squads, because right now they're still at the top of the leaderboards here. It's just these teams below them that can surpass them. They have a little bit of a point gap, but Nongshim Red Force, Aurora, and E-Arena are still alive, and they're putting up points. E-Arena already past 4, but they are down a player.
40 वाले ने मार दिया। अरे साला वो उधर कोने में बैठा हुआ है। ये इनका अबे 4v4 नहीं है इनका भाई। 4v4 नहीं ले सकते ये लोग। ये लोग ऐसे कोने वोने में बैठ उठा के दूसरों के किल उठा के थर्ड पार्टी कर करा के ये यहाँ तक आए। इनका साला घुसने के मारने का है ही नहीं।
They will need to push up a little bit further and get into the fight. In the meantime, IQ, the last player alive for 4 Thrives. This has been
Oh!
a devastating position for so many, and IQ wants to dish out a little bit more pain here. Around the corner, spots the shotgun-wielding player from Orangutan, but nobody steps out through the threshold, goes for it, darts in, and nobody's connecting. Jukes, they're not figuring out whose turn it is.
IQ put in the work there with the shotgun, ends up getting some more shots on the Wisconsin.
अरे क्या? Yeah, we scored भाई.
IQ making the plays here at the end.
4 बंदे खा गया ये.
In as well, the circle shrinks pretty central here. Does not favor Aurora or Nongshim Red Force, 2 of our really crucially placed teams.
अबे नेड था भाई, नेड का क्या अचार डालता.
The difficulty for Arena though, the surround on their position by those roads. They act like rivers on Miramar, very frequently finding it very difficult.
OG वाले भूख खा के मर गए भाई.
Let's see if they can hang on. They know they need to do more if they want to take this.
भूख खा के मरे हैं OG वाले भाई. मजाक से हट के.
S2G just having to wait and watch, hope that they did enough and can hold on and.
चूतिया 4 किल निकाल गया वहाँ पे. OG नहीं आती तो गोल्ड लाइक वाले पहले चढ़ जाते हैं उसके ऊपर. साली आ भी गई और कुछ भी नहीं उठाया इनसे.
And he is out of the game. Enigma Galaxy gonna have to do it with 2 players remaining.
S2G, despite being out, may still be able to hold on. If the 3 competing teams go down, Nongshim have to go down first. On the south side, there are
अब जीत जाए अरोरा या इनस में से कोई जीत जाएगा.
right now. I mean, it could be that S2G didn't need a single point in this game.
It's possible, but 7 points. 7 points will 100% guarantee Nongshim Red Force.
OG वाले पता नहीं क्या. अबे ये क्या मेरा अटक रहा है या इनका ही अटक रही है ये.
7-point game from their position on the southwest side. I mean, it's difficult. Lord trying to survive for Enigma Galaxy. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride in these finals. They've always been present, they've always been relevant, but have not been able to find those clutch moments.
2 गोल्ड लाइक 2 OG वालों को ले. अरे वो साला वहीं बैठा हुआ था ना. OG नहीं आता तो गोल्ड लाइक वाले घुस ही रहे थे उसके ऊपर. साला OG वहाँ पे आ गई फ्री फंड में. ना तो इन्होंने मारा ना मारने दिया. खुद भी मर गए.
Dealt with a lot of hot drops off the rip. I can't wait to see what this team does in the future, and it's interesting to think about those 2-2 splits at Erangel. You know, if they maybe made some adjustments, who knows what could have happened? But still, you know, a good solid finish from this.
पर ये लोग 4-4 1v3 गंदा खाए हैं इस पावर से. 4-4 गंदा खाए हैं.
Hey, talking of comebacks, I mean Tianba, what a resurgence today.
वो तो पिछले मैच का था.
Themselves so proud. And I am so pleased with the fact that they've been able to dig so deep today and put so many points back on the board. They're in 6th place right now, and with 4 thrives on 1 player alive.
S-Power karegi picks निकाला. अरे S
and take that spot away from
कौन?
As Enigma Galaxy
God like.
They are out 7th place right now. Pretty likely that they drop down further with both Flash and Furia behind them.
It's gonna be interesting to see. Oh, here we go. Nongshim Red Force versus Arena. The biggest fight in this tournament could be happening right now.
OG या फिर गोल्ड लाइक में से मारा किसी ने उसको तो मैं भूल गया.
But they will. They put 2 players out there. It goes away from this position. Everyone's going to have to leave. Meanwhile, 4 Thrives do finally fall. They will go out. But again, very, very pleased with their performance over the course of this tournament. Happy to see them here. Hoping to see them again. Meanwhile, whilst Nongshim and
साले फ्यूरिया FL टियानबा थोड़ा ऊपर चले जाओ.
On the other side of the circle, Alola, who spoiled the day for our 2 teams that could do it last time. Now
Ida last place भाई.
They're a little bit pressured as another knock comes on through. Quick already down. Will not be in the fight. 2 players for Aurora to get rid of before they could own these East Hills.
Hey, Aurora Gaming getting some knocks on the Alula, but at the same time, they're saying, thank you, Alula, for that last game. Oh, man.
Very true.
Did you save us? Because that could have been over just like that.
देखा इस पावर ने 1v3 मारा 4 चोर को.
The opportunity for them is looking pretty good.
Espoir ने 1v3 कर दिया 4 चोर को.
With all 4 players up.
1v3 नहीं 1v5 मारा है. 2 S2G के भी थे.
Can't afford to lose a single player. They catch claws out. And that's another point on the board. Nongshim in trouble. That's Tizzy done. They're down to 2.
One of their strongest players now out of the mix, and that is going to leave just Hyunbin and
NSB गई भाई.
try and put as many points on the board as they can, but they are dwindling. The fire.
NS गई. Aurora के पास और EA के पास बेहतरीन चांस है.
This way and that started and looked threadbare.
Oh, the fire starting to look like embers here. It's not looking good for the side of Nongshim Red Force. Losing Tizzy is a huge loss. We saw it earlier on the desk. This was pretty much almost your MVP gone. Now it's up to none other than Hyunbin though, and XZY still 2 massive players. They just want to put some points up on the board, but even then, that might not be enough, because Aurora are still there. They can surpass them. XZY with the drive, trying to survive here, find any place in this circle. He finds a smoke, gonna have to hit the deck, and he holds on for now, but everybody is looking in this direction.
This 2-2 split from Furia. I'm starting to question it now. I feel like the time is right for a regroup, but they think otherwise. A 2-2 split of this magnitude is so vulnerable when we get in towards stage 6. Teams are going to look to crash. Aurora on that north side, potentially moving up towards Chief. On that edge of the circle on the northern side. Arena also now marshalling their forces. I said these roads can act like rivers. Let's see if they've got their paddle.
And E-Arena are putting up points in the final game. They are making some noise here. They've got 4 eliminations. They're still rocking a
भाई ये क्या स्ट्रीम इनकी स्ट्रीम ही अटक रही है यार. ये मेरे ख्याल से मेरा नहीं अटक रहा है.
Joker starting to keep his eye on Team Flash. Looks like the fight might be imminent here. But Team Flash got to decide what they're going to do. Joker's going to have an angle, and he's going to tell his teammates, hey, look.
ये घुस रही है Flash के ऊपर.
Start taking some shots. Bose is on the back line though. That's going to be the biggest threat for E-Arena.
Trying to get a little bit further forward, but Mormon's been spotted. There are only 3 players, remember. A move back up to the top of the hill there.
Interesting.
To re-bolster the position for Bose, maybe grab him on the vehicle, a run out on the other side, potentially what they're thinking about, but they're up to the road. They have to move further.
Nice shots from Joker, though, to be able to buy some time against Team Vitality, because Team Vitality are now looking in this direction. The zone is away from them. This is stage 6. They cannot afford to eat any blue zone here, but they may have to. There's no choice. So many shots are ringing in this direction, and they do not have their position locked down in this next circle.
Absolutely not. Really a lot of tenuous positions, and Fury are finally now looking to go for their regroup down to their south. You can see that northern side starting to make that mad dash across. Aurora could potentially cut through it. They don't actually manage to go all the way, but Reefus spots it, gets that knock. They have to get out of the vehicle, and this is exactly
NS और Aurora में बहुत तगड़ी फाइट चल रही है.
2-2 split too long, and now
Aurora के 146 नहीं है.
boiling, baking deserts of Miramar. But they are out in the cold. Chief now a lone ranger on the position. And Aurora all too happy to slurp that point away, get themselves closer and closer to the top.
All too happy and looking all too solid right now. Aurora are looking dangerous. The whole lobby needs to be put on notice. The airburst, Chief, he felt that one. S2G, you can see him. They are hoping and praying here.
Oh,
Chief's on fire, and that's going to be him down. Another point for the side of Aurora Gaming.
They haven't confirmed it yet, but finally.
भाई क्या खेल रही है Aurora?
He will fall.
But EA भी है, NS भी है, तो मुश्किल होगा.
It was just they held that split way too long. They didn't go for that regroup in time, and they had paid the price for it. It could be quite an expensive one as well, given where they are on the tables in 9th place. They had a real opportunity to jump up fairly high and get things going, but the southwest side now, Jukes, is looking pretty hot. E-Arena could potentially get involved here if Flash, Horror, and Nongshim Red Force have that scrap.
They're going to have to, because I'm going to tell you one thing here, folks. This is where Aurora Gaming work their best. with the zone to their backs. Nobody behind them.
उतार
Only
दिया.
focus forward and start putting some points on the board. Looks like Hyunbin's gonna get one though. The duo of Nongshim Red Force still not out of this one just yet. Hyunbin having to hit the deck though, buy some time. Can he at least get that confirmation? He does have 2 eliminations so far, but shots ringing out in every direction. It's not looking good.
अबे कौन चूतिया है ये?
Oh, it is.
गुरु भाई क्या बजा रहे हो?
A tough time for them, but they are much more central than a lot of other teams, and these South Hills will need to conclude. Quite inaccessible, but look at the bullets keeping him suppressed, and XZY go down. So close. And if Nongshim fall, S2G are going to be a little bit safer. But with Aurora taking a knock from Alola, the last player alive from it, a second as well. 2 players down from Aurora.
Aurora के 2 गए.
All coming crashing down around their ears.
Aurora के 2 गए.
Side of the zone now as it's shifted. They got 30 seconds on the clock to get these reses going and to be able to support their teammates. But Team Vitality are looking in this direction. They got nothing.
Vitality भी आ रही है.
And they are looking straight at them. Can Aurora get these reses? They're desperate. They're moving as fast as
they
20 seconds on the clock now. And it looks like they just might do it. When it comes to Nongshim Red Force though, it's up to one single player, and it's none other than Hyunbin.
He needs
रेव तो किए हैं. ओ फ्यूरिया है पीछे.
Oh no, Dark is down. Top is low.
Aurora बाहर. Aurora बाहर.
And Aurora are crumbling.
Aurora बाहर.
It's down to one single player for Aurora Gaming to make this happen.
NSB बाहर.
Are out. One player from Aurora.
Aurora बाहर है साले.
And S2G trying to hold on. It's up to Reefus all by himself. They're looking in his direction. He's got to move. He's got to shut up. That's his it. He's got
Aurora बाहर. Aurora बाहर.
Oh, it's so close. He gets the spray.
नेड आ गया. Aurora भी बाहर. S2G जीत गई. S2G जीत गई. अबे S2G. कैसे?
They have to hold the middle because they are in the center.
Oh, and you could see S2G the nerves.
कितना लिया होगा?
E-Arena though on the move.
नहीं पता ना.
It's down to the duo.
नहीं S2G जीती है. S2G जीती है.
This is going to be very difficult for
S2G जीती है. अरे S2G जीती है.
Steal this win. It's tournament over, and E-Arena will win a world title for Thailand.
But it's looking much more likely
S2G.
that Turkey will be able to take that global
ये के 2 ही बंदे बचे हैं.
storm. At the top of the tables right now, S2G denied their chicken dinners, but will still eat hearty tonight if E-Arena fall by the wayside here. They started the day at the top of the pile, but they are getting slowly whittled down with 2 players left. 30K goes low, but stays up for a moment longer. And these elims are getting away. They are just slowly creeping down. And E-Arena alone.
ये भी खत्म. Morman गया.
It's only 30K who can take it away from them. And he is in the fight.
The crowd is excited. They're on their feet. S2G making some noise here.
S2G जीत गई. S2G जीत गई. अरे S2G जीत गई गुरु भाई मान ले. ये बार S2G जीत गई. ले ले खुश हो गए वो लोग. ले S2G जीत गई. S2G.
Esports World Cup 2026 champions are S2G.
The Titans of Turkey will reign supreme in Paris. They will take that trophy. They will bring it back.
S2G जीत गई.
Hold their line. Denied so many times today, but in the final moments,
S2G जीत गई.
were able to sit back. I don't think they were relaxed.
शायद ऐसा ही कुछ मरी है.
Take the top spots.
They're gonna go home with $500,000 and plenty of time to regrow those nails on their feet.
भाई S2G जीत गई.
That is what I'm talking about. could have won this. You can see the looks on their faces thinking there's no way we lost this tournament.
Vitality versus Kinba.
Consistency pays off.
They were able to keep it under control.
हाँ तो भाई GG है भाई S2G.
They did not have the
1-2 पॉइंट से जीती होगी.
And Tiamba looking to close this one out, looking like they're in control. And again, what a resurgence from Tiamba in the final day. It's looking like they might take that 5th place just outside of the top spots as they're closing us down. But
चलो टिनबा का चिकन आ गया. टिनबा का चिकन S2G जीत गए. S2G second title by
Man, did they deserve it. Working so hard game after game, almost winning it by smash. But it's points that hang on, the tears ring out, and let's take it on over to the studio to wrap this one up.
Second title by
Kamikaze and the rest of the squad just shining when nobody was expecting them to become the champions, Max. Turkey back on top of PUBG Mobile Esports.
It is going to Turkey right now.
Turkey.
Kamikaze lost. HamCG and Solke making history for Turkey once more. How do they just keep doing it? Solke, since the OG days, is still here delivering performance after performance, and now we'll be.
पर भाई कह रहा था ना S2G जीती है, तुम मानते नहीं बैच. एक या 2 पॉइंट्स है.
To take the title home. Every single play from S2G was immaculate.
Fantastic stuff coming in from S2G. Once they do it, twice they do it. They were so close. They get just a little mistake.
बुरा लग रहा था S2G के लिए. एरेंगल में जो हगा उन्होंने 2 चिकन आ गया. एरेंगल और मिरामार दोनों.
S2G are our champions. What a play, what a game, what a day for this squad.
A team that didn't start off too hot in the first day, but boy were they able to bounce back with those wins that they were able to get in the second day, propelling them to the top of the leaderboard and challenging for that first place.
We had so many teams looking so good at the top right. The 4 teams all contesting a spot for the championship to be crowned your champions. But I would have to say S2G, the most important
champ of
team
PMWC
event, from the group stage, making it right to the finals. And it was close. It was down to the wire. It was a 3-way tie at one point today. But they do take it home. And keep in mind, PMGC later on this year will be happening in Turkey here. Will S2G be able to do the international back-to-back?
S2G will be looking
PMG से फिर से हो रहा है टर्की में.
back at home, but I think it's time we send it over to Barney. I want to see these players lift that trophy and crush some keys.
Yes, that is.
सारे तो की टूटेंगे.
After a nail-biting day 3 of PMWC, your champions are of course S2G. I have to ask, that final game, that must have been the longest game of your life. How did that feel? Solke, I'll ask you, buddy.
Son maç hayatımızın herhalde en uzun maçıydı. Sizin için nasıl hissettirdi? Solkay sana soruyor.
Yani açıkçası biraz şüpheli oldu çünkü rakiplerimizin hepsi yaşıyordu ve hiçbirinin infosu yoktu. Yani kaybettik gibi hissettik. Sonra böyle bir oyunda öyle.
चलो ट्रॉफी उठा फिर मैं भी निकलता हूँ.
Yani şu an bile farkında değiliz, anlamadık. Bu bir zaman sonra fark edilecek bir şey. Aramızda öncesinde şampiyon olmuş bir hamsi var. Hepimizin ilk dünya şampiyonluğu. Yani garip hissetti. Ölünce kötü hissetti ama şu an çok mutluyuz. Bu kadar.
Of course we felt bad once we died because we knew our biggest rivals are still alive. But then, and we also doubted it, but then like slowly seeing our rivals also like getting eliminated, we started getting hopeful, and it's HamCG's second world championship, but it's the first for us and we're very happy.
अलूला थोड़ी ना जीती है.
Number 2, second championship. How you feeling? You feeling good?
Yeah.
He feels good, baby. All right, we've got things to do before we lift that incredible trophy. So follow me. We're going to the Crusher, baby.
क्या नाम था
After an
भूल गया मैं.
incredible performance today, S2G managed to secure the PMWC Championship. And with this being at the Esports World Cup, we of course have some additional things to do, like crush 15 of their opponent's keys until their key is the last one left intact. Okay, S2G, if you could step over here onto the Crusher.
उसके पहले वाला.
Some important things to do.
अलूला.
Right. Step on up, please. Up on here. Okay. Woo. Are we feeling better now? Kamikaze, you okay? He's good. He's letting it all out. It's great to see. The emotion is great. You've seen this before. You know what's about to happen. Can I please get you, sir, and Kamikaze together? Let's open up this Crusher. Let's open the iris. Press that button. Here we go. Here is the Crusher. Something special about the Qiddiya City Grid is that we get to crush 15 keys at once. So, Solke, HamCG, if you would like to pull on this, not too hard, just like gently.
Key crush, yes.
In 3,
अपने 11 था है ना? नहीं, 12-13 पे अपन गए.
Goodbye. How did that feel?
So good.
So good. Right, one final thing. That's better, isn't it? One final thing that we'd like to do before we send you down to lift that trophy is to invite the Keymaster, Jacob. We'd like to invite him onto the stage to hand you your key, the last remaining key intact for PMWC. Jacob, come on over here, buddy. Kamikaze, if you could take your key, that is your S2G Esports key at the Esports World Cup. Okay, so now what I would like you to do, I would like you to walk down.
12-13 पे हम शायद से.
I would like you to raise that trophy and cement your legacy as the champions of PMWC at the EWC 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your champions, S2G Esports!
कितने पॉइंट से चैंपियन बने हुए हैं?
Ladies and gentlemen, your PMWC champions at the 2026 Esports World Cup, S2G!
उठा ले भाई ट्रॉफी. भारी है बहन चो. चलो भाई, इसी के साथ पबजी मोबाइल वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप की वॉच पार्टी होती है यहाँ पे समाप्त. नहीं, खाना खाऊंगा. नहीं, बारिश. हैं? कामिकाज़े. ये जो कोट वाला है ना, पीछे वाला. हाँ. अपने वाले तो अपने यहाँ तो गालियाँ चल रही होगी भाई, देखियो तुम. अरे भाई, हर किसी को बाप बना. हर किसी को बाप बना लेते हैं ये लोग। नहीं लगा रहा किसी को, नहीं लगा रहा। चलो बॉयज, कोई ना, एनएस हारी होगी, 1-2 पॉइंट से पता चल जाएगा, डिस्कॉर्ड पे बता दूंगा। चलो गाइस, अब हम मिलेंगे कल स्ट्रीम पे। मजा आ गया। पागल है क्या गुरु भाई, इंसान हूँ भाई मैं। असासिन असासिन क्रीड अभी खेलूंगा, मेरा क्रीड निकल जाएगा, खाना खाऊंगा गुरु भाई। नहीं तुम अलग है, मेरा नहीं होता भाई। कल करूंगा गाइस, चलो कल मिलते हैं। थैंक यू फॉर ट्यूनिंग इन, ऑल द सपोर्ट इन दिस पबजी मोबाइल वर्ल्ड कप वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप EWC में। जिन लोगों ने भी सपोर्ट देखा है, थैंक यू। गुरु भाई डिस्कॉर्ड में आके झकमराने के लिए बैठे हैं, उसको भी शाउट आउट। और अब हम मिलते हैं कल असासिन क्रीड की स्ट्रीम पे। रात को असासिन क्रीड खेलेंगे, उसके बाद हम खेलेंगे कोडेम, हो सकता है तो। तब तक के लिए बाय बाय, सी यू, ओवर एंड आउट। चलो।